Beacon Hill. Beacon Hill, a quaint and somewhat isolated town nestled within the confines of Boston, the capital of Massachusetts, possesses a reputation that belies its modest size and remote location. The origins of its enigmatic allure remain shrouded in mystery, though many speculate that it traces back to the Druids of Celtic heritage and Druidic culture. The ancient oak tree is revered as a sacred entity. However, this does not imply that every oak holds such sanctity. The Druids, who profess a harmonious relationship with nature, indeed hold a profound respect for these magnificent trees. Yet, only a handful of oaks can truly be deemed sacred, with but a few scattered across the globe, one of which graces the landscape of Beacon Hill. Naturally, the realm of extraordinary flora extends beyond oaks, but those tales shall unfold in due course. Our narrative commences in Beacon Hill, a town distinguished by its sacred tree, often referred to as the lighthouse. A solitary road leads into Beacon Hill, lined with sparse edifices, hinting at the town's secluded nature. A grayish-yellow sedan traverses this thoroughfare, only to be abruptly halted at an intersection, narrowly avoiding a collision with another vehicle. The driver, seemingly startled by an unseen assailant, exits the car wielding a shotgun, her voice ringing out into the desolate street, demanding, "Come out." She then fires a warning shot, echoing through the stillness, signaling a call to attention. The driver was a middle-aged woman, her long golden hair cascading elegantly around a face that was both beautiful and resolute, clad in a sleek black leather jacket that imparted an air of gallantry. After a brief pause, she made a decisive choice, opening the trunk to retrieve a rifle. With a steady aim, she fired at a distant target. The shot appeared to have struck true. She tucked the rifle behind her back, a smile gracing her lips as she prepared to investigate her quarry. When another vehicle approached, it was a black SUV, and based on my limited knowledge of automobiles, I could only surmise it would perform admirably on rugged terrain. As the vehicle halted, a lean middle-aged man emerged, striding towards the woman and stating, "Get in the car." With a playful tone, the woman responded, "Shouldn't you start with a greeting, perhaps something along the lines of hello, or pleased to see you?" Clearly, the man was rather blunt. "I only wish to say that you should secure that rifle before anyone takes notice of you." The woman smirked wryly. "Ah, that's my beloved brother for you. Listen, Chris, there are two werewolves. Is there an alpha among them? I'm not certain, but one of them intends to kill me. If we capture one, we could use them to track the other. However, if he dies, that option vanishes. Well, I can't simply wait for that to happen, can I? Should I just sit back until one of them kills me before I act?" Chris hesitated, pondering, how long can he hold out? The woman shrugged nonchalantly, her demeanor untroubled. 48 hours, if she can endure. "You're mistaken, there are more than two werewolves here." A voice echoed from a distance, sounding youthful, likely belonging to a young boy. The emergence of this voice instantly heightened the vigilance of Chris and his companion, both raising their guns towards the direction from which the voice originated. "Who goes there?" Chris shouted. "The Atkinson family? What is the hunter's creed?" A clear footstep emerged from the shadows, accompanied by this inquiry. Chris furrowed his brow. "We hunt those who hunt us." Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps drew nearer, and slowly, a young man with deep brown hair stepped out from the darkness. He appeared quite young, no more than 15 or 16. If this were Beacon Hill, children of this age would typically be in high school. However, this was not the most striking aspect. It was 2 in the morning, even in summer, the temperature was low. Both Chris and his sister were clad in relatively thick clothing, while this young man wore nothing but a sleeveless vest. "Maigrein?" The young man chuckled softly. "You recognize my family crest, Mr. Chris Atkinson." Chris disregarded the young man's question, his gaze sharpened with suspicion. "Why are you here in Beacon Hill? If I recall correctly, your Maigrein family primarily operates in Europe. What brings you to America?" The young man smiled, gesturing dismissively towards Chris and his companion. "Very well, Atkinson, relax. The Maigreins are well-versed in your hunter's customs, much like our own rules," Chris remarked as he lowered his weapon, continuing the man's discourse. "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." The man nodded, addressing both the woman who still aimed her gun and Chris, who had lowered his. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jean Maigrein. By fortunate circumstance, I hold the title of Alpha. According to my family's traditions, I am permitted to form my own pack, hence my presence here. What brings you to this place?" "Well, I have heard rumors of a lone wolf in the Hall family. Although the Hall lineage does not boast the ancient legacy of the Maigrein family, it is nonetheless a well-regarded name among werewolves. If I were to include a Hall member in my pack, my strength would be significantly enhanced. Thus, I have come." Chris nodded, well aware of the Maigrein family's customs. Just as Atkinson held a prominent position among hunters, the Maigrein family is one of the oldest among werewolves. Such venerable entities are invariably the most inclined to adhere to established rules, for they comprehend the dire consequences that arise when those rules are transgressed. "And so, your arrival is due to?" Upon hearing this, Jean sheepishly scratched his head. "My vehicle has broken down, and though I summoned a tow truck, I have been waiting here for over 2 hours with no sign of it. Would you be so kind as to offer me a ride?" The woman scoffed dismissively. A werewolf intend to ride with a hunter? Chris furrowed his brow. Kate. Jean turned to Kate with utmost seriousness, articulating each word with care. You must remember never to offend the Maigrein. As one of the oldest beings, we possess certain privileges, which I believe your brother is aware of. Chris nodded gravely, affirming, indeed, the Maigrein are among the few who hold such privileges. Just as the skeleton gang may target innocent werewolves, although they generally adhere to the rules and refrain from such actions, they maintain the right to do so. This is a shared understanding within the entire realm of the mysterious. The Maigrein family has the authority to act against hunters, and while they typically refrain from such measures, when their family is provoked, no one can guarantee restraint. This is also why members of the Maigrein can transform ordinary humans without being placed on a hunter's blacklist. Upon hearing this, Kate was visibly displeased, casting a fierce glare at Jean. Jean could only offer a wry smile. Hey, you must understand, we seldom transform others anymore. Our kin consists solely of family members or other omegas we have taken in. Chapter 2. Maigrein. Upon hearing this, Kate finally lowered the gun she still held aloft. Chris nodded and addressed Jean. Get in the car. I will take you into the city. Have you secured accommodations? Jean shook his head. I have made arrangements at a motel not far from Beacon Hill High School. I plan to explore potential properties for sale tomorrow. By the way, Chris, do you know the sheriff around here? Chris looked at Jean with a hint of confusion. What do you need the sheriff for? Jean smiled and replied, in every small town, there are invariably unsolved cases and numerous incidents of animal attacks, many of which are linked to the supernatural. As one of the foremost hunters in the Atkinson family, Chris was certainly astute. The moment Jean finished speaking, he grasped the implication. You wish to investigate whether any of those cases involve werewolf attacks or are connected to werewolves. Jean nodded. Precisely. Moreover, a pack need not consist solely of werewolves. If there are other supernatural beings within the group, it could prove quite fascinating. Chris agreed. Very well. I will introduce you to the sheriff, but I hope you can promise me not to harm ordinary people or to transform others lightly. Jean dismissively waved his hand. Relax. I have no intention of acting unless provoked. The vehicle traversed the entrance of the small town and came to a halt in front of the motel Jean had mentioned. I am immensely grateful. After some contemplation, I feel compelled to remind you that the two werewolves who attacked Kate and the one she injured are not of the same faction. The assailant appears to be an alpha, whereas the one wounded is likely an omega. Chris's expression turned grave as he inquired, Jean, are you certain? Jean nodded affirmatively. I am quite certain. I was present before their arrival, thus I witnessed everything clearly. Exercise caution. Including myself, there are likely 3, if not more, factions of werewolves present. The Hall family will not initiate attacks on humans, nor will I, but I cannot guarantee that the Alpha will refrain from doing so. Chris grasped the underlying issue, asking, are you suggesting that Omega we encountered belongs to the Hall family? Jean spread his hands in acknowledgement. Chris continued, indeed. We intend to use her as bait to capture Derek. Jean nodded in agreement. Thus, the lone wolf is likely Derek. Over the years, Derek and his sister Laura have not targeted ordinary individuals. Taking action against him would be considered a breach of etiquette. If, and I emphasize if, it is possible, do endeavor to rescue him. It is evident from previous events that he too is searching for that alpha, which could be advantageous for you. Kate remarked with a hint of skepticism, ultimately, isn't this about your desire to draw Derek closer to your faction? Jean nodded, responding with conviction, indeed. I wish to incorporate Derek into my faction. However, the prerequisite remains that he must not readily harm ordinary individuals after joining. Chris turned to Jean and said, I will consider it. We are leaving. With that, he started the car and departed from the inn, clearly displeased with Jean's arrogance. However, there was little he could do, as Maigrein held an excessively high position within the realm of the mysterious. This rendered Chris powerless against Jean. The precise origins of the werewolf remain unclear. Yet there exist some credible rumors. It is said that among the Druids, who revered nature, some believed that to safeguard the balance of nature, one required formidable strength. They merged the power of beasts with their own, transforming into beings capable of shape-shifting into animals, the earliest form of shapeshifters, known as the Claw Druids. Nonetheless, balance is an inherent force of nature and the most fundamental rule. When one acquires something, one must relinquish something else. The Claw Druids sacrificed certain aspects of themselves, notably, the one who could transform into a wolf lost his sanity. Through countless generations of effort, they managed to convert this flaw into a temporary loss of reason, which is the reason werewolves lose control on nights of the full moon. However, some ancient beings, or those with strong willpower can, during the full moon, control their desires, albeit at the cost of expending considerable energy to suppress them. It is said that the Maigrein family is a descendant of the original Claw Druids, being the only known lineage that can maintain their sanity during a full moon without expending energy. The ancient legacies, rigid regulations, the commitment to maintaining the equilibrium of nature, and the inexplicable bond with the Druids, alongside the vulnerability of lacking a full moon, render the Maigrein family's standing in the realm of mystique extraordinarily unique. It is precisely this distinctive status that enables Chris, who adheres to the Hunter's Code, to engage in meaningful conversation with Jean. Observing the distant automobile, Jean shook his head in resignation. He had indeed assisted Derek, yet he felt utterly powerless to influence Chris's choices. One can only hope that this time, Scott refrains from sneaking into the Atkinsons' abode to pilfer ammunition. Jean holds a favorable impression of Scott, thus he is inclined to avert any potential dangers. He turned and entered the inn behind him, now well past 3 in the morning. Although the front desk was not closed, the attendant was clearly dozing off. "Wake up," Jean called out to the slumbering clerk. The attendant, somewhat dazed, opened his eyes and gazed at Jean, stating that check-ins were no longer being processed at this hour. Jean shook his head and produced his identification, offering it forth. "I had reserved a room in advance, but unfortunately encountered some mishaps on the road." The clerk, visibly irked, accepted the identification and compared it with the reservation records before handing over a key along with the documents. "Second floor, room 203. Jean took the key, nodded in appreciation, and said, "Thank you." He then ascended the staircase to the second floor, located room 203, and entered after unlocking the door. Chapter 3. Derek in the dimly lit room. Jean reclined upon his bed, finally able to indulge in a much-needed respite after several days of intense travel. His mind drifted, untangling the myriad thoughts that had accumulated. Jean was not of this world. He was merely an ordinary university student from the land of flowers. Like many of his peers, his life had been predominantly filled with solitude and gaming. Originally, Jean had been engrossed in an old game, Yamaguchi Mountain, when he decided to take a moment to check the recently updated 7th season of Teen Wolf while waiting for a boat to cross. The series Teen Wolf was not particularly popular in the land of flowers, nor was the genre of werewolves in general, with the show itself possessing a rather niche audience. Initially unaware of the series, Jean's fascination with the werewolf mythos led him to play as a werewolf in the game. It was through a recommendation from a friend in his guild that he discovered the show, and after watching several seasons, he found it to be quite enjoyable, provided that the director did not shift the focus from the werewolves to other mystical beings. In a moment of excitement, Jean, in a fit of fervor, knocked over a can of cola beside his computer, leading to an unfortunate loss of consciousness. Admittedly, I recognize that such a method of crossing over seems rather pedestrian in today's context. The phenomenon of transmigration has evolved into a captivating spectacle, where, with a stroke of luck, one might simply board a taxi driven by a fellow traveler to embark on their own journey. In contrast, Jean's rather antiquated experience of crossing over due to an electric shock feels like a relic of a bygone era. Perhaps it is due to the ancient method of traversal that Jean, upon arriving in this world, finds himself a member of an age-old family. Curiously, the name of this family coincides with that of the Wolf King of Yamaguchi, known as Maigrein. Jean's own name serendipitously aligns as Jean Maigrein, the former Wolf King. Initially, Jean was uncertain about the world he had entered. Upon hearing the name Maigrein, he momentarily believed he had arrived in the realm of Yamaguchi. However, the sight of smartphones, automobiles, and computers soon confirmed his suspicion that he was indeed in a world akin to a game. As he continued to hear references to the Hunter family and the Skeleton Gang, his realization crystallized. He was in the world of the Little Wolf. Given that Jean was somewhat acquainted with this realm, it was only natural for him to prepare and adapt. Thus, he departed from his family estate in Europe and journeyed to Beaconshire in Boston, USA. As one of the beacons of the world, Beaconshire offers experiences that are unparalleled elsewhere and provides a continuous opportunity for growth, a testament to the power of the sacred tree, even in its demise. As Jean's thoughts evolved, time gradually passed, ushering in the morning of the following day. At present, Jean is still a high school student. Thus, enrolling in Beaconshire High School is imperative. His primary objective for the day is to complete the enrollment process and secure new accommodations. Stepping into Beaconshire High School, he is immediately enveloped by an atmosphere of freedom. The entirety of Beacon High School is quite expansive, with a plethora of vehicles parked beside the entrance. ranging from sports cars to sedans, trucks, and motorcycles, showcasing an impressive variety. This spectacle prompted Jean to contemplate the acquisition of a new vehicle, particularly since his previous one was merely a rental and had unfortunately broken down. While musing over such thoughts, he was suddenly alerted by the sounds emanating from a nearby classroom. To be candid, Jean found himself somewhat vexed by the extraordinary hearing abilities bestowed upon him as a werewolf. Blocking out the sounds often led to missing significant events, yet remaining attuned to them could be rather bothersome. Consequently, Jean typically kept his heightened hearing activated, which enabled him to overhear the ongoing conversation. If Derek isn't the alpha wolf, then who bit you? I am uncertain. Did the alpha wolf kill the bus driver? I do not know. Does Allison's father know about the alpha wolf? I have no idea. It was evident that someone was becoming exasperated by the inquiries. Jean chuckled softly and shook his head as he entered the academic building. Coincidentally, the school bell rang to signal the end of the class. However, what caught Jean's attention was an approaching figure, Derek Hall. Indeed, he was the very individual shot by Kate the previous night. One need not inquire how Jean recognized him. The pungent odor of wolfsbane clung to Derek, reminiscent of garlic, and was unmistakably accompanied by the scent of blood. Clearly, Chris had not heeded Jean's words from the previous night, or perhaps he had, yet chose to disregard Jean's counsel. They had no intention of stopping. Derek fixed his gaze upon a young man, whom Jean recalled from the original narrative as the later shapeshifter. Where is Scott McCall? Why should I divulge that to you? Because I am asking you politely, and I shall only do so once. All right, my friend, here's the deal. I will assist you in locating him, but in return, you must reveal to me what you sold him. How does that sound? Was it anabolic steroids or human growth hormone? Steroids. Impossible, perhaps Girl Scout cookies as well. Do you truly believe I am jesting? Are you mocking me? By the way, regardless of what you peddled, I have no desire to even glimpse at your samples. You appear utterly dreadful right now. Derek, evidently struggling to maintain his composure, declared, I will seek him out myself. The young man, of course, was unwilling to comply. Wait, we have yet to conclude our discussion. A werewolf afflicted by wolfsbane would become exceedingly weakened, prone to emotional volatility, and might even lose control of their transformation, which served to infuriate Derek. Hold on. Derek. Jean intervened just in time, halting Derek's outstretched claws. Who are you? Well, Jean McGrath. I trust you have heard of this name. Derek's gaze towards Jean was tinged with anger. You are that alpha? Jean hastily shook his head. No. I arrived here just yesterday. I could not possibly be the alpha you speak of. Then why are you stopping me? I understand your intentions regarding that individual, McGow. Is he your beta? No, but I trust him, Jean replied with a shrug. However, it matters little. The blue aconite is highly toxic to us, and your time is running short. I comprehend, hence I must hasten to locate him. Jean expressed his frustration. Very well, he should be over there. Do search for him. By the way, I happen to possess some blue aconite. Chapter 4. Enrollment. Derek paused in his departure, casting a bewildered glance at Jean. What do you want? Jean smiled and said, I have heard about your sister's situation. So what? Are you now an Omega? Derek's expression darkened significantly, his gaze towards Jean filled with discontent. If you know, then there is no need to voice it. Jean disregarded Derek's demeanor and continued, I intend to establish my own faction. Derek began to grasp the implications. You wish for me to join your faction? Jackson, overhearing their conversation and feeling overlooked, expressed his dissatisfaction. What are you two discussing? Moreover, who are you? And why are you here? Jean shot him a sidelong glance and replied, I am Jean Maigrein, recently transferred from Europe. As for what we are discussing, it does not concern you, does it? Having concluded his remarks, he disregarded the visibly irate Jackson and turned his gaze towards Derek. You do not have much time left. Consider your decision carefully, and when you are ready, you shall find me, provided you truly wish to. At this moment, Derek appeared to have perceived something, his expression a blend of confusion and gravity. Jean cast a glance in his direction, attuning his own senses to the situation. It was merely a matter of learning. Yet it was certain that it would evolve beyond that, akin to indulging in a romantic bath together. Inevitably, he would make his advances. What do you mean by that? Derek inquired. I mean, ensure he is adequately prepared. Oh, for heaven's sake, my Snow White, do remember to prioritize your safety. Oh, are you certain? We have only been on one date, for goodness sake. Do not behave like a girl in a tizzy. Let him savor a taste of sweetness. Wait, what constitutes a taste of sweetness? My goodness, you genuinely harbor feelings for him, do you not? Well, He is quite exceptional. When I first moved here, I had resolved to avoid romantic entanglements until after college, as I was always relocating. Yet, upon meeting him, he truly stood apart. I cannot articulate why. I understand, for your brain is releasing phenylethylamine, and it has begun to overflow. What? Never mind. Let me teach you how to navigate this. When is he coming? After school. As Jean was immersed in an engaging moment, a jarring bell rang out, piercing through his heightened senses. It must be said that the sound of the class bell was indeed quite grating. Rubbing his ears, Jean glanced at Derek, who was equally disturbed by the cacophony, and inquired, "You know where he intends to go, don't you? You must be aware of the girl's family's background. Perhaps this is your opportunity to uncover that bullet." The first member of his clan should still be wandering in Beacon Hill, if Jean recalled correctly. She was likely still trapped in the form of a wolf. However, for Jean, the alpha, this was of little concern, as an alpha possesses the ability to control the transformations of other werewolves, even those not belonging to his clan, such as the law of the wolves. Of course, Jean was unaware of her exact location at that moment, but there was no rush. He had ample time at his disposal. Peter's identity remained undisclosed, and Kate was still alive. Those grotesquely powerful alphas would not be making an appearance just yet. Standing before the principal's office, Jean took a deep breath. Regardless of the circumstances, he could never maintain the same composure he exhibited with others when facing any principal. Perhaps this was a remnant of his previous life. "Good afternoon. Principal, I am Jean Maigrein, the one you spoke with earlier." The principal, seated at his desk, lifted his gaze to Jean, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. "Ah, you must be Mr. Maigrein. I recall you called me earlier regarding your transfer to our school." Jean nodded in affirmation. The principal hesitated briefly before inquiring. "As far as I know, Mr. Maigrein, you previously attended school in Europe, specifically at Eton College. What prompted such a sudden move to the United States, particularly to a small town like Beacon Hill?" Jean smiled and offered an explanation. The principal nodded, realizing that his curiosity about Jean's reasons for relocating was merely a formality, as he welcomed any promising student with open arms, especially one with such generous means. "Welcome to Beacon Hill High School," he declared. Jean accepted his identification, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you very much." The principal interjected, however, "Mr. Maigrein, you arrived rather late today. School should have already dismissed. How about this? Come by tomorrow, and I will arrange for someone to give you a tour of the school." Jean nodded with a smile, saying, "All right, thank you, principal." The principal responded with a nod. Lastly, "Welcome to the enchanting town of Beacon Hill." Jean expressed his thanks and departed the principal's office, feeling quite pleased with his successful enrollment at Beacon Hill High School. Although he had read few novels in his past life, he had retained some understanding of them. The world of these is distinct from others. It offers little in terms of opportunities to seize. However, by following the main storyline, one can still experience a life unlike any other. Of course, with opportunity comes risk. Reflecting on the challenges the protagonist's team will face in the future, Jean finds the prospect rather intriguing. To stay aligned with the main narrative, it is essential for him to enter the high school at Beacon Mountain, a step that is also necessary given his current age. Chapter 5. Acquiring a residence. Having resolved the issue of enrollment, Jean's next task is to find a place to live. His requirements for accommodation are somewhat particular. Firstly, the space must be ample. He envisions having a community of his own, although he anticipates that the number of people in his group will not be excessively large. A larger space would provide a suitable venue for gatherings, akin to a small stronghold. Many alphas adopt such practices, as their residences also serve as their territory. In addition to the need for spaciousness, Jean desires a comfortable dwelling, as he is someone who places great emphasis on the quality of life. Although the Hall family's house has been destroyed, reconstructing and renovating it could transform it into a delightful abode. Moreover, its proximity to the ancient oak and the presence of the sacred cave offer the possibility of performing sacrifices when necessary, thereby restoring the power of the holy tree. Indeed, had Derek chosen to join Jean's clan, Jean would have been more than willing to shield Derek from the forthcoming tribulations. He even contemplated altering the narrative to reveal to Derek the identity of his sister's murderer. Regrettably, given Derek's current demeanor, it appears he is disinclined to affiliate himself with any other group. This sentiment is understandable, especially considering the Hall family boasts a formidable alpha who nearly ascended to the status of Wolf King. Derek would undoubtedly find it intolerable to play a subordinate role. In terms of housing, beyond the aforementioned considerations, Jean must also ponder a more pressing concern: seclusion and soundproofing. Otherwise, during the full moon, the neighbors might become suspicious. While Jean himself does not grapple with the loss of control that afflicts other werewolves during the full moon, this does not imply that every member of his future clan will possess the same composure. It is essential to recognize that the very first candidate for his clan may not meet this criterion. Ultimately, Jean was unable to locate a dwelling that met his aspirations and, relying on his foresight, decided to acquire the building that Derek would eventually inhabit. Derek is undeniably affluent. However, Jean is not lacking either. Yet, it is worth noting that Jean's wealth originated from his family before he arrived in America. According to the customs of their werewolf lineage, it is customary to bestow a sum of money upon children upon their coming of age and to grant them independent accounts. However, due to Jean's decision to sever ties with his family and venture across the ocean to America, his personal account was established prematurely. The funds he used to purchase this building were derived from that allocation. In other words, Jean is quite possibly devoid of funds at this moment. Well, not possibly, he is indeed without money. Jean is indifferent to his financial situation, for he is acutely aware that there exists a substantial sum in a certain place beneath Beacon Hill High School. Yes, it is the vault of the Hall family. While it may be deemed impolite to intrude upon another's vault, Jean believes that if a descendant of the Hall family were to enter, it would be acceptable. Indeed, Jean is aware that besides the Derek siblings and the formidable Peter, there exists another individual, the prime candidate of Jean's lineage, Maria Tart, also known as Maria Hall. She is the daughter of Peter but was sent away by Peter's sister, who is Derek's mother. As for the matter concerning Maria, it is best reserved for discussion until Jean has located her. Now, regarding the house Jean has purchased, it appears from the outside to be little more than a factory's dilapidated shell, and in truth, it is not far removed from that reality. The ground floor of the house is a veritable factory of noxious fumes, and Jean has no immediate plans for its tidying. It may, in the future, serve as a place where newcomers to the clan can familiarize themselves with their innate powers. Ascending the staircase, one encounters a massive iron door, electrically operated. Though it can be manually opened, however, such an endeavor would be quite laborious, and Jean has disabled this manual function. It is worth noting that this building possesses an independent power source, alleviating any concerns regarding power shortages. Furthermore, should the door be opened or closed without prior authorization, alarms within will be triggered. Werewolves can certainly be regarded as wolves, and wolves have long been known for their customs of territorial dispute. While werewolves may not readily trespass into another's territory, this is not an absolute rule, as there exist some, like that clan, who roam the world without a fixed domain, posing a potential threat to all clans. Additionally, there are hunters. Not all adhere to the ancient covenants and rules that discourage attacks on the Maigrein. Moreover, the mysterious beings of this world, such as the Yeti and the repugnant lamprey, add to the complexity of the situation. Stepping through the grand door into the living quarters reveals a style that is entirely distinct from that of the exterior. Jean, after all, is not Derek, nor does he possess the same lethargy, neglecting even the decor of his abode. Upon entering the living area, one is greeted by a grand hall, where expansive floor-to-ceiling windows bathe the room in sunlight during the day and allow the gentle moonlight to cascade in at night. As werewolves, they draw strength from the moon. Prolonged absence from its light can render them weak, irritable, and uncontrollably tempestuous. Before the grand windows lies a sizable table adorned with a tablecloth depicting a world map, marked with various points and lines. The points signify the sacred trees, akin to lighthouses, while the lines trace the currents beneath the Earth's surface. Though the mystical realm remains enigmatic, it shares commonalities with the technological domain. Among the two phrases that Jean holds dear is the notion that the culmination of science leads to theology, and the foundation of theology is rooted in science. This principle is one of the traditions of the Maigrein family. Even upon establishing his own clan, the family crest shall remain emblematic of the Maigrein lineage. In the left corner of the room stands a bar, flanked by two cabinets of spirits. Scattered between the bar and the writing desk are various chairs and tables, a space Jean has designated for future gatherings of his clan, a locale for casual conversation, leisure, and convivial libations. Above the bar, a staircase ascends to the upper levels of the building, gracefully curving near the wall, forming an elegant L shape. On the opposite side of the staircase, against the wall, stands a collection of bookshelves adorned with a myriad of books, predominantly encompassing mythology, classical texts, and history. Naturally, There are also modern literary works, classical literature, psychology, and finance among the contemporary volumes. In the corner beside the bookshelves resides a fireplace. However, it is not the traditional kind that burns wood and coal, but rather an electric fixture that mimics the appearance of a fireplace while serving as a source of illumination and warmth. Surrounding the fireplace are several single armchairs, with a modest coffee table positioned at their center. On the opposite side of the fireplace sits a coffee machine, thoughtfully provided by Jean for his convenience while indulging in his reading. Ascending the staircase to the second floor, one is greeted by a large carpet strewn with a few chairs and a sofa. Facing the carpet is a television cabinet, upon which rests a television set. Beneath it lies the main unit of a gaming console alongside several game discs. Beyond this leisure area, a lengthy corridor unfolds, with 3 adjacent rooms lining the left side. Directly opposite the door of the central room is another corridor, flanked by 2 rooms on either side. These are designated as bedrooms, prepared for future members of Jean's clan. Jean has never intended to gather a large number of people. Counting himself, around 7 individuals would suffice. Indeed, unless unforeseen circumstances arise, 7 should be adequate. Of course, Jean would be delighted to welcome Scott and his companions into his clan, as they constitute the core group. The world of the young wolves is unlike any other. It is not merely the absence of the main characters that ensures safety. Each event within this realm possesses the potential to threaten the entire world. Jean stepped into the first room on the left, which served as his bedroom. Oh, I almost forgot. The second-floor hall and the third-floor lounge of the building are equipped with alarm devices. Should anyone enter through unconventional means, the alarm would sound, alerting those within the premises to prepare for the intruder. This place would henceforth be Jean's stronghold, his home, his territory, as well as that of his clan. Indeed, it could only be here, for Jean had invested nearly all his assets in purchasing and renovating the building. The remaining funds were scarcely sufficient to cover property taxes. In truth, it would be inaccurate to describe his efforts as renovation. The space had already undergone considerable transformation. It was rumored that the previous owner, a factory proprietor, intended to convert it into a bar, but for reasons unknown, that endeavor failed, leading to the property's sale. Thus, after Jean acquired the place that afternoon, his tasks were limited to installing the alarm system, purchasing furniture and appliances, and setting them up. Even these seemingly simple tasks consumed a significant amount of Jean's time. By now, it was already midnight. Had Scott not retrieved that bullet, it is likely that Derek would have perished by this hour. According to the original narrative, Scott had indeed obtained the bullet and subsequently saved Derek. However, Jean could not ascertain whether his arrival would instigate a butterfly effect, potentially altering the course of events that were meant to transpire. It was crucial to note that Derek could not afford to perish just yet. His death would leave no one capable of opposing Peter, ultimately leading to Peter's demise. Without Peter, Scott could never hope to possess the potential to become an alpha, nor could he establish the clan that would follow. Contemplating this, Jean resolved to pay Derek a visit. After retrieving some blue aconite from his belongings, Jean exited the house and casually inquired with a passerby about the most renowned veterinary clinic in the area. In Jean's recollection, the best veterinary clinic in town was indeed operated by the Druid who had previously belonged to Derek's mother's clan. It was highly probable that Scott had chosen that very location to take care of Derek. Jean's memory proved accurate. The clinic was indeed the finest, as it was the sole veterinary establishment in the small town of Beacon Hill. Consequently, it was naturally regarded as the best. Due to the absence of a vehicle, Jean made his way on foot. Given that it was already somewhat late, he was unperturbed by the prospect of arriving a tad later. If Derek could endure, a slight delay would be inconsequential. If he could not, then a few extra moments would make little difference. Before reaching the clinic, Jean caught sight of its exterior. The architectural style of the clinic exuded an industrial aesthetic, resembling a diminutive factory from the outside. However, Jean could distinctly perceive the extraordinary nature of this edifice. It was constructed from tulip wood, and even in areas where tulip wood was absent, it was interspersed with tulip wood ash. When a closed loop of tulip wood ash formed at a mere centimeter, the enigmatic creatures of the mystical realm could neither enter nor exit. Truly, it was fitting for a druid who had once followed the Wolf King. Upon entering the clinic, Jean observed Scott hastily rushing inside. At that moment, Jean realized that Derek was still alive, though likely not for long. No longer meandering, he immediately quickened his pace and followed Scott into the room. "You have just interrupted the nightmare that has haunted my life," Jean heard Styles, Scott's close friend, exclaim as he entered. Then came Derek's faint voice. Did you obtain it? How do you intend to use it? Styles inquired. I want to. No, Derek? Derek. Scott and Styles took on the tasks of retrieving the bullets and rousing the unconscious Derek, respectively. Chapter 7. Memories. At this time, Jean stepped inside. No need to call out. Who are you? Ignoring him, Jean approached Derek and said, We'll discuss this later. First, help me lift him onto the table if you wish to save him. Styles, evidently more astute than Scott, quickly grasped the situation and assisted Jean in elevating Derek. What will you do? Scott then asked Jean, finally catching up. Jean did not raise his gaze to Scott. Instead, he diligently examined Derek's condition. While inspecting, he informed Scott that the bullet embedded in Derek contained the ashes of aconite, specifically the rare blue variety. As he spoke, he retrieved a small paper pouch from his pocket. By the way, you are familiar with aconite, I presume? Scott nodded in acknowledgement, while Styles interjected. It is a highly toxic substance for werewolves, known as the bane of wolves. Jean nodded in agreement, his hands remaining in motion as he continued. He opened the pouch to reveal some seeds. Pouring the seeds onto the table, he produced a lighter, igniting the seeds as he elucidated to Scott. Certain varieties of aconite pose significant threats to werewolves, such as the blue aconite, an exceedingly rare yet more lethal type. If one were to be poisoned by blue aconite, the remedy lies in locating more seeds of the same variety and igniting them. A sudden spark erupted on the table as Jean ignited the seeds. Did you witness that reaction? He inquired. At that moment, a plume of blue smoke ascended from the seeds. By pressing these ashes into the wound, one can counteract the poison of blue aconite. With that, he gathered the ashes and pressed them into the singular puncture on Derek's right forearm. Suddenly, Derek was jolted awake by the pain, his body convulsing as his cries transformed into a wolf's howl. With a roar, the prominent black veins on Derek's arms gradually receded, as a blue mist emanated from the bullet wound, which then healed itself. Wow, that's incredibly cool, Styles exclaimed excitedly. At that moment, Derek was fine. Sitting up from the table, Scott promptly inquired, Are you okay? Derek's complexion remained somewhat pallid. I won't die, but it hurts like hell. Looks like you're starting to crack jokes. That must be a good sign of recovery, Styles quipped. Scott, slightly displeased, retorted, We just saved your life. I need you to stay out of our sight, all right? Upon noticing Derek's gaze directed at him, Scott further threatened, If you don't comply, I will inform Allison's father about all of this. Derek, feeling a surge of anger, thought he had never encountered such a foolish werewolf. Do you trust them? Do you believe they can help you? Why not? They are far better than you, Scott replied, taken aback by the assertion. Jean, unable to hold back, cast a bemused glance at Derek. Tell me, Derek, is this your sister Beta? So foolish. Or did your sister teach him nothing? Derek shook his head. No. He is the beta of the alpha who killed my sister. It was then that Scott recalled his inquiry regarding Jean and turned to Derek. Who is he? Is he also a werewolf? That alpha? Derek glanced at Scott with a hint of exasperation, realizing that Scott was somewhat naive, or perhaps simply inexperienced. No, he was merely new here. Jean turned his gaze towards Scott, smiling as he introduced himself. Jean Maigrein. I've just transferred here, and I suppose we will be classmates from now on. Suddenly, Jean's eyes shimmered with a striking crimson hue, the kind that those who attain alpha status through conquest lack. Jean was a natural alpha. Of course, though distinct from the true alphas, he had been born as one. However, to grow stronger, he still needed his own pack, or to seize power through slaughter. An alpha, Jean completed his thought. Upon seeing the color of Jean's eyes, Scott instinctively took a step back. Let me tell you just how formidable those hunters are. Scott's attention was immediately captivated, diverting from Jean. What do you mean? For hunters, werewolves are their prey. They capture you and use you to locate other wolves in your pack, or they may kill you, severing you in half and hanging you from a tree as bait. And do you truly believe they are benevolent? Follow me. With that, Derek nodded at Jean and led Scott out of the clinic, into the car, and on to Beacon Hill Hospital. Entering Beacon Hill Hospital, they ascended to the 3rd floor, where the inpatient rooms were located. Derek approached a patient room and opened the door. Inside sat a person confined to a wheelchair, appearing as if in a vegetative state. Utterly oblivious. Who is he? Scott inquired. Derek's expression grew somber. My uncle, Peter Hall. Was he a werewolf like you? Once. But now he can scarcely be considered human. 6 years ago, while my sister and I were attending classes at school, our home caught fire, trapping 11 individuals inside. He was the sole survivor. How can you be certain it was arson? Derek scoffed, because aside from them, no one knew our secret. Therefore, it must have been intentional. What could explain this? As he spoke, Derek turned Peter's wheelchair, revealing Peter's face, disfigured from severe burns. They claim to only kill adults, and they require evidence to act. Yet, among my family, there were also utterly ordinary individuals, including children. This is the so-called good deed they performed. Allison will follow suit in the future. Chapter 8. The assault. Derek's emotions surged as he spoke, but at that moment, a nurse approached. How did you get in here? Derek's agitation subsided as he replied. We'll be leaving now. After speaking, he led Scott out of the infirmary, with Jean trailing silently behind them. Before departing, she cast a lingering glance at Peter, who was undeniably a formidable adversary, one who, despite having faced death once, continued to devise various schemes and plots. Peter could indeed be considered a cunning strategist. However, in the grand scheme of things, his presence did not equate to that of a monstrous entity. The strength of alphas is contingent upon the power of their respective packs. Jean was uncertain whether Peter had allied himself with a pack of beta wolves, but she was certain he had not. Following her visit to Peter, Jean began to ponder whether to pursue Mara as initially intended or to first cultivate a few beta wolves to establish her own pack. From the outset, Jean had remained wary of the alpha group led by Diocalion. The alphas of the Maigrein family would undoubtedly pique her interest, and thus, once her presence at Beacon Hill became known, she anticipated he would soon arrive. A murder had occurred at a gas station, attributed to an alleged beast attack. However, those acquainted with the mysterious side of the world would recognize it as the work of werewolves. Ordinary individuals remained oblivious to the true nature of the assailant, perceiving it merely as a beast attack, albeit one perpetrated by an unusually large creature. Once the news broke, Derek swiftly brought Scott to the scene, standing at a distance to observe. At this moment, Derek was instructing Scott on how to approach the situation. Accompanying them was Styles, who had come alongside his sheriff father. Sheriff Noah Sterling sat in his vehicle, gazing into Styles' eyes as he commanded, "Stay in the car." With that, he exited the vehicle, disregarding Styles' overwhelming curiosity. "Paul, secure this area," the sheriff proclaimed as he stepped out. Styles, perched in the car, scanned his surroundings with keen interest, only to be taken aback by a startling revelation. The individual who had reported the incident, the very discoverer of the case, was none other than his classmate and secret crush, Jackson Whitmore, alongside Lydia Martin. No way. Meanwhile, Jackson appeared to be growing increasingly impatient, having just endured an assault and now finding himself detained by the authorities. The sheriff attempted to console him, saying, I understand. But the paramedics indicated that you sustained a significant head injury. They merely wish to ascertain whether you have a concussion. I truly empathize." The sheriff's countenance was grim. Jackson's parents wielded considerable influence and wealth, leaving him unable to adopt a forceful demeanor with Jackson. Yet, at this moment, he could not permit Jackson to leave. At that juncture, Styles emerged from the car, interjecting, "Oh my goodness, is that a body?" The sheriff cast a weary glance at Styles. Everyone stepped back. Meanwhile, atop the convenience store of the gas station, Derek and Scott crouched, observing the unfolding events below. Derek inquired of Scott, "Can you recall anything?" Scott shook his head, recalling the act of murder, yet perplexed as to its purpose. Was this truly the customary exercise we ought to engage in? Surely, we do not rise in the dead of night to commit murder, do we? Undoubtedly, we are predators, but not assassins, unless one desires to embrace the role of a killer. Confounded, Scott posed the question, why would one choose to become a murderer? Derek inhaled deeply, turning away as he responded, "We shall uncover the answer to that question." Scott cast a lingering gaze upon the lifeless body on the ground before following Derek's lead in departing. However, neither of them noticed the immense vortex painted on the rooftop of the small supermarket, a symbol within werewolf culture denoting vengeance, an unending quest for retribution. Clearly, this assault was a manifestation of that wolf's desire for revenge. "Where are we headed?" Scott inquired. "To seek Jean," came the reply. "Why must we find him? His lineage hails from an ancient family. Thus he possesses knowledge beyond our grasp." With that, Derek raised his voice to the heavens, letting out a howl. Wolves communicate through howls, and they also use them to summon companions. Werewolves are no different. Although Jean and Derek belong to distinct packs, Jean would certainly recognize Derek's call and come to their aid, even if he had just settled into slumber. "Well, you know, I have my own life, right?" Scott said to Derek, clearly wishing to depart. "No, you don't," Scott retorted with irritation. "I do. I am not concerned about that you speak of. Treating me as some sort of pet or..." Derek patiently reminded Scott, his pack. Fine, whatever. I still have assignments to complete. I have to attend a parent-teacher meeting tomorrow because I failed my chemistry exam. Do you want to do homework? Or would you prefer to stay alive? The full moon is less than a week away. If you don't join him in hunting, he will hunt you instead. Seriously, who made these rules? Chapter 9. Birthday joining his pack requires a ritual. Do you know of any other rituals? Graduating from high school. And it doesn't require any killing to accomplish. Why can't you seek him out yourself? Why can't you detect his whereabouts while he is in human form? Because the scent of a human may differ from that of a wolf. It may not be his true scent. A youthful voice called from outside, belonging to Jean, who had previously been awakened by Derek. Derek, what have you taught him? He doesn't recognize wolfsbane. He can't handle emergencies, and he lacks even basic knowledge of botany. Derek shook his head in mild exasperation. The full moon is approaching. I need to teach him how to control his transformation. Otherwise, during the full moon, he will lose control and become a danger. Jean shrugged and said, all right, take your time to teach. He then turned to Scott. Scott, Derek is correct. To find him, we must rely on you. You are his beta wolf, and there exists a unique connection between you two. Although you may not yet comprehend this connection, I believe Derek will instruct you on how to harness your abilities, albeit at a gradual pace. Derek nodded and addressed Scott. This way, you will be able to locate him. Scott sighed, expressing his reluctance. So, if I help you find him, can you stop him? Derek shook his head. I cannot do it alone. Unity will enhance our strength. The collective presence of the pack amplifies individual capabilities. Scott appeared perplexed and somewhat unwilling. If I am unaware of what I am doing, how can I be of assistance? Derek, slightly exasperated, responded, precisely because you know nothing, I must teach you. Do you recall the night of your first transformation? What transpired after your arm was shot? Right after you were attacked? Scott's emotions began to stabilize. Derek nodded. It was the same when you were struck by the car, wasn't it? Scott affirmed with a nod. Derek continued. What are the common characteristics of these events? Scott seemed taken aback, but Derek was not inclined to engage in further conversation. He grasped Scott's arm firmly and twisted it sharply. What are you doing? Derek spoke with a sense of ease, assuring, it will heal itself, you need not worry. Scott looked up at Derek, expressing his concern, but it will still hurt. At that moment, Jean interjected, this is the method that allows you to maintain your human form. Pain renders us vulnerable, thus preserving our humanity. By now, Scott had already healed. Jean, with keen interest, turned to Scott and remarked to Derek, he possesses remarkable talent. Derek nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, this might enable him to survive. Jean then turned to Derek and inquired, so, what was the purpose of summoning me? We have only just parted ways. Derek replied, not long ago, an attack occurred, a murder. Are you aware of it? Jean shook his head. Derek continued, it was perpetrated by that alpha. So, Derek questioned, we are not like the lampreys that require blood and attack humans, nor are we like the Yeti that feeds on humanity. We only enter a state of uncontrollable fury during a full moon, which is clearly not the case at present. Jean responded, are you seeking to understand why he chose to kill that individual? Jean pondered for a moment before speaking. If, as you suggest, he is not a murderer, then his attacks on others must serve a purpose. After all, with each life taken, the likelihood of his own existence being revealed increases. Moreover, he previously assaulted a hunter, yet fled upon Chris's arrival. Are you implying that his target at that time was Kate? Jean nodded. There must be some clues at the scene that you have overlooked. As far as I know, aside from the beast known as the Theron, it is rare for a werewolf to kill indiscriminately. They may commit murder, but they would never lightly attack a hunter, as that would equate to declaring war. Derek contemplated this for a moment before responding. I do recall an instance of a werewolf attacking a hunter, though it was quite some time ago. Back then, Bicon Mountain was home to numerous packs, one of which was led by an alpha wolf named Innis. After a member of his pack was unjustly slain by a hunter, he retaliated. Wait, it was revenge. Jean was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his few words would lead Derek to the truth. Revenge? Are you suggesting that the alpha might be seeking vengeance? Derek nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is quite possible that he is motivated by revenge. Jean then remarked, turning away from Derek, having said that, I shall take my leave. He had been sleeping soundly until Derek's shouting roused him. The fact that he had not retaliated was a testament to his civility. It was unreasonable to expect him to stay awake to assist. The following morning, Jean arrived at Bicon Mountain High School, which would soon become his alma mater. As I stepped into the corridor, I spotted Allison Atkinson, the daughter of the Atkinson family, frantically arranging a multitude of balloons in front of her locker. Clearly, she eventually succumbed to the chaos. Scott approached her side and inquired, "Is today your birthday?" Allison nodded, exclaiming, No. After a brief moment, she awkwardly added, "Well, yes, but please don't tell anyone else. I can't fathom how Lydia found out." With a hint of confusion, Scott responded, "Why didn't you tell me?" Jean, standing behind him, chuckled and remarked, "Scott, I believe this young lady prefers to keep her birthday a secret." "Oh, hello," Jean said, nodding and extending his right hand towards Allison. "I'm Jean, a friend of Scott's. You must be Allison, correct?" Chapter 10. Everyday life. Allison cast a puzzled glance at Scott, clearly questioning whether he truly considered Jean a friend. Upon seeing Scott's confirming look, she nodded and introduced herself. "I am Allison. Allison Atkinson." Jean nodded in acknowledgement. "I know your father, Mr. Chris Atkinson. He has spoken of you. I presume you wish to keep your birthday under wraps due to your previous school transfers?" Allison sighed, surrendering to the situation as she replied, "Yes. I am 17 this year." Scott, taken aback, exclaimed, "You're 17? Allison responded with exasperation, "I was trying to avoid this very reaction." "Why? What I mean is, I can understand, just as Jean mentioned, you had to repeat a year due to your frequent relocations, correct?" Allison, filled with joy, glanced at Scott and then leaned in to kiss his lips. Jean, feeling somewhat helpless, interjected, "Excuse me, both of you, I am still standing right here. Could you refrain from force-feeding others your romantic indulgences?" Allison had always been a cheerful girl, and considering that Jean was merely a friend of her boyfriend, their interaction suggested a cordial relationship, prompting her to inquire, "So, what are you doing standing here?" Upon saying this, both Allison and Scott erupted into laughter, clearly jesting. Jean sighed and shook his head, saying, "All right, I shall take my leave. Please continue." As he turned to depart, he cast a knowing glance at Scott, his eyes gleaming with a playful hint, as if to convey, "Young man, I have faith in you." Watching Jean's retreating figure, Scott turned to Allison with a smile, asking, "Shall we continue?" Allison nodded and replied to Scott, "You are the first to make the correct assumption. Others merely question me, asking if I've been held back, if my intelligence is lacking, or if I'm off to start a family." Scott, a look of disbelief mixed with a touch of sympathy on his face, asked, "Did they really say that on your birthday?" Allison reminisced about her past sorrows, her gaze downcast as she spoke softly, "Indeed. It has been like this from dawn until dusk." Scott sighed, desiring to offer consolation to Allison, yet as he opened his mouth, words eluded him. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he proposed, "What if we leave this place?" Allison raised an eyebrow, disbelief evident in her expression. "Skip class. Precisely, let us abandon an entire day of lessons." "You are persuading someone who has never skipped class to do so for a whole day?" "I refuse." "Oh, come on, it would be splendid. If the teachers discover it, their wrath will be mild. But what if it's you who gets caught?" Scott hesitated, clearly at a loss for words in light of Allison's inquiry. "All right, let us not dwell on such matters. Let us cast them aside," she declared, and with that, the two turned and departed the school with laughter. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Professor Adrian Harris reminded everyone, a gentle reminder, there will be a parent-teacher meeting tonight. Students with an average grade below A must attend. I will not call out your names, for the feelings of shame and self-pity are, in theory, far more disheartening than any punishment. As he spoke, he walked toward the front of the classroom and paused by Scott's desk, inquiring, "Has anyone seen Scott McGow?" Styles, seated at the back of the classroom, lifted his head from the book, his gaze towards Professor Harris filled with confusion. At that moment, Jackson pushed open the classroom door and entered. Harris approached Jackson, whispering, "Jackson, if you wish to leave early, do let me know." Jackson nodded, and Harris chose not to dwell on Scott's whereabouts, as his current grades were far from satisfactory. He continued onward and remarked, passing by Jean, "Mr. Maigrein, I am uncertain of your present capabilities, but I presume that, being from Eton, you should surpass these other students considerably. I hope you can surprise me in the near future. Oh, by the way, you need not attend the parent-teacher meeting tonight, as per the principal's directive. However, I would still like the opportunity to meet your parents." Jean looked up at Professor Harris and smiled, saying, "Professor, my parents are currently in Europe. I doubt they will make it in time for the meeting." Harris nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further, and spoke aloud. Styles, growing somewhat impatient, ceased his previous activity, realizing that the conflicts between students and teachers remained universally consistent. He redirected his attention from the textbook to the front row, addressing Danny Marlani. Danny, may I pose a question to you? Danny, showing little regard, replied, no. Staleston paused briefly before continuing. May I inquire if Lydia attended the roll call this morning? Danny lifted his head, pondered for a moment, and replied, no. Stale's expression darkened slightly, and he proceeded, may I pose another question? Danny remained steadfast in his refusal, still not possible. Does anyone know what transpired between her and Jackson last night? Stale, undeterred by Danny's rejection, pressed on. Danny cast a glance at Jackson, stating, he won't tell me. But he is your closest friend. Stale leaned in further. One more question. Is there no end to this? Do you find me charming? Upon hearing this, Danny was momentarily taken aback, for he was aware that he identified as homosexual. Stale's inquiry could potentially place him in a precarious situation. Jean, seated in front, burst into laughter at this remark. Harris, drawn by Jean's laughter, asked Mr. Maigrein, is there something amiss with what I said? Jean shook his head. No, Professor. Then why are you laughing? You speak quite well. I feel fortunate to have encountered such an excellent teacher. Chapter 11. Jackson. At that moment, the bell signaling the end of class rang, prompting everyone to exit the classroom and head towards the washroom. Jean took his time to relax until he caught a whiff of Derek's scent. Derek? What is he doing here? Scott is not at school today. Jean contemplated this and proceeded in the direction of the aroma that emanated from Derek. As he traversed through the dense fog, he discerned Derek standing at the entrance of the men's restroom, facing Jackson, who was pressed against the cabinet in a state of utter terror. I do not know where Scott is, Derek declared. I am not here to find Scott. I have come for you. Jackson, trembling with fear, stumbled over his words. I haven't done anything. Derek shook his head. No, of course you haven't done anything. But you have witnessed certain events, have you not? Jackson fervently shook his head. No, I saw nothing. Derek disregarded Jackson's denial. What was it? Speak. Was it some creature? A mountain lion? I truly saw nothing. I swear, I am not lying. Then calm yourself and repeat that, Derek urged. Repeat what? I am not lying. Tell me you saw nothing. Speak slowly. Derek. Jean could no longer bear to watch. He understood that Derek was intent on resolving a lingering issue. For if ordinary individuals were to uncover the existence of werewolves, they would descend into panic, envy, and potentially expose the secrets of the werewolves and the enigmatic realm. However, Jean has never regarded these matters as secrets. The existence of the mysterious has been evident throughout history, and ordinary individuals harbor a multitude of secrets as well. Presently, it is merely Derek seeking to enlist Jackson in locating Alpha. It is noteworthy that the Alpha encountered Jackson last night, but refrained from taking any action, which is rather peculiar. Jean, do not impede me. Jean smiled nonchalantly. Rest assured, Jackson did not lie. His heartbeat remained unchanged. Derek nodded, and Jean approached Jackson, inquiring, Are you all right? Jackson's demeanor was visibly frayed. All right. I was cornered by a lunatic at the bathroom door. Do you think I'm fine? Jean nodded and remarked, Well, evidently. You are no longer fine. Just as he was about to depart, Jackson seized Jean's hand and threatened, As a newly transferred student, not only do you know Scott, but you also know that madman. There must be some connection between you. He continued, I don't care what has caused Scott to become what he is now, but whatever you have given him, you shall give to me. Otherwise, I will expose your secrets. Jackson, believe me, you are engaging in a perilous endeavor. If I were you, I would release my hand immediately and sincerely apologize to me, and never provoke me again. Jackson seemed to find amusement in this, retorting, Apologize? Are you jesting? I hold leverage over you now. With a hint of exasperation, Jean shook his head and approached Jackson, leaning in close to whisper in his ear, Jackson, you must grasp an essential truth, one of great significance. If you intend to threaten someone, ensure that your standing is comparable to theirs, or that you can guarantee your own safety. Clearly, this is not the case now. In my eyes, you are no different from an ant. Jackson, out of respect for our shared experiences as classmates, I offer you one final piece of advice. Regardless of what you have uncovered thus far, do not delve any deeper. This matter bears no relation to you. It is for your own good. With that, he departed, disregarding the furious Jackson behind him. Truth be told, Jean held a certain fondness for Jackson. His heart was filled with conflict, as he was adopted by his current parents. This adoption instilled in him a relentless desire to bring honor to his family, driving him to excel in all pursuits. Lacrosse was his forte, and he served as the captain of the lacrosse team at Beacon Hills High School. However, Scott's sudden acquisition of werewolf powers overshadowed him, dimming his once radiant presence and igniting a fiery anger within Jackson. This desperation to uncover the source of Scott's newfound strength ultimately led to his own transformation into a shapeshifter rather than the werewolf he had sought to become. The bite or scratch of a werewolf can lead to transformation. Typically, if the host does not exhibit rejection and survives, they will become a werewolf. However, there are exceptions, particularly concerning psychological factors. In Celtic culture, it is believed that the transformation into a werewolf reflects the inner state of the individual. This concept has given rise to various other shape-shifting beings, such as leopard men, lion men, and other monstrous forms. The emergence of these hybrid creatures stems from an internal conflict regarding the desire to embrace werewolf identity, resulting in incomplete transformations. In essence, these shapeshifters, akin to lizard men, may be considered semi-werewolves, albeit with distinct differences. For instance, shapeshifters possess tails, whereas werewolves do not. Additionally, shapeshifters can produce a paralyzing toxin, a capability absent in werewolves. Furthermore, werewolves maintain control over their actions post-transformation, unlike shapeshifters. While werewolf bites and scratches can induce transformation, shapeshifters are not similarly affected. In the original narrative, after facing death, Jackson accepted his fate of becoming a werewolf. He relinquished his inner burdens and embraced his new identity, yet retained the tail and paralyzing toxin characteristic of shapeshifters. There is also a belief that if a shapeshifter does not release their psychological burdens, they may eventually gain control and gradually develop wings, evolving into a fully realized lizard man. Although Gene has yet to encounter either shapeshifters or lizard men, he firmly believes that he will soon witness a shapeshifter. Keep it up, Jackson, don't let me down. I am truly looking forward to encountering the shapeshifter, Gene mused. Chapter 12. The truth: the school day had not yet concluded, but Gene and Derek had already departed together. Indeed, Gene had skipped school on his very first day at this new institution. Among those at Beacon Hill, Derek, Scott, and Styles were the only individuals Gene could consider friends. To be frank, Gene was uncertain whether Styles could be deemed a friend. Their conversations were few and far between. Although his exchanges with Scott were similarly sparse, at least they belonged to the same kindred spirit. Due to his limited circle of friends and the fact that he had yet to find an opportune moment or justification to visit the police station for records, Gene followed Derek to the site of the Hall family residence. Sitting on the steps, Gene consumed the fast food he had purchased en route, observing Derek as he engaged in physical exercise on the ground before him. "Derek, what do you know about the fire that previously engulfed the Hall family home?" Gene inquired. Derek, grasping a partially charred doorframe, paused his pull-ups upon hearing Gene's question and leaped down. "I don't know much. Why do you ask?" Gene shook his head, rising to meet Derek's gaze. "I have discovered some information that bears a connection to the earlier blaze." Derek's expression shifted, his eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and urgency. "What kind of connection? Is that Alpha related to the Hall family?" Just as Gene was about to speak, he suddenly heard footsteps. He raised his hand, signaling Derek to wait, and then extended his superhuman hearing, catching snippets of a conversation between a woman and two men. "He intends for us to wait a moment. I will remember this until death." That equally implies we cannot eliminate him. However, it does not mean we cannot extend a greeting. It was evident that someone was approaching, likely a hunter. Gene glanced at Derek, who clearly had also discerned the situation. Their eyes met, and they promptly concealed themselves, eager to ascertain the identity of their visitor. With a resounding bang, the door was kicked open, revealing a man wielding a shotgun, followed closely by a woman, none other than Kate Atkinson, Chris's sister. Behind Kate trailed a young man, only a few years older than Gene, presumably one of the more gifted hunters. "Nobody," the man with the shotgun declared towards Kate. Kate shook her head, asserting, "No, he is here. He is merely less than hospitable." The young man jested. "Perhaps he has stepped out to bury bones in the backyard." Irritated, Kate shot a glare at the young man. "Really? Is this the time for jokes about dogs? We are on the brink of war, and this is your forte? If you wish to provoke him, that would be the way to do it." As Kate strode to the center of the house, she shouted loudly, "It's truly unfortunate that your sister passed away before she could give birth to her first litter. It's regrettable that when we cut her in half." She screamed like a harlot. Kate aimed to provoke Derek, and it was evident that she succeeded. Upon hearing Kate insult his deceased sister and acknowledge their role in her death, Derek could no longer contain himself. "No, Derek, they are trying to provoke you. Jean urged, glancing at the transformed Derek, but it was clear that Derek was not inclined to listen. He leaped from the ground, hurling the young man directly in front of him aside. As Derek took action, Jean, unwilling to stand idly by, also sprang into action, delivering a powerful punch that sent the hunter wielding a shotgun flying. He positioned himself beside Derek, confronting Kate. "Kate, are you seeking war with the werewolves? On behalf of your Atkinson family?" Kate responded with a wicked smile, gazing at Jean and Derek. "You are not worthy of our battle." With that, she retrieved a taser from her lower back, brandishing it single-handedly as she confronted both Jean and Derek. Derek, evidently unable to control his emotions due to the earlier incident involving his sister, charged recklessly toward Kate, disregarding Jean's attempts to restrain him. Kate, being a member of the Atkinson family, one of the rare hunter clans led by women, held significant stature within her lineage, despite the fact that the current leader was Chris's wife rather than herself. Her elevated status bestowed upon her not only agility, but also the audacity characteristic of her compatriots, along with a wealth of hunting experience. These attributes allowed Kate to remain utterly composed in the split second when Derek charged toward her. With a deft sidestep, she evaded Derek's assault, and with a fluid motion, her stun baton struck him. As Derek convulsed on the ground, reverting to his human form, Kate paid no heed to Jean on the other side, her gaze fixed instead upon Derek. "Wow, he is quite the specimen. I cannot decide whether to eliminate him or indulge in his allure," she mused. Jean furrowed his brow, directing a piercing glance at Kate. "Are you truly intent on engaging us in battle?" Turning to Jean, Kate replied, "An insolent pup, I have shown you mercy by refraining from attacking. It would be wise for you to vacate this place promptly." Jean shook his head in response. "I recall Chris advising you against recklessly confronting the Maigreins or insulting them. It seems you have paid no heed to his counsel." Kate's expression darkened as she regarded Jean. "Since you refuse to leave, I must express my regrets." With that, she advanced slowly toward Jean, wielding her stun baton. Jean, witnessing Kate's approach, felt a sense of resignation. "So, you intend to strike me now? I am curious. Are Chris and the others aware of your disregard for the rules? Or do other hunters know? I recall that the Skull Gang is known for their adherence to the code, yet they harbor a profound disdain for those who flout it. Do you dare to challenge them?" Kate halted her steps, clearly apprehensive of the presence of the Skull Gang. She turned to Derek and, after a moment of contemplation, addressed the two of them. Pausing briefly, she glanced at Jean and Derek before settling onto the sofa to continue. "This news may upset you greatly, but I must convey that we did not kill her." Chapter 13. The truth too. Derek regarded Kate with a wary gaze, and she discerned the implication behind his eyes. "You doubt my words. You believe I am lying?" With considerable effort, Derek rose from the ground. "This is not the first time you have deceived me." Kate slowly approached Derek, speaking softly. "Darling, you can use your mind-reading ability to ascertain whether I speak the truth, can you not?" Then, she enunciated each word deliberately. "We did not harm your sister. Are you certain?" My tone remained steady, devoid of any elevation, as I calmly recounted a rather brutal reality. "We discovered bite marks on your sister, Derek. Who do you believe inflicted them? A cougar, perhaps? Why do we not assist one another in extricating ourselves from this predicament? You might have to acknowledge your long-held suspicion. It was that alpha who murdered your sister. Simply reveal his identity to me, and we shall aid you in addressing this matter and avenging her. All issues will be resolved, and we shall all find joy in the outcome." Derek's eyes were filled with rage. He had come to believe, or rather, accept the harsh reality that his sister had perished at the hands of one of her own kind. Kate observed both Derek and Jean, and gradually, the smile faded from her face, replaced by an expression of disbelief. Unless, of course, she too was unaware of his identity. In a moment of irony, she chuckled, realizing she was no longer of value, and bent down to retrieve the weapon lying on the ground. Witnessing this, Jean swiftly pulled Derek and leaped out of the window. Standing idly, awaiting gunfire, was an act reserved for fools. After running for a while, Jean halted and turned to Derek. "Derek, you must understand. Regardless of who took your sister's life, be it one of our kind or a hunter, what you need to do now is to remain composed, locate that alpha, and eliminate him." Derek inhaled deeply. "I am aware. His existence may very well expose us all." Jean nodded in agreement. "Precisely, and you might be the last of the Hall lineage. If you do not intend to join a pack, you must establish one of your own. Forming a pack necessitates becoming an alpha," Derek interjected, continuing Jean's thought. Jean affirmed, "Indeed, you must become the alpha. Only then can you forge a pact. Jean paused, gazing toward the distant heights of Beacon Hill, and continued, moreover, Scott possesses remarkable talent. As I believe you are aware. However, the existence of that alpha currently constrains his development and may even alter his very being. Thus, that alpha must perish. Derek nodded and turned to Jean, inquiring, what was it you wished to tell me earlier? About that inferno? Jean hesitated, remaining silent. Perceiving his reluctance, Derek reassured him. Rest assured, I am not Scott. I will not act so recklessly. Jean nodded. Very well, I shall disclose this to you, but please do not become agitated. Derek agreed. All right, proceed. Jean began to speak slowly. Thus far, all those attacked by that alpha are connected to the fire at your family's home years ago. Aside from a few hunters, the bus driver was one of the arsonists. The clerk at the video store was an unexpected witness who aided the bus driver in corroborating the incident. Derek looked at Jean in disbelief. Are you suggesting that the alpha may be seeking vengeance for the Hall family? Jean nodded. I have visited the video store and discovered a pattern of whirlpools on the rooftop. You understand the significance of that symbol. Revenge, to the bitter end. Jean affirmed, indeed. Revenge, to the bitter end. Evidently, this alpha bears some connection to your Hall family, perhaps even. Jean hesitated momentarily before continuing, potentially a survivor from your lineage. Derek was somewhat incredulous, yet he retorted, but he killed Laura, he killed my sister. How can he possibly be my kin? Jean nodded, affirming, indeed. That is precisely the source of my bewilderment. However, apart from being a survivor of the Hall family, I can conceive of no other rationale for a werewolf to assist in avenging the Halls, especially with such relentless fervor. Derek concurred, that is true. Yet I simply cannot fathom who it might be. As he spoke, he glanced at Jean, noticing a hint of hesitation, as if he were grappling with some inner turmoil. Listen, Jean, you know me. Is there something you haven't disclosed? Jean turned to Derek, asking, are you certain you wish to hear it? Derek nodded affirmatively. Jean continued, very well, I must mention your uncle, Peter Hall. Derek furrowed his brow. In his current state, he is barely alive. How could he possibly be the alpha? Furthermore, he would never harm Laura. Jean spoke slowly. Derek, you must understand that Peter is also a werewolf, capable of regeneration. It is possible that the fire was immense and devastating, leaving him diminished in vitality. Nevertheless, he is still alive, and as long as there is life, there is the potential for healing. It may occur gradually, cell by cell, but rest assured, healing will ensue. Regarding your sister, I believe that when an individual is consumed by a desire for vengeance, to the point of relentless pursuit, nothing becomes a burden to them. They would readily sacrifice everything, including their own niece, your sister. Derek hesitated for a moment. I still find it hard to believe it could be him. Jean sighed. I am not asserting that it is definitively him, merely that he is a possibility, you know? I share this with you not to ascertain the identity of the culprit, but to caution you. The murderer may very well be someone close at hand, someone familiar to you. Derek nodded. All right, I understand. Rest assured. As they conversed, the two strolled leisurely towards the vicinity of Beacon Hill High School. At that moment, both heard a roar, a sound not of a wolf, but of a mountain lion. Are there really mountain lions in Massachusetts? Derek affirmed, indeed, there are, but they would never attack humans easily nor venture into human habitats. Jean pondered thoughtfully, so? This mountain lion has been deliberately placed here? To distract people, perhaps, to protect us. Chapter 14, The Messenger. Derek nodded. That seems plausible. But who is it that is aiding us? Jean mused. I recall someone. Perhaps it was he who did this. Derek looked at Jean, puzzled. Who? Jean remarked. Let us converse as we walk. This place is currently unsafe. Derek gazed at the Chris couple amid the crowd, the sheriff, along with the students, parents, and onlookers, realizing the chaotic mix rendered the environment indeed perilous. He nodded in agreement, replying, all right. Thus, Jean and Derek ventured into the woods adjacent to the school, swiftly making their way to a distant spot. Derek gradually halted and inquired, who was the person you mentioned earlier? Jean responded, I am uncertain at present. I shall seek him out and inquire. Derek nodded and followed closely behind Jean as they proceeded further. Gradually, Jean led Derek to a familiar location, the veterinary clinic of Beacon Hill. Is the individual you referred to Alan Deaton? Jean affirmed, it is highly likely to be him. Derek furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, but why would he act in such a manner? Does he know the alpha? Jean shook his head and then pushed open the clinic's door, addressing Derek. He is a druid, reputedly a messenger for your mother's clan. Derek, somewhat perplexed, questioned, messenger? At that moment, a voice resonated from within the clinic. It was indeed Alan Deaton's voice. Messengers are typically druids, and this bears some connection to the origins of werewolves. Generally, a messenger holds a significant status within the werewolf community, known only to the alpha wolves. Derek remained puzzled, asking, what is the role of a messenger? The emissaries assist the werewolves in resolving various issues, particularly those of a mystical nature. Thus, emissaries typically belong to professions such as veterinarians or psychologists. Alan elucidated, casting a puzzled glance at Jean. As I mentioned, only the alpha knows the identity of the emissary. How did you come to know mine? Jean chuckled lightly before explaining. The former she-wolf was quite renowned, and our family, the Maigreins, possesses extensive records concerning the emissaries. It is improbable that a being like the she-wolf would exist without an emissary in her lineage. After a brief pause, Jean continued, all emissaries are druids, and the principal tenet of the druidic order is balance. I had my suspicions that the she-wolf's emissary was still alive, yet I had no knowledge of their identity. Alan, intrigued, inquired, how then did you ascertain it was me? Jean replied, since my arrival in Beacon Hill, I have observed a significant anomaly. While Beacon Hill is not particularly large, it is rather surprising that there exists only your veterinary clinic in the vicinity. In this day and age, with the multitude of pets, having merely one clinic seems rather unusual and undoubtedly busy. Moreover, the most compelling evidence is that your clinic has been established here since the time when the she-wolf was still alive. In other words, if you are indeed a druid, you must have known the she-wolf. Alan nodded, acknowledging that is indeed a piece of evidence. However, it does not conclusively prove that I am a druid. Jean nodded. Therefore, I later sought out Raimai. I believe you are acquainted with her, a renowned Buddhist who was once a close friend and subordinate of Mother Wolf. As fate would have it, she knows you. Thus, your role as Mother Wolf's envoy is quite apparent. Alan nodded in acknowledgement. All right, I confess. I am indeed the envoy of Derek's mother. However, I am curious as to why the illustrious genius of the Maigrein family, Jean Maigrein, seeks information about me. Jean glanced at Derek before fixing his gaze on Alan. Speaking with great seriousness, I do not know if you have heard, but I intend to establish my own clan on Beacon Mountain. Our Maigrein clan must have an envoy. We are connected with many druids, but none of them are the envoys I desire. The envoy I most wish for is you. Alan furrowed his brow and turned to Jean. As a member of the Maigrein family, you should be able to discern Scott's potential, correct? Jean nodded. Are you suggesting that his qualities could enable him to become a true alpha? Alan affirmed, I believe it is not merely a possibility, but a certainty. He will undoubtedly become a true alpha, one who can attain power through sheer will rather than through plunder. Jean leaned against the cabinet door, regarding Alan with a sense of intrigue. But what of it? Even if he becomes a true alpha, you will not serve as his envoy, will you? Alan hesitated momentarily before nodding. Indeed, even if he were to become the alpha wolf, I would not serve as his envoy. Jean nodded in agreement. Thus, you continuously impart upon him various forms of knowledge. I presume, in due course, you shall also teach him the customary practices and healing methods of werewolves. You aspire to cultivate him into a new druid, a being that embodies both the alpha and the envoy? Alan affirmed with a nod. I have witnessed too many instances where alpha wolves harbor trepidation towards envoys, or vice versa. Many members of different wolf packs have suffered due to envoys taking action against alpha wolves. Hence, it is best for his pack to remain devoid of envoys. Jean interjected, expanding upon Alan's thoughts. Yet envoys are indispensable within the pack. They serve as healers, educators, and custodians of wisdom among wolves. Thus, you wish for Scott to become your apprentice. Alan nodded, at which point Derek interjected with a reminder. Our purpose here is the cougar. Jean then recalled their initial objective. Ah, yes, the cougar. So, Dr. Alan, did you release the cougar? Alan appeared taken aback. The cougar? Is there truly a cougar? Both Jean and Derek were equally astonished. You were unaware? Alan furrowed his brow. I did indeed see the photograph the sheriff showed me, and I was attempting to conceal this matter for your sake. However, I have not yet had the opportunity to take action, and furthermore, I had no intention of utilizing the cougar. Jean seized upon the crux of the issue and inquired. Photograph? Alan nodded. Indeed, the convenience store across from the audiovisual shop captured a photograph of that alpha on its surveillance camera. It appears to have aged significantly, with its wolfish traits remarkably pronounced, and its physique remains robust. Chapter 15. The Wild Wolf. Alan paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, it is not merely a single photograph. The camera not only recorded its wolf form, but also captured a shadowy figure in human form. Although the footage is rather indistinct, it undeniably poses a risk of exposing the existence of werewolves. Jean nodded in agreement. Thus, if you did not orchestrate this, it implies that others seek to conceal the matter, with the most suspicious party being that unknown alpha. Derek concurred. Indeed, presently, the only entity capable of this is that alpha. Jean turned towards Derek and said, Derek, I believe you are right. Then, Jean faced Alan. Dr. Allen, you may not be inclined to accept my invitation at this moment, but that is perfectly fine. You may take your time to contemplate it. Alan nodded. I shall consider it. Jean nodded in return and was about to bid farewell to Alan when he suddenly recalled something and turned to him. Dr. Allen, could you assist me with a favor? Alan looked at Jean with a hint of confusion. What favor? Jean hesitated for a moment before speaking. I have heard that a car accident occurred here previously, involving a family of 3, a mother and her 2 daughters. Strangely, there were claw marks and bite marks found within the vehicle. Alan pondered for a moment and replied, yes, I recall this incident. It must have been the case from 7 years ago when Sterlinski was elected sheriff. What? Do you suspect it was the work of a werewolf? Jean nodded. I wouldn't expect you to miss it. This incident likely stemmed from one of the children inside the vehicle losing control and transforming into a werewolf, which led to the mother's tragic accident. Alan looked at Jean. Are you suggesting that you want me to obtain the case files for you? You're considering bringing that werewolf into your pack? Jean shook his head. While I entertain such thoughts, I must first ascertain the nature of that werewolf. My pack is not open to just anyone. Alan nodded. Very well. In light of the centuries-old friendship between the Druids and the Maigreins, I shall assist you in requesting the case files from the sheriff. Jean expressed his gratitude towards Alan. Thank you very much. A day later, Alan delivered the case files to Jean. The documents meticulously detailed the events surrounding the incident, a tragic car accident in which the mother and her 2 children perished on the spot, with the body of the 9-year-old child subsequently dragged away, presumably devoured by wild wolves. Their vehicle veered off the road, plunging into a profound canyon, where only 2 lifeless bodies remained, marred by an abundance of bite and scratch marks. Jean harbored the knowledge of the truth, that these were the consequences of Maria's inability to control herself. Thus, as he examined the case files, the evident signs of a werewolf's handiwork were unmistakable. Coincidentally, the fateful night coincided with a full moon. In the case records, the most pertinent information for Jean was the documentation of the crime scene. Armed with this knowledge, he could track down the vehicle, which was now nestled among the remnants of abandoned cars surrounding Maria's dwelling. With the precise location in mind, Jean's task was to seek out that very place. As for attending school, well, every high school student carries a burden of unfulfilled regrets regarding missed classes. Besides, had not Scott and his friends also skipped school just the day before? Jean's first destination was not the forsaken vehicle, but rather Maria's lair. Standing at the entrance, he sighed. Maria had endured a life fraught with hardship over the years. Coyotes, commonly known as wild wolves, were seldom seen in Kitsune, and these solitary creatures typically thrived alone. This solitary nature likely meant that Maria had spent years living in isolation, burdened by guilt over her sister and mother. Trapped within the guise of a wolf, struggling to survive in this canyon. As Jean stood at the cave's entrance, he caught a whiff of Maria's scent. She was out hunting. He pivoted and sprinted into the dense forest, transforming mid-stride, quickly adapting to 4-legged speed as he raced toward the source of the alluring scent. The wild wolf harbors a disdain for its kind, exhibiting a remarkable intelligence that surpasses that of the ordinary wolf. When it wishes to remain undetected, it treads lightly, leaving no trace upon the earth, and can even mask its scent. While the wild wolf possesses extraordinary speed and excels at concealing its presence, Jean still managed to locate it. They locked eyes as she lay on the ground. The azure depths of her gaze revealed to Jean the truth. She had indeed slain her mother and sister. A primal roar erupted from Jean, a sound that resonated solely with the essence of an alpha. This cry reverberated through the valley, soared into the woods, and echoed within the ears of every werewolf in the town of Beacon Hill. It was the summons of the alpha, the call of the Maigrein, a signal shared among werewolves. Jean Maigrein, a prodigy of the ancient Maigrein lineage, proclaimed his intention to establish his own pack in Beacon Hill from this day forth. He would transform Beacon Hill into his domain, ready to confront any adversaries vying for territory with composure and valor. Meanwhile, Maria, who faced Jean, gradually reverted to her human form amidst the resonance of his roar. 8 years had elapsed. The once 9-year-old girl had blossomed into a 17-year-old maiden. Fragile and trembling, she lay on the ground, devoid of the strength to raise her head to meet Jean's gaze. Her eyes were filled with trepidation and unfamiliarity, as she struggled to engage with a world she had not encountered in 8 long years, having long forgotten the ways of human existence. After a brief moment, as she gazed upon her own form, Maria's face blossomed into a joyful smile. "Maria Tart?" she affirmed, seated on the ground, acknowledging her identity. It seemed that having lived so long without embracing her humanity, she had forgotten how to articulate her thoughts. Jean, however, was unperturbed by this. He gently approached Maria and raised his hand to caress her petite head. Chapter 16. Maria Tart. With a smile, Jean turned his gaze towards Maria, observing the nostalgia and sorrow that flickered in her eyes at the mention of her father. He sighed softly, pondering how Maria would react upon discovering that she was merely an adopted child. Having voiced this concern, Jean rose to his feet and assisted Maria to stand, his gaze lingering on her delicate physique, noting her lack of any bashfulness. With a sigh, he draped the prepared garments over her. After a moment of hesitation, Maria nodded and followed closely behind Jean. The Tart residence was located not far from the woods. Traversing the valley where the incident occurred and passing through the sacred groves of the Hall family's territory, one would soon glimpse the house on the outskirts of the town. Jean led Maria towards the entrance, gently knocking on the door. Before long, a pale-faced, gaunt middle-aged man emerged. He appeared significantly older than his actual years, evidently burdened by the profound loss of his wife and 2 daughters 7 years prior, a tragedy that had tormented him throughout the years. "Who are you?" he inquired. Jean smiled gently at Mr. Tart and spoke. "Mr. Tart?" Mr. Tart nodded. "Yes, that is me. Is there something you need?" Jean turned to reveal Maria behind him, allowing Mr. Tart a clearer view, and began to explain. "You see, sir, I went camping in the mountains yesterday and discovered your wife's vehicle that had met with an accident. Nearby, I found traces of wild wolves. So I followed the tracks and eventually located her." Mr. Tart gazed at Maria in disbelief and then turned to Jean, his eyes filled with incredulous joy. "I had previously seen photographs of your daughter when she was reported missing, so upon seeing her, I instantly recognized her as your daughter." Mr. Tart nodded enthusiastically, looking at Maria as he stammered, "You are Maria?" At that moment, Maria was rendered speechless, or perhaps she was simply unaccustomed to speaking. However, upon seeing her father, she excitedly nodded her little head. Mr. Tart, witnessing Maria's affirmation, was overcome with emotion and tears, embracing her tightly as if fearing she might vanish again if he loosened his grip. After a brief moment, Mr. Tart finally released Maria and turned to Jean, saying, "Sir, I do not know. I do not know how to thank you. Thank you. Truly, thank you." Jean smiled and turned to Mr. Tart. "Mr. Tart, there's no need for such formality. I believe anyone who catches sight of Maria's whereabouts would not simply stand by. Therefore, you truly need not act this way." Mr. Tart shook his head. No, this may seem trivial to you, but for me and my family, it is of utmost importance. You are deserving of my gratitude, indeed, even a more profound appreciation." Jean sighed. "Very well, I accept your thanks. However, Mr. Tart, there are certain matters I must bring to your attention." Mr. Tart paused, looking at Jean with curiosity. "What matters? Please, do not hesitate." Jean took a breath and continued. "In fact, she may exhibit traits governed by the laws of the wilderness, such as the survival of the fittest and the dominance of the strong." Mr. Tart's expression darkened at Jean's words, clearly contemplating the implications of what Jean had stated. Indeed, regardless of how Maria had survived, even if raised by wolves, she would inevitably embody the instincts of a wild beast. Observing Mr. Tart's demeanor, Jean added, "Mr. Tart, I am uncertain of your thoughts. But if Maria encounters any issues regarding her habits or way of life, please seek me out. I would be more than willing to assist her, and I implore you not to send her to the house of Ishing." After finishing his words, Jean wrote his phone number on a piece of paper and handed it to Mr. Tart. He suddenly recalled that he had no right to prevent Mr. Tart from sending his daughter to a reputable psychiatric hospital instead of seeking his assistance. He then added, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself. Mr. Tart, my name is Jean Maigrein. I hail from Europe, and my parents have extensively researched the upbringing of wild beasts. They were particularly renowned for their work with Tarzan, who was later treated by them. Therefore, you can rest assured that I can offer significant help to Maria." and I believe she would not wish to go to that place. Mr. Tart looked at Jean with a hint of confusion. That place. What is wrong with Aishin House? It is a time-honored institution, the most reputable site for psychological research and treatment. Jean furrowed his brow, refraining from elaborating, and simply stated, "Trust me, Mr. Tart. You would not want to know the truth, and I believe Maria would prefer to stay with me." Upon hearing this, Tart turned to Maria, who nodded affirmatively, her eyes brimming with desire as she gazed at Jean. She recalled his words, that he could help her fully harness her transformation abilities. Chapter 17. Seeking help. Seeing Maria's nod, Tart reluctantly agreed, saying, "Very well, Mr. Jean Maigrein, I accept your perspective. I assure you, if Maria truly needs help, I will not send her to Aishin House, but will contact you immediately." Jean nodded with a smile and turned to leave. Suddenly, at that moment, Maria, who had been standing quietly, extended her arm and grasped a corner of Jean's attire. Jean halted, turning back with a puzzled expression directed towards Maria, who was similarly met with a look of confusion from her father, Mr. Tart. With a hint of bewilderment, Jean inquired, "Maria, do you wish for me to stay?" After a moment's hesitation, Maria nodded, only to immediately shake her head. This left not only Mr. Tart in a state of perplexity but also Jean, who was equally baffled by the contradictory gestures. With curiosity, Jean gazed at Maria and patiently asked, "Could you express to us, step by step, what it is that you desire?" Maria opened her mouth, struggling to produce some sounds, from which a few words could be faintly discerned. "No. Go. I. With you." Jean pondered for a moment and then asked Maria, "Do you mean to say that you do not want me to leave and wish to accompany me?" Mr. Tart, witnessing this exchange, found it hard to believe this. Jean, feeling somewhat helpless, turned to Mr. Tart and replied, "I am truly sorry. I did not anticipate this situation." Mr. Tart then looked at Jean and asked, "What is the reason for this?" Jean pondered for a moment, casting a gentle and indulgent glance at Maria beside him. A hint of inscrutability appeared on Mr. Tart's face. However, Jean reflected, turning to Mr. Tart to speak. Pausing briefly, Jean realized that his previous words carried some ambiguity and felt compelled to clarify. "Mr. Tart, please do not overthink this. My residence has an abundance of rooms, and you are welcome to visit her at any time. I am merely by her side temporarily to provide care, as she cannot leave me for the moment." Mr. Tart sighed and replied. Jean smiled, addressing Mr. Tart. "You may simply call me Jean. There is no need for such formality." After glancing at Mr. Tart, who appeared somewhat reluctant to part with Maria, he added cheerfully, "Very well, I shall now prepare dinner." Jean nodded, observing Maria, who was clad in his clothing without anything underneath, hesitantly inquired of Mr. Tart, Sir, do you have any clothes at home that Maria can wear?" Mr. Tart was taken aback, only then realizing that Maria was indeed wearing only one of Jean's garments. It was indeed necessary to find her something more suitable. However, since the unfortunate incident with his wife, there had been no women's clothing in the house. Moreover, Maria had grown into a young lady, and even if those old garments still existed, they would no longer fit her. Mr. Tart shook his head and said, "Jean has declined. For the time being, it would be best to refrain from that. Instead, I shall arrange for some clothes to be sent over for Maria to wear, and in a day or two, I will accompany her to purchase additional garments." Mr. Tart contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement, acknowledging that Maria, being a young lady, would require a different kind of care than what he and Jean, as two young men, could provide. After some thought, Jean decided to call Scott. After a considerable wait, the call was finally connected. Listening to the sounds on the other end, Jean deduced that Derek was currently training Scott. Had it not been for Jean's call, it was likely that Derek would not have permitted Scott to answer. "Hello, Scott. Are you undergoing training with Derek?" Jean inquired. "Indeed. I am. Your call has saved me, brother. What do you need?" Scott replied. Jean chuckled wryly, aware that Scott still had numerous shortcomings and was not yet a competent leader. "Well, I find myself in need of Allison's assistance, but I am not well acquainted with her." So on the other end, Scott hesitated before asking, "May I inquire what the matter is?" Jean sighed. "Rest assured, my request has no connection to her or her family. It is simply that she is a young lady, and at present, she is the only one I know." Scott appeared puzzled. "What?" Jean spoke up. "It is as follows. Today, I rescued a young girl. However, she has lived in the jungle for many years and possesses little clothing. I would like to borrow a set from Allison. Additionally, I am unable to assist her in changing clothes and require Allison's help." Chapter 18. The Dwelling. All right. I will contact Allison immediately. Jean nodded. I will send you the address. Very well. See you in the evening. See you tonight. With that, Jean opened the door and guided Maria inside. This will be your home from now on, he said, gesturing to the residence before them. Maria gazed at the building and its decor. Although she could not say she was particularly fond of it, she felt a certain level of appreciation. Yet, amidst her admiration lingered a hint of unease, perhaps due to the overwhelming emptiness of the space. For a lone wolf, an excessively vacant den could signify potential danger. And since wolves typically lead solitary lives, such peril could often lead to death. The atmosphere, coupled with her apprehension, left Maria feeling tense, and she could sense the wolfish traits beginning to manifest within her. Fortunately, the only person capable of restraining her was Jean, who stood resolutely by her side. Upon noticing the changes in Maria's demeanor, Jean understood the cause. His eyes gleamed with a crimson light as he turned to her and let out a powerful roar. The strength and authority of the alpha wolf momentarily stripped Maria of her lycanthropic powers, causing her to collapse to the ground. Upon encountering Maria in such a state, Jean shook his head with a hint of exasperation, yet smiled as he lifted her into his arms and ascended the staircase leading to the second floor. Adjacent to Jean's room was Maria's, a space that had been meticulously designed during the renovation of the building. After days of preparation, it was fortuitous that he found Maria just as the room was ready for habitation. As he opened the small door to the room, one was immediately greeted by a minimalist aesthetic that exuded warmth. The soft yellow walls instilled a profound sense of security, while a bed, slightly larger than a standard double, nestled in the corner, featured a lower frame that suited Maria's preferences. Delicate pink curtains and a matching mosquito net, along with a heart-shaped ceiling, catered to the tender sensibilities often cherished by young women. One side of the bed was adorned with a decorative shelf affixed to the wall, conspicuously empty, clearly intended for the birthday gifts that Maria's friends might bestow upon her in the future. The vanity by the window was equally bare, underscoring Jean's earnest desire to prepare everything for Maria, despite his unfamiliarity with the nuances of feminine belongings. However, the most thoughtful touch lay in the heart-shaped ceiling design, which, when the lights were dimmed at night, would emit a gentle glow reminiscent of a starlit sky. This enchanting feature would allow Maria to feel as though she were still nestled in her own sanctuary. Once she fully acclimated to human life, the celestial ceiling would undoubtedly transform into a symbol of romance. Gently, Jean laid Maria upon the bed and carefully tucked her in with a blanket before descending to the kitchen on the lower floor. For Jean, who bore the memories of a past life, the American fast food culture was rather unpalatable. Thus, he often prepared simple dishes reminiscent of his homeland. Consequently, the kitchen was well equipped with the necessary ingredients for his culinary endeavors. This evening, Jean intended to prepare a meal for Maria. Having lived as a wolf, she had grown accustomed to consuming raw food, and during her stay at Mr. Tart's home, she had eaten very little. The most prudent approach would be to allow Maria to continue with raw fare until she acclimated to human life. However, Jean believed that since she had emerged from her wolf form, there was no need for her to persist in eating raw food. Prolonged consumption of such fare could lead to detrimental habits, as raw foods often harbor a plethora of microorganisms and bacteria, posing a threat even to werewolves. Thus, Jean prepared a simple porridge, intending to encourage Maria to eat upon her awakening. His current responsibilities were considerable, as he not only needed to teach Maria how to control her powers, but also to impart knowledge and common sense that she had missed. Jean felt no aversion to this task. Rather, he harbored a sliver of anticipation. Before long, Scott and Allison arrived. "Wow, Jean, your home is quite nice." They were accompanied by Styles, Scott's close friend. "If you enjoy your time here, feel free to visit often. I have an available room upstairs where you can stay." A father, overly protective of his daughter, exercises stringent control even over her romantic pursuits, let alone permitting her to reside elsewhere. Indeed, Allison expressed similar sentiments, remarking that her father would not consent to her spending the night away from home. Scott agreed, and Jean shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "Well, it's up to you. By the way, Allison, Maria is in the second room upstairs. Could you please keep an eye on her? Due to her previous experiences, she may be overly protective of herself. So I hope you won't mind. She is still capable of understanding and speaking a few simple words." Allison nodded and replied, "All right, I'll go check on her. You all continue your conversation." Jean watched as Allison ascended the staircase before turning to Styles. "By the way, Styles, how is Lydia doing?" Styles hesitated before responding. Chapter 19. Casual Conversation. Jean nodded and continued, I am aware of that. The police also obtained footage from the store across the video shop. Otherwise, do you think the mountain lion incident at the school was merely a coincidence? It was simply a diversion to redirect the police's attention. And it also signifies that this matter is no longer related to ordinary people. It is now entirely within the realm of the supernatural. Scott hesitated slightly and said, Perhaps I should mention that I encountered an attack by the alpha wolf while I was secretly meeting Allison at her house just before I left. Styles, clearly taken aback by this revelation, looked at Scott in surprise. What? You were attacked? Are you all right? No. Wait, how did you escape? Scott paused for a moment before responding. Well, I don't really know why, but I sensed an immense anger from him. He left a symbol on my car window and then departed. Jean furrowed his brow. What symbol? Scott replied, a spiral symbol. Do you know what it means? Jean nodded. I do. Among werewolves, it signifies vengeance, a relentless pursuit of retribution. It seems everything aligns with what Derek and I had speculated. Scott appeared puzzled. Vengeance. Jean affirmed. There are many forms of vengeance, and drawing that symbol is akin to performing a ritual, a rite involving a Celtic deity. It signifies the intent to kill one's enemy or to face death oneself. Typically, such symbols are inscribed in a state of extreme fury. Once the symbol is drawn, there is no turning back. One must pursue vengeance until either death is attained or retribution is achieved. Scott reflected thoughtfully, so? Derek was right when he said I wouldn't want to know. This is what it truly means. Jean raised an eyebrow and remarked, You certainly wouldn't wish to know. For such symbols are typically inscribed only under one circumstance, the death of a loved one. That alpha seeks vengeance for his kin. At this juncture, Jean abruptly turned to Scott and inquired, You have discussed this matter with Derek, have you not? Scott nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I have. Jean acknowledged this and addressed both of them. Well, there are beverages on the shelf behind you. Feel free to help yourselves. The television cabinet over there contains a gaming console. In any case, make yourselves comfortable. I shall go check on Allison and Maria. Styles suddenly called out to Jean, who was about to ascend the stairs. Wait, Jean, I suspect that Maria is no ordinary individual. Is she? Jean nodded. Indeed, she is a feral werewolf. A variant of werewolves, yet significantly more formidable. She was trapped in a wolf's form for 7 long years, and as such, she has nearly forgotten how to live as a human. Scott appeared both astonished and anxious. But it would be perilous for Allison to be alone with her in a room. Jean nodded in agreement. Yes, there may be some danger. However, I do not believe that as a child of the Atkinsons, Allison is merely a helpless ordinary person. Scott, somewhat incensed, retorted, But she is not a hunter. Jean nodded and continued. That is indeed true. However, it is evident that you do not comprehend the lifestyle of hunters. They select the most gifted children among their own for training from a young age, teaching them skills such as how to escape when bound, among other things. Even those children who do not undergo hunter training receive some form of aggressive education, including archery and marksmanship. Scott spoke up. Wait, yes, that's right. Allison mentioned that she had studied archery for quite some time and possesses considerable talent. Jean nodded. Indeed, I believe she excels in more than just archery. She likely has some proficiency in basic combat as well. Now, I should go check on things, lest Maria truly loses control. Scott acknowledged this with a nod and ascended the staircase to Maria's room. Outside the door, he overheard Allison's voice within. She was instructing Maria on simple pronunciations and the proper way to wear certain feminine garments. It seemed their concerns downstairs were entirely unfounded. Maria and Allison were getting along splendidly. Knocking on the door, Jean inquired, May I come in? Allison's voice responded from inside, Of course, please do. As he pushed the door open and stepped inside, Jean beheld a transformed Maria. At that moment, she appeared as a completely different person. Her flaxen hair, adorned with gentle waves, cascaded over her shoulders, and she wore a denim vest that accentuated her already alluring figure. Allison had also applied a touch of subtle makeup, enhancing her naturally striking features. Jean was momentarily taken aback by Merida's appearance. The current Maria bore an uncanny resemblance to the suburban wildflower he recalled, Maria Hall. Wake up. Lost in a daze? Allison roused the entranced Jean, who suddenly felt a pang of embarrassment for having been entranced by Maria's presence. He turned to Allison, expressing his gratitude. Thank you so much, Allison. Truly, I would be at a loss without you. As a young man, I find myself quite perplexed by these matters concerning girls, and it is rather inconvenient. Allison smiled, reassuring him. It's no trouble at all. Since you are Scott's friend, We are friends as well, and after all, we are classmates. Rest assured, I have taught Maria all about these things. She is quite bright. Jean nodded. Indeed, I have faith in that. Maria is truly intelligent. After a brief pause, Jean continued, Allison, there are some books downstairs that I believe would pique your interest. They are related to the mythology you have been researching lately. Allison's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Really? Jean affirmed, yes, indeed. Our families have a long-standing acquaintance, though we lost touch after your family moved to America. However, I possess some materials concerning your history. Should you need them, you are always welcome to visit. I believe Maria would also appreciate your frequent company. Allison nodded. All right. I do like Maria very much. I shall head downstairs now. I imagine you would prefer some time alone with Maria. Jean nodded, affirming Allison's conjecture. At this moment, he indeed wished to spend some time alone with Maria, not to impart knowledge, as there would be ample opportunities for that in the future. Chapter 20. The Full Moon's Method. Jean refrained from overly involving himself in matters concerning the alpha wolf. This was partly due to his recent arrival, which necessitated more time to acclimate to his surroundings, and partly because the existence of the alpha wolf allowed Derek and Scott to focus entirely on it, enabling Jean to seek out suitable members for his own clan within Beacon Hill High. Jackson was indeed a promising candidate. However, he was currently burdened by inner turmoil, and it would only be after he encountered the shapeshifter that he might embrace his identity as a werewolf. Furthermore, the notion of a being that was half wolf and half lizard piqued Jean's interest even more. Observing the somewhat bashful Maria before him, Jean shook his head, clearing his thoughts. Her shyness was something he had not witnessed in the narrative of his previous life. To be fair, her embarrassment was understandable. She was still unaccustomed to human attire, and Jean was the one who had rescued her. Thus, it was only natural for her to feel bashful under the playful smile he directed her way. You look quite lovely in that outfit. Well, make sure to rest early. I shall take my leave now, Jean remarked, rubbing his nose before turning to exit the room. At this moment, Allison, Scott, and Styles remained downstairs. It was rather impolite of Jean to usher the guests downstairs while he retreated to the upper floor. However, Maria's well-being took precedence. Upon seeing Jean descend, Allison rose and addressed him, to which Jean nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for your assistance today. Perhaps Scott can escort you. I shall not intrude upon your time. He then turned to Styles and asked, Shall I accompany you? Without waiting for Scott and Allison, he hastily departed. We should take our leave as well, Scott remarked, and Jean nodded in agreement. Yes, do take care on your journey. Time seemed to slip away swiftly, and in the days that followed, Jean either summoned Maria to their home or attended school alone. In the evenings, he instructed Maria on how to manage her werewolf powers, teaching her how to transform and how to refrain from doing so. Maria, you are aware that you cannot control yourself during the full moon, correct? Maria nodded. I understand. You may bind me if necessary. Jean affirmed her words, retrieving a set of chains from a nearby corner. The heavy links and leather cuffs were designed to restrain even a werewolf. Rest assured, I will be here to assist you. Maria glanced anxiously at the chains. What if I manage to break free? Jean smiled reassuringly. I will remain by your side. You need not worry. Maria smiled back at Jean, feeling comforted. All right. Over the past fortnight, Maria has been gradually evolving, most notably in her adaptation to the human way of life, no longer resorting to sleeping on the ground. Additionally, she has begun to exert a rudimentary control over her strength, progressing at a pace surpassing that of Scott. This achievement is attributed not solely to her inherent talent, but also to the guidance of an exceptional mentor. However, even the finest of teachers cannot instill the ability to master self-control under a full moon overnight. Such a skill is exceedingly rare, even among naturally born werewolves. Unlike the tattoos of ordinary humans, the tattoos of the Maigrein family incorporate a blend of powdered aconite. Indeed, it is the highly toxic plant known to be the bane of werewolves, a substance intricately linked to their origins. Aconite possesses the capacity to absorb moonlight, generating energy that spells disaster for werewolves. The Maigrein family dedicated extensive time to research and ultimately discovered a formula that inflicts harm upon werewolves' bodies solely during the full moon, crafting various tattoos with it. When a Maigrein werewolf achieves control over their abilities, they incinerate the tattoos with flames, reducing the aconite to ashes, thus preserving their strength during the full moon. The Hall family's methodology hinges entirely on innate talent and willpower, which may not be suitable for Maria. Conversely, the Maigrein approach necessitates a precise formula. Unfortunately, Jean currently lacks this formula and, having endured the associated pain himself, is reluctant to subject Maria to such a method. Thus, the only option is to proceed with gradual instruction, which inevitably gives rise to a grave concern. Prior to mastering her abilities, Maria becomes utterly uncontrollable during the full moon. This brings us to another endeavor that Jean has undertaken over the past fortnight. He has constructed a subterranean chamber within the building, a veritable dungeon, if you will. It boasts but a single entrance, crafted from sycamore ash, and when the grand door is sealed, no supernatural entity can breach it, not even Jean himself. Consequently, he has devised an electric mechanism. During the full moon, he intends to enter this chamber alongside Maria, securing the door behind them and subsequently locking Maria in, ensuring absolute safety. Even if complications arise and Jean is unable to restrain Maria, she would find herself incapable of escaping this refuge. Such measures not only safeguard ordinary individuals, but also protect Maria, for it is crucial to acknowledge that the full moon marks a day of heightened vigilance for hunters. On this day, should a werewolf spiral into chaos and be discovered by hunters, the only outcome is death. Chapter 21. Supernatural Beings. However, this particular full moon has exceeded Jean's expectations. He has disclosed Alan's identity to Derek, who would naturally harbor no suspicions regarding Alan's potential as an alpha wolf. Logically, this should preclude any reckless actions akin to Scott's foolish outburst, howling through the loudspeakers at Beacon Hills High to summon the alpha. Yet, just as Jean secured Maria in her confinement, he was met with the sound of Scott's howl. He cast a troubled glance at Maria, who, noticing Jean's dilemma, smiled gently at him. If you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. Didn't you say that once the gate is closed, I cannot leave? Rest assured, I am perfectly fine on my own. Jean hesitated momentarily, then sighed, I apologize, but if I do not check on Scott, there may not be immediate danger. However, it is certain that complications will arise. Tonight is a full moon, and with his call, one cannot guarantee that only werewolves will appear. Those lurking in the shadows are likely stirring as well. Maria nodded. Go on, I will be all right. Jean acknowledged her with a nod. All right. Upon arriving at the school, Jean spotted Derek lying not far from the entrance, gravely injured and unconscious. His shirt bore a gaping hole stained with blood, clearly indicating he had been attacked from behind. Although Derek's body had begun to heal, he remained in a state of unconsciousness. Shortly thereafter, Jean heard the sound of approaching vehicles. Someone was arriving. After a moment's thought, he lifted Derek and placed him in his own car. He then turned his gaze to the road outside the school, and indeed, a car was approaching. It was Jackson's vehicle. He halted the car and inquired, What exactly are we doing here? Allison stepped out of the car, handing her phone to Jackson, saying, This is all I received. What are you all doing here? Jean approached and inquired. Allison, noticing Jean's opening words, remarked, Scott texted me to come here. Jean furrowed his brow and replied, If I were you, I certainly wouldn't come at this time. Jackson glared at Jean, his anger palpable. What business is it of yours whether we come or not? At that moment, Lydia, still in the car, interjected, Let's not argue. The school's gates would have been locked by now. Allison pointed towards the entrance, stating, But they are open now. As she moved to step inside, Jackson followed closely behind. You don't need me to clarify, do you? Allison halted and looked at Jackson. Are you suggesting we appear to be trespassing on school grounds? No need for that. It's quite obvious. Jackson paused, then asked, Do you want me to accompany you inside? At that moment, Jean interjected, I advise you to leave immediately. Being here at this hour is not a prudent choice. Lydia then exited the car, saying, Scott and the others are right here, aren't they? Jean nodded. Though I have not seen them, I imagine they must be inside. Lydia nonchalantly tossed her hair, then there's no problem. Jean, with a sense of resignation, remarked, I fear there may be more than just Scott and Styles inside. He then glanced at the expressions of the three, exuding a sense of helplessness. All right, I understand. You've made up your minds to go in, haven't you? Allison raised an eyebrow. Indeed, shall we go together? Jean pondered for a moment, realizing that no one could guarantee what awaited them. Lydia had yet to awaken the powers of the Banshee, and Jackson was still not a werewolf. Moreover, Allison remained oblivious to the existence of hunters and werewolves. Therefore, accompanying them seemed the wisest choice. Oh, certainly, let us proceed together, Jean said as she led the group inside. Upon entering the academic building, Jean was immediately struck by a metallic scent of blood. Someone had perished. It must have been the janitor, the unfortunate victim of an unintended mishap caused by Scott and Styles. However, something felt amiss. Jean's brow furrowed. This odor did not resemble that of a werewolf's kill. Werewolves typically left numerous claw marks on their victims, yet this overwhelming stench of blood suggested something far more sinister. It was as if a person had been dismembered. A Yeti, perhaps? It must be a Yeti, as they feast upon human flesh. Nowadays, it was customary for Yetis to conceal the corpses of their victims in the cold storage beneath their homes. This had seemingly become a standard practice, with every Yeti household possessing a cellar filled with numerous bodies, serving as their sustenance. The presence of a Yeti in Beacon Mountain is known to Jean. However, these creatures typically refrain from attacking humans. Therefore, the Yeti currently within the educational building must have been lured by the howl of a werewolf. Most entities on the mysterious side share a connection with the moon, and during a full moon, nearly all supernatural beings exhibit frenzied characteristics. Coupled with the allure of the werewolf's howl, it is likely that the Yeti was compelled to approach. Upon entering, it would have detected the scent of decay and encountered the corpse of the janitor, an irresistible temptation for such a creature. Nevertheless, Jean's concern lies not with the Yeti, but rather with another entity, the lamprey human. This rare species bears resemblance to vampires, as they subsist on blood. However, they are living beings unafraid of sunlight. Most often, lampreys exhibit a connection with Yetis, leaving behind the remains of their victims for the latter. Jean's apprehension stems from the lamprey's pack mentality, akin to that of werewolves. They rarely act alone, preferring to move in groups. One can only hope that the hidden creatures deep within Beacon Mountain have not been drawn in by Scott's reckless behavior. Within those depths reside beings such as bearmen and tree spirits, as well as many other entities unknown even to Jean. Should Scott inadvertently attract such beings, the mysterious realm would be irrevocably exposed to human scrutiny. It is not that Jean holds an inflated view of ordinary individuals. Rather, he acknowledges that they are deserving of consideration. They possess firearms in abundance, a resource unknown to supernatural beings. A werewolf can take the lives of a dozen individuals. Yet should the mysterious realm be unveiled, it might confront hundreds. Not to mention the formidable weaponry capable of inflicting monumental devastation, such as the H-bomb. Thus, it is undeniable that Jean's concerns are not without merit. Chapter 22. The Bear Man, however, amidst his apprehension, Jean's immediate course of action is to expel the supernatural entities that have emerged, ensuring the secrecy of the mystical realm remains intact. After a moment of contemplation, Jean turned to Allison and her companions, stating, "I will check over there for a moment. You all should exercise caution. There are others in the building, and safety is not guaranteed." Allison detected the metallic scent of blood, although she was not yet a hunter. Being a descendant of hunters and the heir of the Atkinson family endowed her with a measure of experience. "Shall we accompany you?" she inquired. Jean shook his head and replied, "You should prioritize finding Scott and the others. I can manage alone over there." Allison nodded and, alongside Jackson and Lydia, headed in another direction. Jean proceeded toward the source of the sanguine aroma, gradually arriving at the scene. There, he observed a young man hunched over the lifeless body of a school janitor, ravenously devouring the flesh, blood splattering in all directions. It appeared that no lamprey eels were nearby. Otherwise, this corpse would not be so drenched in blood. The snow beast, hearing Jean's footsteps, lifted its head to regard him. The visage of blood and the glint of sharp fangs instilled a profound sense of dread in Jean. Even though he was acutely aware that the snow creature before him was likely not his adversary, the scene was undeniably terrifying, its face smeared with human flesh and blood, reminiscent of a grotesque jam. "You are not in danger if you leave now," Jean cautioned the snow creature. The creature turned to Jean and inquired, "Who are you?" With a soft chuckle, Jean began to transform. His teeth elongated and sharpened, his brow fused, cheekbones protruded, and the hair on his body thickened. His face underwent a metamorphosis from human to wolf. The garment covering his upper body succumbed to the strain of his shifting bones and muscles, tearing apart, while claws emerged from his hands. In a rare display, Jean achieved his complete form. The transformation of the Maigrein werewolf diverged significantly from that of others. While most werewolves possessed the extraordinary ability to become wholly wolf-like, most could merely approximate the form. In contrast, the Maigrein lineage manifested as true werewolves, akin to the most ancient legends, covered in fur with a wolf's head and claws, yet retaining a human body devoid of a tail. When crouched, they resembled colossal wolves, and when in motion, they surpassed even wolves in speed. Similar to the Maigrein werewolves, another ancestral family existed, the Blakes, the progenitors of the indigenous American werewolves. Under normal circumstances, their family cannot transform into wolves. It is only in the presence of their sworn enemies, namely vampires, that they acquire the powers of a werewolf. Their distant descendants require the touch of human blood to initiate their transformation, thereby gaining strength, speed, and the ability to heal. However, they can only assume their wolf form on nights of the full moon, and this transformation is never under their own control. In summary, the werewolves originating from France and Europe are indeed the most formidable. Upon completing his transformation, Jean emanated an aura of intimidation. Surrounded by a powerful pressure akin to that of a wolf king, an honor belonging to the Maigrein bloodline, Jean fixed his gaze on the snow creature before him, who was now utterly dumbfounded, and smirked, declaring, "I am Maigrein." The snow creature paused, its already panicked expression fracturing into sheer hysteria. "No, it's impossible. Aren't you supposed to be in France? How could you possibly be here?" Jean chuckled softly, responding, "Nothing is impossible. Though the Celts and the Indians are neither allies nor foes, our absence before was merely a matter of necessity." The snow creature descended into utter madness. "Is there a necessity now? If you hadn't come, we might have had a chance to survive. Now that you're here, we are surely doomed. So it would be better if you perish first." With a hint of amusement, Jean regarded the snow creature before him. "It seems you know more than you ought to. How is it that you understand the true origin of werewolves?" Ignoring Jean's words, the snow creature charged towards him with alarming speed. With one foot planted against the wall, Jean utilized the force of reaction to carve several gashes into the chest of the snow beast with his sharp claws. Jean remained unfazed, as the wounds on his chest healed in the blink of an eye. He then tilted his head, cracking his stiff neck, producing a series of audible pops. His crimson eyes regarded the snow creature with an intensity brimming with murderous intent. Initially, he had no intention of taking a life. Yet it was evident that this creature had come to know certain truths that were not meant for its kind. Thus, it was destined to perish. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than Jean's figure vanished, followed by a sickening squelch as the snow beast's body was cleaved apart. At that moment, Jean reemerged in his human form, bare-chested, meticulously wiping the blood from his right hand. "If only you hadn't prattled on about what you knew. I would not typically be one to commit such slaughter. Truly, the demise of a snow beast here suggests that it shall remain hidden away for quite some time, unlike its brethren in Kent Mountain." As he spoke, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. "Hello, Chris. It's me, Jean. I find it hard to believe you didn't hear the commotion at school just now." "I did. Which foolish little wolf was responsible?" "I cannot disclose that information." "Then why are you calling me?" "I'm currently at the school. There are not only werewolves here, but also other creatures." "What? What have you discovered?" "Indeed. A snow beast, at the very least one, for I have just vanquished it. You wish for me to assist you in disposing of the remains? I presume a snow beast's carcass would pique your interest, considering such creatures seldom reveal themselves. What do you require?" Just as Jean was about to elaborate, a thunderous roar echoed from a distance. "Is it a bear man? I may need to terminate this call. It seems a bear man has just arrived. You know how those creatures become frenzied once they taste human blood. I must locate him swiftly. You should come here immediately, as there are 2 bodies that require your attention." "Very well, I shall arrive shortly. You please exercise caution. Fear not, for I am of the Maigrein lineage, one of the oldest families of the mysterious side." After hanging up, Jean turned towards the source of the sound, where indeed a figure was hastily approaching the school. Jean rushed forward to intercept him. "You cannot proceed." "Why not?" the bear man inquired. Chapter 23. The dispute. There are ordinary individuals inside, as well as a deceased human. You must not shed human blood. Bearmen are peculiar beings. They possess virtually no weaknesses or flaws. They do not lose their reason under the full moon, nor do they turn to ash in the sunlight. Their favored sustenance is honey, which fosters a deep camaraderie with bee folk. They are the most devoted adherents of the Druids and guardians of nature's equilibrium. Yet, they harbor a singular, grave dilemma. It is time to delve into their history. The bear folk are a naturally occurring species, perhaps with some connection to the Druids. However, they are certainly distinct from the Yeti and vampires, as they did not emerge from the alterations of sorcerers. Some speculate that the bear folk, akin to werewolves, represent a faction within the Druids that has permanently solidified a particular transformation. Jean finds this explanation plausible, as there exists a branch among the claw Druids that focuses on bears. In ancient times, the bear folk practiced a terrifying custom. Upon reaching adulthood, they would capture several ordinary humans and release them in their enclosed woods, allowing the newly matured young bears to hunt them down, thus staining the young bear folk with human blood, rendering them fierce and formidable. With immense strength and thick skin, they become nearly invincible. However, if the bear folk remain untainted by human blood, they exhibit a gentle nature and can even become protectors of humanity. The bear folk paused, then turned to Jean with a grateful smile, saying, "Thank you for stopping me. You have spared me from descending into hell." Jean shook his head, explaining, "The werewolf who sought help previously is my friend. He has recently transformed and is still unfamiliar with some of the mysterious rules, which is why he issued such a desperate cry for help. Nevertheless, I appreciate your willingness to assist him." The bear folk straightened their posture and gestured towards Jean, a sign of the Druidic order, a tribute to nature, affirming that werewolves and bear folk are eternal allies. Indeed, eternal allies, a tribute to nature. Meanwhile, within the teaching building, the 4 members of Scott gathered together, only to find themselves confronted by the alpha wolf. "Run!" Scott shouted, leading the group up the staircase. Had Jean been present at that moment, he would have realized that the alpha wolf's strength was already nearing that of the werewolves from the Maigrein family, and its appearance bore a striking resemblance to Jean after his complete transformation. Such a feat was rare among werewolves. This alpha wolf was none other than Peter Hall, Derek's uncle, a member of the Hall family, known for their bloodline's remarkable proximity to that of the Maigrein clan. Members of their lineage could transform into wolves upon reaching a certain level of power, and under specific circumstances, their transformation could deviate, resulting in a wolf akin to those of the Maigrein family. At that moment, Peter's werewolf form was somewhat larger than the wolf Jean had previously transformed into, and likely possessed greater strength as well. Scott and the others rushed into a classroom, beginning to barricade the door with furniture. However, Styles stood transfixed by the window, lost in thought. "Scott, wait. We can't hide here." Yet, it was evident that the others were entirely disregarding him. "Scott, what was that? What was that thing just now?" Allison inquired, while Lydia appeared increasingly distressed. "What was on the ceiling just now? Can you guys help me?" "Stack the chairs." Styles attempted to intervene. "Guys, can we pause for a second? Please listen to me. Just wait a moment, all right?" However, Scott Jackson's actions were rather hasty. In merely a moment, he had securely barricaded the door. "Hey, I'm speaking." The group halted, turning their attention to Styles, who, with a sigh of resignation, remarked, "Well done, everyone. The door is excellently blocked. But what do we do about those 20-foot windows?" It turned out that one wall of the classroom was entirely composed of glass. "Can someone please elucidate this situation? I feel as though I might perish from fright." "Scott, why?" Allison inquired, glancing at Scott, who had retreated to a corner in silence. Thus, the attention shifted back to Styles. With a heavy heart, Styles disclosed, "The janitor is dead. He was murdered." "What?" Allison exclaimed. "Indeed, the janitor is dead." Allison, in disbelief, looked at Scott. "What is he talking about? Is this a joke?" Jackson remained relatively composed, while Lydia could hardly believe it, especially since she had witnessed the creature with her own eyes. No, that can't be right. We should have already understood this. It was a mountain lion that killed." Lydia began, but Jackson interrupted. "Don't you see? There is no mountain lion." Scott hesitated. I don't know. I just, if we go outside, he will kill us." Lydia was taken aback. He will kill us? Who? Or rather, what is it?" Allison inquired. Scott seemed to have made a resolute decision, taking a deep breath before responding. "It's Derek Hale." Jackson appeared incredulous. "Derek killed the guard? Are you certain?" "I witnessed it with my own eyes." "The mountain lion?" After Scott had gathered his resolve, his speech flowed much more smoothly. "No. Those individuals were all murdered by Derek. All of them." "Yes, starting with his own sister." "What about the school bus driver? And the man from the video store?" "It was Derek from beginning to end. He is here as well. If we do not leave now, he will kill us too." Suddenly, Allison recalled something and said, "Wait. Jean is still outside." "Jean? Jean McGrath?" Scott asked. Allison nodded. "Yes, that's right, Jean. We came in together, but it seems he discovered something and separated from us." Jackson then turned to Styles, saying urgently, "Call the police." Styles refused. "No way." "What do you mean, no way?" "I mean no way. Do you want me to repeat that in Spanish?" "No." Styles paused for a moment before continuing. "Derek has already killed 3 people, all right? We remain uncertain about his equipment." Jackson urged. "However, your father has the backing of a police department. You should call him." Lydia disregarded the two engaged in argument. "I will make the call," Styles interjected, blocking Lydia. "No, Lydia, can you wait a moment?" Unfortunately, at that moment, Lydia had already dialed the number. "Yes, we are at Beacon Hill High School. We are trapped and need your assistance." "What? Oh, very well." Then the call was abruptly terminated. She hung up on me. Allison exclaimed in disbelief. The police hung up on your call. Lydia responded. She mentioned that they had received prior intelligence about a prank involving someone falsely reporting an illegal entry into the school. She also warned that if I continued to call, they would trace my location and apprehend me. Allison's eyes lit up. Then let us keep calling. Styles shook his head. No, they wouldn't trace a mobile signal. Before sending someone here, they would first send someone to your home. What is going on? Why does Derek want to kill us? Why target others? At this juncture, everyone turned their gaze towards Scott, leaving him perplexed. Why are you all looking at me? Lydia inquired. It was him who texted Allison, right? No, I don't know. Was he the one who reported it? I am not sure. At that moment, another voice echoed from outside. Wait. Are you talking about Derek? Everyone turned to see Jean, who was descending from the rooftop with a rope, stopping outside the classroom window. Jean, what on earth are you doing? Allison inquired. Jean tugged on the rope, prompting Styles to shout, Everyone, get down. Just then, Jean crashed through the window. Why did you block the door? He asked as he landed. Allison, somewhat panicked, replied, Something is chasing us outside. Scott said it was Derek. Jean could hardly believe his ears. What did you say? Derek? Impossible. When you arrived, I found an unconscious Derek outside the building and put him in the car. There's no way he could be the one chasing you. Jackson shot a hostile glance at Scott. Then why did you say it was Derek? Scott, flustered, stammered. I don't know. Maybe I saw it wrong. I just don't know. Jean approached and patted his shoulder, saying, It's all right. It's understandable to misidentify someone in a moment of panic. He then turned to the others and asked, Do you know that the janitor is dead? Lydia spoke up. The janitor? ISNT at the security guard? Jean was taken aback. The security guard? So he ISNT the janitor? Lydia looked at Jean, astonished. So you don't know who the janitor and the security guard are? Jean nodded and remarked, Fellows, I have only been here for a few days, and not even the professors recognize me, let alone the janitors or the guards. Jackson inquired, Did you discover his body? Jean nodded, Yes, only a portion of it. Judging by the wounds, it appears to have been attacked by a beast, with some gnawing marks evident. A beast? Allison interjected, So, was it a mountain lion that attacked? Jean shook his head, Not necessarily. I did not witness the attacking creature. I only saw a fragment of the body. Then I called your father, who is said to possess considerable experience with such animal attacks. Scott looked at Jean, astonished. Allison's father? Jean affirmed, Indeed, the Atkinsons and the Maigreins have maintained a connection, so I was acquainted with Chris prior to my arrival. Allison, puzzled, remarked, Why haven't I heard my father mention this? Jean chuckled. Perhaps your father has yet to figure out how to convey that to you. But let us set that aside for now. Our immediate priority is to find a way to survive. Scott interjected, We are alive and well at present. If he intended to kill us, we would have perished long ago. It seems he merely wants to drive us into a corner. Styles questioned, And then what? Does he wish to devour us all at once? Scott countered, No, he likely seeks revenge. Styles then asked, And whom does he wish to avenge himself upon? Scott was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Allison without uttering a word. However, Jean broke the silence, stating, If this is about revenge, then it is highly likely that it involves Allison's family. Styles interjected, Perhaps that message implies just that. Someone must have sent it. Jackson suddenly proposed, All right, folks, I have a new plan. Let Styles contact his informant and bring along a few skilled marksmen. Do we all agree? Scott nodded, affirming he has a point, if necessary. We should disclose the truth to him. Let us make that call swiftly. At that moment, Jean interjected, Actually, there's no need to contact the sheriff. When I spoke to Chris earlier, I mentioned that there might be a beast in the area, and since Allison is here, he should be arriving shortly. He continued, You all know that Allison's family deals in firearms, right? The group turned to Allison in surprise, who reluctantly nodded, Yes, my father sells weapons to law enforcement agencies. Jean elaborated, Those involved in arms dealing are typically quite skilled with firearms, so we'll be fine once Chris arrives. Styles nodded in agreement, adding, I don't want to witness my father being devoured. Jean affirmed, All right, we should leave this place now. He is coming. No sooner had he spoken than the iron door of the room was violently struck, the resounding bang startling everyone as they recoiled, watching the door, which was clearly on the brink of giving way. Get away. My heavens. Lydia cried out in panic. Styles observed the scene, his mind racing, and spoke, To the kitchen. The door outside leads to the stairwell. Scott interjected. Chapter 25, The Encounter. But we can only ascend. Climbing upstairs is preferable to remaining here. As they watched the screws on the door being jolted loose one by one, the group ceased their hesitation and turned to flee into the kitchen. Just as they pivoted to leave, the iron door was forcefully breached. In the midst of their escape, Jean queried, somewhat perplexed, I must ask, why didn't we take the route I descended from earlier? We could have simply descended with a rope from the window, ensuring our safety. Upon hearing Jean's words, the group's steps faltered. Indeed, escaping through the window would have been far more prudent. Why had they opted to flee inside the building? They dashed up the stairwell at the back of the kitchen to the next floor, where they concealed themselves in a chemistry classroom. Upon entering, Scott swiftly barricaded the door, prompting Jean to scratch his head and remark, Are you certain this will stop him? Scott replied, Stalling him for even a moment is advantageous. At that moment, Peter had already approached nearby, and the group collectively held their breath, daring not to make a sound. This situation greatly troubled Jean. The presence of Peter outside the door stirred the primal instincts within him, igniting an overwhelming urge to transform and confront Peter in a fierce battle. Jean understood that it was the bloodline of the Wolf King at play. The pride of the Maigrein forbade him from evading any confrontation with other werewolves. He felt his resolve wavering. At that moment, Scott inquired of Jackson, How many people can your car accommodate? Cramped. It can fit 5, Jackson replied. However, Allison expressed a differing opinion. 5? I nearly occupy all the space when I get in. Styles interjected, It doesn't matter, until we successfully divert his attention. Any discussion is futile. Suddenly, Scott proposed, What if we use that? He gestured towards a door at one end of the classroom, stating, This leads to the rooftop. We could attempt to escape to the parking lot via the emergency exit. Styles pointed out, But the door is locked. The guard has the key. Scott exclaimed. Styles emphasized, I mean the body has it, the one I can retrieve. He leaned closer to Styles and whispered, I can smell the blood. I can find his body. Styles countered, That idea sounds utterly dreadful. Are there no other alternatives? After a moment of contemplation, Scott declared, I will go get the key. You can't be serious, Allison questioned. This is the best plan we have. To escape, we must secure the key. Venturing forth empty-handed is not an option. Scott surveyed the surroundings, picked up a nearby teaching rod, and remarked to the astonished group, This is certainly better than going unarmed. Styles interjected, Surely there must be a more effective solution. Indeed. There is, Lydia replied, glancing at the cabinet containing chemical agents. Styles appeared incredulous. What do you propose we do? Douse him in acid? Lydia shook her head. No, we shall create fireball bombs. Everything we require to concoct incendiary devices is right here. The group fell silent, only to be interrupted by a sudden click that drew their attention. Jean had opened the door. Noticing their gazes, Jean shrugged and said, Oh, just a simple lock pick. Haven't you done this before? He then tossed the wire he had been using onto the ground. Well, now we should be on our way, Styles declared, prompting everyone to step through the door, while Jean remained behind. Scott halted and looked back at him. Jean smiled. What's the matter? Someone has to divert his attention, and I find him quite intriguing. Lydia exclaimed, This is utterly insane. You could perish. Jean shrugged again. I assure you, I will not. My luck has always been favorable, and I suspect that Chris and the others will arrive just when I find myself in peril. Lydia continued, You cannot stake everything on mere possibilities. Jean nodded, reassuringly stating, Do not worry. I shall leave shortly. You may go ahead. Scott was familiar with Jean, or rather, he had heard about him from Derek. Although he had never witnessed Jean in action, Derek had described him as extraordinarily powerful, a being whose strength surpassed that of ordinary alpha wolves, and he himself was an alpha wolf. Contemplating this, Scott cast a deep glance at Jean and remarked. Jean smiled and said, Rest assured, Maria is waiting for me at home. Allison took a deep breath. After all, she was not Scott. Had it been Scott who needed to stay behind, Allison would have been heartbroken beyond measure. Jean nodded towards the group and said, All right, you all should leave quickly. If we are discovered, we will be unable to depart. With that, he turned his attention away from them, focusing on the door of the room. He was waiting. Once Scott and the others had left, he would open that door and seek out Peter. He could no longer contain his powers. The provocation from the alpha wolves stirred his bloodline, and if Scott and the others did not leave soon, he might transform. Jean was acutely aware of what he would become in his complete form. To call it terrifying would be an understatement. It resembled a towering giant wolf, with taut muscles, protruding fangs, and sharp claws, all of which conveyed a message to others. He was formidable and fearsome. That demonic visage would become the stuff of nightmares for many. At this moment, a nightmare was about to descend upon Peter for he had been wandering near Maigrein during the full moon. Provoking the Wolf King was no trivial matter for an ordinary werewolf. Jean believed that Peter, upon his entrance, could sense the aura emanating from him. Yet he did not retreat, indicating that Peter regarded Jean with disdain. Perhaps he considered Jean merely a pup. It is a well-known truth that young wolves often falter against their adult counterparts. However, Jean was no mere pup. He was a born werewolf, the most gifted among the Maigrein lineage, the next heir to the family legacy, and the successor to the legendary Wolf King. It was this very essence that allowed him to traverse to the American continent alone, to establish his own clan, destined to be the founding fathers of a dynasty. Chapter 26. The battle. At this juncture, Scott, Styles, Jackson, Lydia, and Allison had already departed, granting Jean the liberty to act freely. He shed the garments borrowed from the bear man, and once again, his form underwent a transformation. In the blink of an eye, the imposing figure of the werewolf re-emerged. He pushed open the classroom door and stepped into the corridor, which was now enveloped in silence. Peter had seemingly vanished. Perhaps he had retreated to the rooftop, a plausible option. Given the exceptional hearing of werewolves, Peter could undoubtedly hear the discussions that had just transpired. It was also possible he had concealed himself, seeking a strategic location for his impending confrontation with Jean. Regardless of where Peter had fled, Jean was resolute in his ability to find him. Jean closed his eyes, quietly listening to the sounds resonating within the educational building. The echoes of Scott running on the rooftop, their labored breaths, and the rhythmic beating of their hearts filled the air. Deep within the building, there were numerous heartbeats. Indeed, it was evident that Peter was not the only one present tonight, for alongside him were the Yeti and the Bearman, as well as other creatures who, due to Peter's imposing presence and Jean's own, dared not reveal themselves before Scott and his companions. Upon focusing intently, Jean discerned a heartbeat distinct from the others, powerful and robust. If there were no berserk warriors or dragons lurking within the school tonight, then this heartbeat could only belong to Peter. Only a werewolf's heartbeat could resonate with such strength and vigor. With this realization, Jean made his way toward the source of the heartbeat. Descending the staircase with measured steps, Jean arrived at a basketball court, which seemed to be the battleground designated for himself and Peter. As he stepped onto the court, he halted abruptly, for a figure hurtled toward him. Jean raised his arms to shield himself from the incoming strike. It was none other than Peter. Peter? The massive wolf head opposite him regarded Jean with curiosity. Who are you? How do you know my identity? Jean, embodying a similarly formidable wolf countenance, grinned, revealing a rather unsightly smile. I am Jean Maigrein, the White Wolf King, Jean remarked playfully, casting a knowing glance at Peter. You seem to possess more knowledge than your nephew. Peter lowered his head before Jean, the eldest of the Hall clan, who had encountered the descendants of the Wolf King. The heir of the White Wolf King, His Highness Maigrein. Jean smiled as he gazed at Peter. What you say does not imply your submission to me. Peter's eyes glinted with ferocity as he replied, I have retreated. As long as you do not impede my affairs, I shall acknowledge you as my master. Humph. A servant who refuses to obey commands? Your acceptance will not turn my fur gray. Then it seems we are left with no choice but to fight? Very well. Let us engage. With that declaration, Jean and Peter let out a simultaneous roar and charged at one another. They clashed fiercely. Both were imposing figures. Yet Jean was slightly smaller than Peter, resulting in Peter possessing greater strength but slower speed. Jean utilized his agility, nimbly maneuvering around Peter, leaving a trail of scratches across his body with each pass. Though these marks were not lethal, they inflicted considerable pain upon Peter. In retaliation, Peter struck at Jean. And when he connected, Jean was sent hurtling away by the sheer force. Rising from the ground, Jean shook his head, producing a cracking sound, and his eyes were filled with fury, as if he had resolved to achieve something. He dropped to all fours, and with a powerful thrust of his hind legs, he left 2 deep impressions in the earth beneath him. Yet Jean had vanished without a trace. The recent exertion had concentrated all his strength into a retreat, propelling him forward with such swiftness that before Peter could react, Jean had already circled behind him. A deep wound had appeared in Peter's abdomen, one that, if it had penetrated further, could have claimed his life. This exemplified the formidable power of the Wolf King. The number of werewolves was inherently limited. Thus, while I choose not to slay you, I insist that you remain discreet for the time being. The crimson glimmer in Peter's eyes gradually transformed into a cerulean hue. Having just endured a near-fatal battle, he had lost the strength of the Alpha. However, had he possessed his own pack, he could have reclaimed that power. Jean regarded Peter and inquired, surely, The werewolves you previously created are not limited to just Scott? Peter nodded, affirming, indeed, there are others. Jean continued. Peter's body bowed slightly in gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness, for your mercy. Jean acknowledged with a nod. Regarding my affairs, do not speak of them indiscriminately. You know nothing. Do you understand? Peter nodded, I understand. At that moment, the blaring of police sirens echoed from outside. It seemed Chris must have alerted the authorities prior to his arrival. Chapter 27. The Conclusion. The aconite in Jean's tattoos had not been incinerated. His battle that night had persistently unfolded under the influence of the plant's debilitating effects. Jean approached a faucet and rinsed himself off, erasing the traces of blood from his body before slowly exiting the school. As he stepped out of the teaching building, he spotted Sheriff Noah rushing towards him. Upon seeing Jean, Noah joyfully ran to his side, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Are you all right? I heard from Scott and the others that you stayed behind to cover for them. Thankfully, you seem unharmed. Jean shook his head. I'm fine. But there may have been some troubling events inside. Noah inquired. Are you referring to the incident involving the security guard? I heard from Styles and the others about it. He paused momentarily before continuing. They mentioned you discovered a severed body? Jean nodded and pointed in a direction. It's located in the corner of the corridor to the right of the entrance. If no one has disturbed it, it should still be there. Noah nodded and instructed several officers to enter and search for the dismembered corpse. He then turned to Jean, raising his hand to summon Scott and Styles, asking, Did you manage to identify who attacked you? Jean shook his head. Scott and the others claimed it was Derek Hall, but when they were assaulted, I found an unconscious Derek outside. Noah gazed at Jean, his eyes reflecting a profound depth. However, our team did not locate any trace of Derek Hall in the vehicle. He seems to have vanished. Jean furrowed his brow and replied, You do not believe my account, or rather, you require a scapegoat. Noah sighed and said, Jean, you are not like Scott and the others. You understand that we are at a loss here. The public demands an explanation, and Derek's disappearance is indeed peculiar. Jean sighed in response. You are correct, but I am quite certain that it is not Derek. Noah nodded and replied, Listen, we will conduct a thorough search of the school. We will find him. If we do not, then I am truly sorry. Jean shook his head. I understand, Sheriff. You need not apologize. Noah sighed again, turning to leave when Jean called out to him. Sheriff, what is it? The sheriff nodded as Jean continued. May I ask if I could purchase that piece of land? The sheriff furrowed his brow. It seems that acquiring land would require some form of proof. Jean nodded. I am aware. If possible, I will have my family provide the necessary documentation. Noah paused, looking at Jean, and inquired, May I ask what this is for? Jean thought for a moment and then replied, I appreciate it, Sheriff. At that moment, someone in the distance called for the sheriff, prompting Noah to address the group before departing. Scott and the others appeared dejected, and at that point, Styles offered some encouragement, saying, All right, brothers, we are still alive. Are we not? Having escaped from the clutches of the alpha wolf, we find ourselves in a rather fortunate predicament, do we not? We are still alive. At this moment, Scott remarked, when we were in the chemistry lab, he passed right by us. Do you not think he heard our voices? Surely, he must be aware of our presence. Styles shrugged, responding, Well, if that is the case, why are we still alive? Scott, somewhat perturbed, said, He wants me to join his pack. But I believe that before I can do so, I must first sever ties with my original pack. Styles appeared bewildered, inquiring, What do you mean, your original pack? With a sense of melancholy, Scott replied, Allison, Jackson, Lydia, and you. Styles, clearly coming to a realization, wore a troubled expression. The alpha wolf does not wish to kill us. Jean interjected at this juncture. You finally comprehend. Scott and Styles turned towards Jean, who continued. His objective is to compel Scott to take the life of one of you. By eliminating any one of you, he would be liberated from his current pack. Styles expressed his confusion, asking, But why? Jean elucidated. You are all aware of the 3 types of wolves within a pack, correct? Styles replied, the alpha, the beta, and what else? Jean responded, there is also the omega, whom we refer to as the lone wolf, representing the weakest segment of the pack. However, more often than not, it signifies the solitary wolf. A werewolf seeks to join a pack, yet he cannot do so as an alpha or beta. He can only enter as a lone wolf. That is, as an omega. Scott remarked, thus, he wishes to sever my ties with my previous pack. Turning away, he spoke with palpable sorrow. You know, this isn't even the worst part. Styles, somewhat anxious, inquired, this isn't the worst part? What could possibly be worse, Scott? Scott replied, He nearly compelled me to transform just now, and in that moment, I genuinely desired to do so. I yearned to eliminate all of you, do you understand? To extinguish every one of you. At that moment, Noah approached, and Jean nodded. Noah, along with Scott and Styles, burst into laughter. Jean shrugged. Well, I suppose it's not too bad. I've never experienced anything like this before. Upon returning to their abode, Jean ascended the staircase with fried chicken in hand when he heard footsteps. Maria. In an instant, a shadow swept past, and the fried chicken vanished from his grasp, with Maria appearing on the sofa behind him. Maria, at this hour, you ought to be asleep, Jean remarked with a wry smile. Maria lifted her gaze to Jean and flashed a charming smile. Cold fried chicken isn't appetizing. With a resigned chuckle, Jean sat beside Maria, raising his hand. The moment he did, Maria cradled the fried chicken in her arms, looking up at Jean with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Mine. Jean smiled wryly as he placed his hand on Maria's head, assuring her, I won't compete with you for it. Rest easy. Maria nodded with a smile. Observing Maria joyfully munching on fried chicken, Jean gently smiled. Maria, he called, prompting her to lift her little head in curiosity. What's the matter? How did you get out? I distinctly remember locking you in when I left. Maria chuckled bashfully. You left the key next to me, and the door wasn't fully closed. Jean paused in surprise, and then rubbed his head. I forgot. But have you been able to control yourself during the full moon? Maria nodded. Yes, I can. Though it's quite uncomfortable, I still feel lucid. Upon hearing this, Maria suddenly found the fried chicken in her hands unappetizing. She swiftly discarded it on the table and curled up in the corner of the sofa. Do you not want me anymore? Are you trying to send me away? Jean shook his head helplessly, raising his hand to pat Maria's head, only for her to evade him. Maria blinked her small eyes at Jean, her expression seeming to convey, I'm upset. You need to comfort me. Jean smiled bitterly. Upon realizing that Jean did not intend to drive her away, Maria relaxed, yet cautiously glanced at him and asked. Jean nodded. Maria's face lit up with joy. Jean picked up the fried chicken from the table and inquired, Are you still interested in the fried chicken? Maria's eyes sparkled. Yes. He extended the fried chicken in his hand, and Jean rose from the sofa, saying, Maria responded without lifting her head. Fortunate that Jean had purchased a generous portion of fried chicken, otherwise, it might not have sufficed for her appetite. The full moon fell on a Wednesday, and due to a tragic incident that occurred on this day, the school remained closed on Thursday and Friday, marking the beginning of the students' vacation. Naturally, this had little bearing on Jean, who was now confronted with a situation every man must face, meeting the father-in-law, the legendary father of his partner. Although he and Maria had yet to define their relationship clearly, their cohabitation over the past fortnight, pardon my use of the term cohabitation, was necessitated by Maria's rather exuberant habits. Had they not shared a roof, Jean's residence might have been dismantled. Who would have imagined that a wild spirit could harbor such a penchant for nightmares? Coupled with Maria's inherent reliance on Jean and his initial ulterior motives towards her, their bond now resembled that of a couple more than mere friends. Ordinarily, Mr. Tart would remain oblivious to this situation. However, after Maria completed her enrollment procedures, her insistence on continuing to reside with Jean raised Mr. Tart's suspicions. The closeness between Maria and Jean surpassed that of ordinary friends. They shared an intimate connection, with Jean indulging Maria, who, in turn, exhibited complete vulnerability towards him. Although Maria has been missing for 7 years, she remains Mr. Tart's cherished little cabbage, and now she has been courted by Jean, the wild boar. One can easily imagine Mr. Tart's sentiments. So, are you two together now? Mr. Tart inquired of Jean. Not yet. She is still quite unclear about that aspect. But I am pursuing her, Jean explained. Mr. Tart regarded Jean with evident discontent. You never mentioned that your assistance to Maria was of this nature. Jean shrugged. Well, I didn't foresee it either, but isn't Maria simply enchanting? Hearing this, Mr. Tart nodded. Indeed, my daughter must surely attract many suitors. Jean concurred. So, is it so wrong for me to have feelings for her? Mr. Tart slammed his hand on the table, glaring at Jean. However, that does not justify allowing my daughter to reside under the same roof as you. Jean nodded. I understand, but we are not sharing a room. So there shouldn't be any issue, right? Mr. Tart's eyes shifted as he suddenly asked, My daughter doesn't kick off her covers while sleeping, does she? She does. Jean instinctively reacted, hastily clarifying. Perhaps due to her past experiences, she does not sleep soundly at night, so I pay extra attention to her during that time. That is quite normal, is it not? Normal? What do you mean by normal? Mr. Tart's forehead throbbed with bulging veins, and one could sense that, if given the chance, he would take up his shotgun and eliminate Jean without hesitation. So, you have taken advantage of my daughter, and I am expected to thank you? Jean offered a sheepish smile. This is merely what I ought to do. There is no need for formalities. Mr. Tart seethed in frustration, then glanced at Maria, observing the profound affection in her gaze directed towards Jean. He sighed. I shall not interfere with you any further. Turning to Jean, he issued a warning. Maria is still quite young. I hope you will not engage in any indiscreet activities. After a brief pause, Mr. Tart's tone softened considerably. At the very least, do not compel me to become a grandfather at this moment. Jean nodded in understanding. I am aware, rest assured, Mr. Tart. We shall refrain from any untoward actions until after college. Chapter 29. Conversation. Maria looked on in confusion. What kind of indiscreet activities? Mr. Tart was taken aback. His face flushed with embarrassment. Jean sighed and turned to Maria. You are still young. You will come to understand in due time. Maria nodded and inquired of the two. When shall we eat? What shall we have? Mr. Tart offered a wry smile, replying, Soon. What would you like to eat? Jean pondered for a moment before suggesting. Perhaps barbecue. Maria tends to prefer meat. A new day had dawned, as the school reopened and resumed its normal operations. Furthermore, today marked Maria's first day of school, officially commencing her academic journey. Jean brought Maria to the school, as they had arrived on bicycles due to the absence of a driver's license. Upon reaching the school gate, Jean spotted Chris's car and paused momentarily. He listened attentively to the sounds emanating from within the vehicle. Today, it was Chris and her Aunt Kate who were escorting Allison. Indeed, Chris was a quintessential doting father, exhibiting an excessive protective instinct. Boss, if you insist on driving me to school, at the very least, you ought to let me out of the car, Allison remarked to Chris, who was surveying the surroundings, still mindful of the previous night's events that had marred the school premises. He turned to Kate and inquired, Kate, what are your thoughts on homeschooling? Kate inhaled deeply before responding. Well, if you ask me, I am more inclined towards learning through practical experience. Allison couldn't help but chuckle at her father's words. What do you think of an overly protective father who constantly disrupts his daughter's life? Kate smiled, unlocking the car door to allow Allison to exit. As soon as Allison stepped out, she spotted Jean and Maria standing nearby. Jean, Maria? Allison called out. Jean nodded and addressed her. Allison, could you please take Maria into Rinrin Road first? I need to discuss something with your father. Allison nodded in agreement, and Jean turned to Maria. Maria? You should follow Allison for now. I'll catch up with you shortly. Maria nodded. All right, but do hurry. After watching the two girls walk away, Jean approached Chris's car, opened the door, and took a seat inside. Greetings, Chris and Kate. Jean Maigrein inquired. Is there something on your mind? Chris responded with a hint of irritation. Jean shrugged and replied. Well, a minor issue. You must have noticed the girl beside me just now? Chris and Kate nodded, with Kate asking, is she a werewolf? Did you transform her? Chris seemed already aware of the news. Jean nodded. Indeed, a feral werewolf. As a child, she was influenced by the full moon, attacked her mother and sister, and has been trapped in the form of a wolf for 7 years. Chris turned to Jean and asked, Are you suggesting that she is under your protection and we should refrain from confronting her? Jean nodded, partially yes. Chris, puzzled, asked, What else is there? Jean gazed at the devastation outside and remarked, I was inside that night too. You know that, right? Of course I know. You were the one who called me, Chris replied. That night, I encountered the Alpha. Kate anxiously turned to Jean. Who was it? Jean shrugged. Why are you so tense? Are you hiding something from your brother? Chris, prompted by Jean's remark, curiously looked at Kate. Are you concealing something from me? Jean chuckled and said, I believe Kate has already formed some suspicions regarding the Alpha. Chris turned to Kate and asked, Is that so, Kate? Jean continued, offering Kate no opportunity for explanation. The werewolf seeks vengeance, and its target is none other than your Atkinson family. Chris furrowed his brow as Jean pressed on. You see the implication, don't you? Normally, the werewolves who bore a grudge against you would have been captured and slain. The fact that one remains at large suggests that someone among you has acted outside the established rules. Pausing for effect, Jean continued, I have fortuitously uncovered some clues. The werewolf's attacks on humans are connected to the devastating fire at the Hall residence several years ago. What do you make of that, Chris? Chris looked at Jean, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Are you implying? Jean affirmed, indeed. The fire was instigated by members of your Atkinson family. Remember, there were innocents, including children, within that house. Chris's anger flared. Someone acted against the rules. Jean nodded. Precisely. And that person is likely you, Kate. Resigned, Kate acknowledged. Fine. I was responsible for that. But what of it? They were merely werewolves. They deserved their fate. Chris, visibly incensed, retorted. There were innocent lives at stake. We do not harm the innocent. Jean chuckled. Come now, Chris. It seems you alone uphold the family's principles. As far as I am aware, your father, Gerald Atkinson, initiated his assault on the innocent werewolves quite some time ago, including the notorious alpha wolf, Diocalion, who later rose to prominence among the werewolf ranks. It was your father who blinded him. Pausing for a moment, Jean remarked, Oh, by the way, I recall there is a saying among your kind that Diocalion struck first against your father. Do you believe that? So many werewolves, vanquished by an ordinary man, and one of them blinded, no less. It seems the hunters who ventured forth at that time simply perished. Clearly, Jean's words inflicted a profound impact upon Chris. Jean, I think I need a moment to collect myself. Perhaps you should attend your class, he suggested. Jean shrugged in response. All right. And just as he was about to exit the vehicle, he suddenly remembered the purpose of his visit to Chris. Oh, right, that alpha is at the hospital. Named Peter Hall, the sole survivor of the Hall family from the fire. He has healed himself, yet remains concealed. You might still be able to locate him if you go now. With that, he disregarded whether Chris had fully comprehended his words and exited the car. For at that moment, Chris was embroiled in a dispute with Kate regarding their rules and principles. One believed that hunters should adhere to regulations, while the other felt that all werewolves deserved death. Regrettably, Chris possessed knowledge of deeper truths that Kate did not, and while Gerald might have been aware, it was evident that he had not shared this information with her. Chapter 30. The beginning of school indeed. There are certain truths that can deliver a fatal blow to a hunter, capable of shattering their worldview. As long as a select few are aware and can pass down such knowledge, it suffices. For the others, adherence to the rules is all that is required. This is what all the leaders of the mystical realms yearn to witness. Meanwhile, in another sacred location in the Americas, the enigmatic town of Mystic Falls is also experiencing peculiar occurrences, gradually unveiling millennia of Native American history. Jean alighted from the vehicle, completely disregarding the quarrel between the two siblings above. He entered the bustling academic building. Jean, Allison, and Maria had not ventured far when they encountered Jean approaching them. Upon seeing him, Allison curiously inquired. Jean, noticing her gaze, shook his head. It's nothing significant. I just need to discuss a few matters with your father. Allison nodded and greeted Lydia, who had just stepped through the door. Jean then turned his attention to Maria, who had not acknowledged him since his departure. What is the matter? Maria shot an angry glance at Jean. You just abandoned me with others. Do you consider me a burden? Jean was amused by Maria's words and looked at her, saying, How could it be? It's just that some matters require a private discussion. At this moment, Jean suddenly remembered that he had not informed Maria about the hunters. He quickly added, By the way, Maria, if you encounter Allison's parents or her aunt alone, you must leave immediately. They pose a significant danger to you. Do you understand? Maria looked at Jean with a puzzled expression. Why? Jean pondered for a moment before explaining. They are hunters, and for us, they are among the most perilous beings. This relates to events from long ago. I will tell you more when the opportunity arises. For now, just know that if you come across them, you should leave at once. Maria nodded, somewhat understanding. All right, I'll heed your advice. Just then, the class bell rang. Allison and Lydia approached Jean and Maria, remarking, It's quite strange. Everyone is discussing the events of that night, yet no one seems to realize we were right here. Lydia said with a hint of sarcasm, Thank you for protecting us, mere pawns. Allison added with a hint of distress, Did I make a wrong decision? Lydia inquired. Are you referring to the dress you paired with that jacket? That was indeed a mistake. Jean chuckled and said, I believe Allison is not speaking of that. Maria, filled with curiosity, asked, What about that night? What transpired? Jean smiled as he gently caressed her hair. Oh, just a trivial matter, nothing of consequence. Allison cast a wry smile at Lydia. You know precisely what I mean. Lydia chuckled softly. Come on, Scott summoned us to the school and kept us in the dark, leaving us to await our doom. It's fortunate for him that we didn't report him or demand compensation for our medical expenses. Jean offered a bittersweet smile, choosing silence. In his view, although Scott exhibited a certain pettiness and was overly entangled in his thoughts, it was indeed prudent to conceal the existence of werewolves in this situation. Nevertheless, his decision left his girlfriend feeling disappointed and uneasy, prompting her to choose a temporary separation. Jean felt he had no right to voice any objections. The group, engaged in light-hearted banter, made their way to the classroom door when, at that moment, the office door adjacent to them swung open. The sheriff and several officers emerged. "We have established surveillance on his residence." The most surprising sight, however, was Styles sitting at the corner of the office wall, presumably waiting for his father. True to Styles' nature, he likely sought to extract information from his father about the progress of this matter. Sheriff Noah clearly noticed him and addressed his subordinates. "Hold on a moment." He then approached Styles. "Aren't you supposed to be studying for a test?" Styles completely disregarded Noah's inquiry and instead reversed the question. "Any updates? Have you found Derek?" "I am currently searching for you. Now, you must head to the examination immediately." "Very well. Father, listen to me, hurry. This is truly important. Please exercise caution during the recent evenings, particularly tonight." Noah nodded. Styles seemed poised to utter something, but Noah interjected. "Listen, Dad, you have never dealt with these matters before. You know? Not in such a terrifying way." Noah gestured towards the individuals nearby and continued, "I am aware, which is precisely why I have sought the assistance of experienced individuals, the federal detectives. Now, off you go to the exam." Styles sighed, unsure of what to say, grabbed his backpack, and turned to leave. Noah then directed his gaze towards Jean and the others, commanding, "And you all should proceed to the examination at once." Jean pondered for a moment before replying, "Well, Sheriff, although it may seem somewhat unbelievable, trust me, those federal detectives possess little experience in this matter." Noah nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "Yes, I understand. Trust us. What you must do now is head to the examination immediately." Jean resignedly nodded, exchanged greetings with Allison and the others, and entered the classroom. Following them was Scott, who was currently in a cold war with Allison. Styles, troubled by concerns for his father's safety, left Scott feeling quite solitary. Scott gazed at Allison, who was already engrossed in her examination, took a deep breath, and resolutely approached her. "Allison," he began, only to be interrupted by Professor Adrian Harris's admonition, "Mr. McGough, please find a seat." With a sense of resignation, Scott retreated to a nearby chair. "You have 45 minutes to complete the test. Simply inscribe your name on the cover page, and you will receive 25% of the score. However, considering that each year there are inexplicable instances of students neglecting to write their names, I must once again question my suitability for the role of an educator. Therefore, do not disappoint me." With that, he activated the timer, declaring, "Commence now." Maria stared at the examination paper before her, her expression fraught with turmoil. Chapter 31, The Full Moon? Not only had she never studied this material, but she also harbored an inherent aversion to learning, having only consented to attend school due to the enticing offers from Jean and Mr. Tart. Now, faced with such an overwhelming challenge, she felt her composure beginning to fray. Sharp claws extended from her fingertips, yet she remembered Jean's admonition to conceal her identity as a werewolf. The claws remained concealed beneath the table, never surfacing onto its surface. Nevertheless, the piercing sound of claws scraping against the wooden surface caught the attention of many, who turned in curiosity to discern the source of the noise. Upon witnessing this, Jean sighed softly and murmured, "Maria?" He was well aware that Maria could undoubtedly hear him. Indeed, upon hearing his voice, Maria paused momentarily, then pouted, reluctantly retracting her claws. She cast a glance at Jean, her lips pursed, as if silently protesting against him. However, upon hearing his call, Maria's eyes sparkled with delight, her previously sulky expression transforming into one of joy. Even when faced with the daunting paper before her, she dutifully inscribed her name upon it, regardless of her understanding of the content. Meanwhile, another individual in the classroom exhibited an unusual demeanor, Scott. He appeared to be overwhelmed by a cacophony of voices, scanning his surroundings with an anxious expression plagued by self-doubt. After rubbing his head, Scott's countenance grew even more somber, as if he were resisting some inner turmoil. His expression intensified, and his body language became increasingly restless, revealing his palpable anxiety. Eventually, he seemed unable to bear it any longer. He stood up, grabbed his backpack, and exited the classroom. This perplexed Professor Harris, who called out, "Mr. McGough?" In response, "Mr." Styles hastily rose to pursue Scott as he departed. "Mr. Stiflin?" Professor Harris called out again, his voice echoing futilely. Jean sighed once more, closing his eyes. He activated his heightened sense of hearing and discerned Styles' voice in the corridor, calling out, "Scott?" It seemed he had noticed something. taking a few steps forward to pause and pick something up, continuing to call, "Scott?" He took out his phone and dialed the tenant. And soon Scott's phone began to ring. He approached and paused, clearly having located Scott. The sound of water. Was Scott taking a shower? Had he fled the examination just to bathe? Gene found himself perplexed by Scott's actions when suddenly he heard Scott exclaim, "I can't breathe." Unable to breathe? That seemed improbable. Scott had transformed into a werewolf, and werewolves were not afflicted by any ailments. Thus, it must be a psychological response. Styles appeared to have an epiphany, hastily rummaging through his backpack to retrieve something. "Use this. Quickly." Moments later, Scott's frantic breath ceased, indicating that Styles' method had proven effective. "Am I having an asthma attack?" Scott inquired. Styles shook his head. "No, it's a panic attack. However, if you treat it as an asthma episode, it may alleviate the panic symptoms." "You must be jesting," Scott asked, intrigued. "How do you know this approach works?" "I learned it after my mother passed away. It's not exactly enjoyable, is it?" Scott continued. "I watched her. As if someone had struck my ribs with a hammer. This is what heartbreak feels like. Approximately 2 billion songs have captured that sentiment. I cannot cease thinking of her. You must consider it this way. Her father was a hunter who killed werewolves, and you, my friend, are a werewolf. That is the crux of your dilemma, clearly." "It is of no avail." Styles sighed and remarked, "Indeed, brother, it is apparent that you have been cast aside. The very act of being abandoned is lamentable. No, it is not merely that. I long to perceive everything within this room, including the emotions of each individual. Just as I did during the full moon a few nights ago. It is evident that the full moon is approaching once more." "Once more?" "Well, the news indicated that the recent full moon was not part of the usual cycle, and that only certain regions of the Americas were able to witness it." Styles paused momentarily and continued, "Thus, we shall confine you in a room as we previously arranged. The energies bestowed upon you during the 2 full moons will be immensely potent, and by doing so, your alpha wolf, your leader, will be unable to locate you." "I believe mere confinement will not suffice," Gene replied. "What is it? Are you concerned about escaping and then being captured by hunters?" "No, it is not that. Should I manage to escape, I might become a murderer." 2 full moons. So, the recent one was not a typical full moon. Gene suddenly understood why. Following the full moon, he felt an enhancement of power, why Maria struggled to maintain control, and why so many creatures were able to manage themselves during the recent full moon night. Maria regained her senses so swiftly. It turns out that this full moon was anything but ordinary. What could have caused this? Gene found himself engulfed in confusion. As time gradually flowed by, it arrived at the hour of dismissal from school. Gene, taking Maria by the hand, hurried towards Alan's clinic. If the full moon that night was indeed an anomaly, it must have been caused by some mysterious force. 2 full moons. No wonder I felt that the previous full moon had peculiarities in both timing and effect. Alan remarked with a nod. Gene inquired, "So do you know what caused it?" Alan furrowed his brow. "There are numerous ways to create an illusion of a full moon. However, most do not affect werewolves. Yet this time, it has indeed had an impact on them. Otherwise, I would not be so anxious." Gene concurred with a nod. "That is true. If something can influence werewolves, it must involve manipulating the moon itself. This is beyond the capabilities of us Druids." Gene frowned. In fact, many would find this impossible. Even the most ancient of witches would struggle to achieve such a feat. Alan's eyes brightened. Not every witch would find it so difficult. There are a select few who could accomplish it. Gene pondered for a moment and asked, "Are you referring to those 2 who created the elixir of immortality?" Alan nodded. "Including the one who conjured vampires. They should be capable as well." Gene reflected and asked, "As far as I know, they have all." Alan interrupted, nodding. Chapter 32, History. "Indeed, they have all perished. Even those who remain are in slumber, so it is evidently not their doing. However, this reminds me of a piece of news that I initially believed to be fictitious, yet it now appears to hold a semblance of truth." Gene furrowed his brow. "What news?" Alan pondered for a moment, then rose to retrieve a hefty tome from the cabinet behind him. He located a page, opened it, and handed it to Gene, saying, "This pertains to the origins of vampires." Gene took the book and examined it, casting a puzzled glance at Alan. Alan nodded and continued in response to Gene's inquiry. "Indeed, what is documented herein pertains to a singular event. At least, that is our belief. In ancient times, in the land where werewolves originated, they coexisted peacefully with humans. The humans were aware that they should refrain from venturing outside during the full moon. However, exceptions invariably occurred, leading to the first bloodshed. A child, heedless of the tribe's warnings, ventured out on a moonlit night and was beset by a mindless werewolf, marking the commencement and the cause of the ensuing holy wars that spanned millennia. Vampires, in their original essence, were non-existent. Yet, in those ancient days, when the progenitors were still human, their tribe harbored a cautionary tale: do not go out on the night of the full moon. Nevertheless, the youngest son of the progenitor was an adventurous spirit, and, on one such night, he dashed outside, only to be attacked by the monsters dwelling near his family. The father, stricken by the loss of his son, sought out his wife, a witch, imploring her to transform their kin into beings of formidable strength, agility, and even immortality. Thus, the mother summoned a spell that intertwined the lineage with the moon, life, and the white oak, resulting in the emergence of vampires. Jean glanced at Alan, still perplexed. But what does this have to do with the interval between two full moons? Alan took a seat and replied. Suddenly, Jean realized something. If this is true, then it implies the existence of an ancestor who is both a werewolf and a vampire? Alan nodded. If the rumors hold any truth, then indeed. However, there is another facet to this tale. The witch harbored a profound fear of the family patriarch. To conceal this matter, she sealed away the children's werewolf side. This seal also contains the essence of the moon, specifically the full moon. Are you suggesting that the ancestor may have undone the seal? Alan, his expression grave, nodded in agreement. It is highly probable. The unsealing would coincide with the appearance of a full moon, hence the occurrence of two full moons. Jean spoke solemnly. If that is the case, then we are all in a predicament. Both Alan and Jean understood the implications of the emergence of an entirely new species. Whether vampires or werewolves, each possesses their own vulnerabilities. The Indian werewolves can only transform during a full moon. Although their strength and speed surpass that of an adult in normal circumstances, they remain limited. The Celtic werewolves, on the other hand, are replete with various toxic plants. Vampires, aside from being thwarted by monkshood and wood, are also vulnerable to the bites of all werewolves. However, if a being that embodies both vampire and werewolf traits were to manifest, it is plausible that such a creature could possess the ability to transform at will, retaining its rationality post-transformation and no longer fearing the bites of its werewolf counterpart. In such a scenario, the means to inflict fatal harm upon this entity would be exceedingly limited. Moreover, considering the progenitor, which inherently possesses few vulnerabilities, the situation becomes even more precarious. If this newly emerged being harbors no ambitions, it may not pose a significant threat. However, should it develop aspirations, it could spell disaster for all creatures of the mystical realm. Ellen nodded, acknowledging that all of this is merely conjecture at this stage. I shall enlist someone to investigate further into this matter. Jean nodded in agreement and inquired, by the way, what is the name of this progenitor? It is believed to be Klaus. As you are aware, our Druids primarily focus on maintaining the balance of nature, and beyond that, we have aided our fellow Celtic cultures werewolves and bearmen. Thus our knowledge of the myths surrounding the indigenous peoples here is rather scant. Jean nodded in understanding. In any case, it falls upon you to delve into our previous deductions. In truth, aside from the anxiety regarding the new species and the impending crisis, Jean felt a sense of confusion. In his recollections of the tale of the Lesser Wolf, there had been no mention of vampires, let alone a progenitor or witches. While he could accept the existence of indigenous werewolves, as he had recognized shortly after his arrival in this world that it was not merely the realm of the Lesser Wolf, he was genuinely taken aback by the notion that there might be elements of vampiric lore intertwined within it. It is essential to understand that the power dynamics in these two realms are entirely distinct. If the realm of the wolf is characterized by raw, visceral combat, then the Vampire Diaries presents a world awash with spells and long-range assaults. It is a well-established fact that mages typically surpass warriors in terms of output, while avoiding conflict. It is undeniable that a mage truly embodies the essence of their title, does it not? Furthermore, the backdrop of the Vampire Diaries is populated by a myriad of peculiar entities, including the ancient Celis, who predate even the progenitors, along with travelers, twin-star sorcerers, and those fantastical creatures sealed away by witches, werewolves, and vampires, fire dragons, treants, gargoyles, necromancers, spider demons, cyclopes, and deities that exist solely in myth. In summary, should there be an intersection with the Vampire Diaries, many of Jean's plans would require substantial alteration, at the very least. His current focus must shift away from werewolves and hunters and redirect towards these gods. In truth, Jean had previously sensed the existence of these deities. Yet he lacked the urgency he now feels. Chapter 33. A new approach to the full moon. Perhaps it was due to his prior knowledge that the gods he had learned about would not tread among mortals, as even within his own family, such knowledge was gleaned from ancient texts. However, it has now become evident that some gods do indeed walk among us. Jean ceased his contemplation and turned to Alan. Alan nodded. He too needed a moment to regain his composure, for his recent deductions had startled even him. Shortly thereafter, Stiles arrived with Scott in tow. Jean inquired, "Stiles, Scott? Is there something on your minds?" Scott hesitated momentarily, refraining from speaking, while Stiles took the initiative. "Well, it's just that Scott's recent strength has been somewhat uncontrollable." Jean nodded thoughtfully. "Are you concerned that he might lose control during the full moon?" Stiles affirmed. "The way he is now, it makes me feel as though he could tear me apart at any moment." Jean chuckled lightly. "Are you certain you wish to remain here? After all, there are 3 werewolves present." Stiles was taken aback, casting a timid glance towards Jean, then to Maria, who stood behind him, and finally at Scott, who was seated on the sofa. After a brief pause, he inhaled deeply. "It's all right. I will stay here with him." Jean beamed with delight. "Rest assured. You will be quite safe in my company." He then rose to his feet and addressed the group. "Shall we go and see the place where you will be staying tonight?" Scott stood and followed closely behind Jean. Suddenly, Jean halted, turning to Stiles, saying, "Come here. I need your assistance." Stiles appeared flustered. "Oh, all right, just a moment." He hurried to catch up with Jean. The quartet arrived at a bookshelf in the corner of the hall. Jean manipulated a book, and the entire bookshelf swung open, revealing a passage leading downwards. Jean walked ahead, explaining, "We are currently on the 2nd floor of this building, and our destination is the basement. Of course, there is no access from the 1st floor. Only from here can we descend." Stiles, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Are we just going to stay here? How do we control Scott and the others?" After a few twists, the wall began to change. A fissure emerged in the center and gradually expanded towards the sides, revealing the space behind the wall. There were wooden compartments, each housing an iron cage, constructed from tulip poplar, and each cage was connected to a power source. "Eventually, we shall confine them within the cages, electrify the cages, and then sprinkle tulip poplar ash at the entrances of those compartments, effectively isolating them. Even if they break free from control, they shall not escape." Stiles and Scott were left in a state of astonishment. Jean, observing their dazed expressions, chuckled and said, "As an alpha wolf, it is only natural for me to establish my own pack. While I do not wish to transform new werewolves, exceptions do exist, and not all werewolves can maintain control during the full moon. Therefore, when I acquired this building, I made several preparations. In addition to this location, there is a passage on the 1st floor leading to another chamber, where werewolves can also be controlled." What could Scott and Stiles possibly say in response? They could only remark, "You have truly prepared comprehensively." Jean smiled and retrieved 2 sets of chains from a corner, handing one set to Stiles. "You can manage this, can't you?" Stiles nodded. "I can, but under these circumstances, is it truly necessary?" He gestured towards the partition before them. Jean shook his head. "We cannot allow them to remain electrified indefinitely. It is merely a precaution." Scott gazed at the chains, shaking his head. "I have no need for them." "And do you honestly believe I would allow you to restrain me here like a dog?" Jean looked at Scott with a hint of exasperation. "Well, it seems the full moon is already beginning to affect him." Stiles regarded Maria with a puzzled expression. "Then why isn't she affected?" Jean explained, Maria is a natural-born werewolf. Thus, she possesses certain advantages in resisting the full moon's influence. Moreover, Scott's alpha remains, which significantly aids in maintaining Scott's rationality." Stiles looked at Maria, his curiosity piqued, but it was evidently not the right moment for further inquiry. "Oh, very well then. But I believe I will need your assistance for the time being." Jean nodded. "I agree, given Scott's current state. It is evident he will not allow you to approach him." As he took a step towards Scott, the latter instinctively retreated, eyeing Jean warily. "Well, it seems I too must exercise caution now." Jean inhaled deeply. "All right, you have forced my hand. Do not hold it against me." Upon finishing his words, Jean cast a glance at Scott that bore a distinct quality. A formidable aura emanated from him, steadily enveloping Scott. The fierce expression that once adorned Scott's face began to wane under the weight of Jean's pressure, giving way to a semblance of timidity, followed by submission. Ultimately, he collapsed to the ground, bereft of will. "Quickly, secure him now. After all, I am not his alpha and cannot maintain control for long. Styles, swiftly recovering from his earlier shock, dashed towards Scott with chains in hand. At this juncture, Jean turned and smiled at Maria. Very well. It is time for me to assist you with the chains. Remember my words. Continuously remind yourself to focus and gradually begin to master your own self. Maria nodded and stepped into the iron cage, gazing at Jean. Will you stay here with me? Jean smiled and affirmed. Of course, I will remain by your side. We shall be in adjacent compartments. Chapter 34. The full moon unfolds in stark contrast to the warmth shared between Jean and Maria. The atmosphere surrounding Scott and Styles appeared rather lively. Jean, intrigued, turned to Maria and inquired, "Shall we indulge in the spectacle?" Maria's eyes sparkled as she nodded at Jean, her expression reminiscent of a child encountering a delightful treat. Indeed, indulging in snacks is a cherished pastime for many girls. With a smile, Jean opened a window between his cubicle and Scott's, a curious feature reminiscent of a prison cell, not facing the outside world, but rather connecting the two spaces. Styles approached Scott, holding a bottle of water. "I brought you some water," he said, only to follow it up with an aggravating gesture, his other hand revealing a dog food bowl emblazoned with Scott's name. Was he insinuating that Scott was akin to a dog? Clearly, a rift had developed between these close friends, unbeknownst to others. Styles placed the bowl on the ground, disregarding Scott's furious expression, and turned to leave. Enraged by the full moon's influence, how could Scott tolerate such an affront? He picked up the bowl and hurled it at Styles. "I will kill you," he threatened, his voice laced with fury. Styles halted, turning to face Scott, who was equally incensed. "You kissed her, Scott, didn't you? You kissed Lydia, the only one I." Styles paused momentarily before continuing. "Do you understand? For the past 3 hours, I have been pondering, perhaps due to the full moon tonight. He may be entirely unaware of his actions. By tomorrow, he might return to his usual self. He might even forget what a foolish, despicable, and utterly intolerable friend he has been." Scott paused for a moment before quietly confessing, "She kissed me." Styles was taken aback, staring blankly at Scott. "What?" Scott, with a hint of pride and a touch of provocation, replied, "I didn't kiss her. She kissed me. She actually wanted to take things further." Styles fell silent for a moment, then turned and leaned against the wall of the booth. Meanwhile, inside, Scott continued to taunt Styles. "You should really see how tightly she held me. She would let me do anything. Anything, my friend." Outside, Styles seemed to be affected by these words, sitting despondently on the ground. However, this did not deter Scott's fury. He aimed to provoke Styles further, hoping to make him relinquish his hold, so he could pursue the tasks assigned by Alpha. Jean observed this scene and sighed, realizing that Scott had been deeply influenced by Peter under the full moon's effect. He had lost his rationality, consumed by a singular desire to escape this place. At that moment, Maria also began to lose her composure. Jean, what is happening?" I am engulfed in distress, a profound anguish that compels me to cry out to Jean. Upon lifting my gaze, Jean perceives that Maria has transformed into her werewolf form. Unlike Scott and Derek, whose werewolf appearances exude a more ferocious demeanor, Maria's transformation is strikingly graceful. Her face is nearly devoid of fur, and while her brow ridge melds seamlessly, it lacks the grotesqueness displayed by Scott and his companions, instead possessing a unique charm. Her pale blue eyes, devoid of emotion, gaze upon Jean with an icy detachment. Having lost her sanity, Maria struggles relentlessly against the chains that bind her. Witnessing this scene, Jean shakes his head in resignation, his hand pressed painfully against his forehead. Indeed, the ease with which he had previously controlled himself was due to it not being a true full moon. Had he known this would be the case, he would have secured the chains more tightly. He had believed that with a little perseverance, Maria would regain control, but it has become painfully evident that he was mistaken. If Maria continues to struggle in this manner, it will not be long before she breaks free from her restraints. The iron cage surrounding her remains unpowered, and her escape seems all too feasible. The only glimmer of good news is that Styles, having heeded Jean's advice, sprinkled ash from the yellow poplar at the entrance of the enclosure, ensuring that neither Maria, nor Scott, nor even the rational Jean can depart from this place. In stark contrast to Maria's violent attempts at liberation, Scott evidently seeks an escape through intellect. "Styles, I implore you, release me. It must be the full moon, I swear. You know I would never intentionally act this way." Styles sat outside the door, torn and motionless, fully aware that the full moon had only just begun and before dawn. He would not allow Scott to escape. Scott continued to plead, "Please, Styles, let me go. It hurts. This is not the first time. It's merely the full moon. Merely because of Allison and our breakup." Styles, with a hint of sorrow, parted his lips. "I cannot." As time sluggishly passed, the influence of the full moon intensified. Scott began to wail in agony, while Maria frantically assaulted the iron cage. Even Jean found himself expending considerable effort to suppress his primal instincts. For werewolves, the moon serves not only as a source of power, but also as an object of profound fear. Thus, during the full moon, the majority of werewolves succumb to uncontrollable urges, driven by an abrupt surge of strength and overwhelming terror. At that moment, Scott's cries were laced with fear rather than pain, and it was this endless dread that deeply unsettled Styles. Within him stirred a sense of sympathy, a reluctance to witness such suffering, a heartache, perhaps even a sense of shared experience. This sense of empathy stemmed from Styles' own past encounters. Chapter 35, Moonlit Pursuit in his youth. Styles experienced the profound loss of his mother, which engendered within him feelings of anxiety and panic. Thus, he possesses a profound understanding of the terrors that fear can unleash. At long last, Maria broke free from the confines of her iron cage and launched an assault upon Jean. This behavior, reminiscent of a wolf's instinct, is independent of the presence of any particular individual. As long as there are people nearby, they may fall victim to their attacks. Under ordinary circumstances, Jean would have numerous strategies at his disposal, employing the power of the alpha to compel Maria to revert to her human form, temporarily stripping her of her werewolf strength. He could also exert his formidable strength to exert control over her. However, at this moment, he found himself incapacitated, as he too was contending with the effects wrought by the full moon. Although he was not particularly fearful of transformation, it was evident that the power derived from such a change would be significantly diminished at this time. Moreover, the influence of the aconite embedded in the tattoo upon his shoulder further weakened him, leaving him bereft of viable options. As he observed Maria's relentless assault, Jean felt a profound reluctance to retaliate. After evading her strikes multiple times, he made a decisive choice. He took refuge within the very cage that Maria had previously occupied. Consequently, Maria's target shifted to the cage itself. Once she pried it open once more, Jean would be able to emerge and confine Maria within, albeit at the cost of utilizing a somewhat ineffective and exhausting cage. Nevertheless, it would serve to buy him some precious time. During a full moon, all werewolves are inevitably influenced, and thus, Derek and Peter would not be exceptions to this rule. On the night of the full moon, Peter relinquished all control over himself, while Derek remained steadfast in his restraint. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The focal point lies in Peter's decision to launch an assault on a certain individual on this very day, Professor Adrian Harris of Beacon Hill High School. A man of profound knowledge, his identity remains enigmatic even within the realm of the arcane. Even beings like Jean cannot fully comprehend him. Yet, he possesses knowledge that eludes many others. On this particular evening, he found himself at the school well past the hour. After meticulously erasing the blackboard in his classroom, Adrian began to gather his belongings in preparation for departure. At that moment, he unexpectedly discovered a crumpled piece of paper on his desk that did not belong there. As he unfolded it, he found it inscribed with a list of names, nearly all of which bore a crimson mark beside them. It was unmistakably a death list, indicating that someone was intent on taking lives according to the names inscribed. Adrian understood the implications of this list, and a wave of panic washed over him. At that precise moment, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. In a flurry of anxiety, Adrian ceased his movements and uttered, "Please do not kill me." A deep voice resonated from behind him, inquiring, "Do you know who authored that list?" Overwhelmed by fear, Adrian stammered, Laura Hall." The voice continued to press. "Do you know why she seeks you?" Adrian hastily shook his head. That voice was evidently not prepared to release him so easily. "I know the reason." "Turn around, Adrian. Turn around. I have something to tell you." However, Adrian was unwilling to comply. He understood all too well that by not turning, he could avoid seeing the face of that person, thereby preserving his chance of survival. Otherwise, he would surely perish. Thus, he continued to shake his head. The voice grew increasingly urgent. "Turn around now." "No, please, I beg you," Adrian implored. The voice persisted, albeit now tinged with a hint of anger. "Look at me. See what you have done." As the words were spoken, a chair was hurled towards him, intensifying Adrian's already profound fear. Suddenly, the voice ceased. Yet the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. At that moment, another voice emerged. "Get down." A figure dashed in from the side, tackling Adrian to the ground. An action that fortuitously spared him from the impending attack. As both individuals raised their heads to discern the source of the voice, they beheld merely an ajar door that had been left open, and it was none other than the wanted Derek Hall who had just saved Adrian. Derek gazed intently at the door, ready to pursue. For it was evident that the assailant of Adrian was none other than the alpha werewolf who had previously attacked others, the very Peter that Jean had mentioned to Derek. At this moment, Derek was fervently eager to ascertain whether this werewolf was indeed his uncle, Peter Hall. However, reality was not inclined to grant him this opportunity. Unbeknownst to him, someone had discovered his presence and alerted the authorities. The police had now arrived outside the school, declaring, "We are the police. You are surrounded. No one is permitted to leave the premises." Faced with the dual imperatives of personal safety and the pursuit of truth, Derek ultimately chose his own safety, turning to flee upstairs and escaping the school via the rooftop. After all, those officers, despite their formidable presence, were merely ordinary humans, while Derek was a werewolf. Yet, perhaps due to the full moon's influence, Derek's departure did not go unnoticed, as numerous police cars pursued him relentlessly. Following a frantic chase, Derek found refuge in a steel mill. This scene did not escape the eyes of another group, the Hunters. Chris was outside the steel mill, conversing with Kate about Derek's whereabouts. Kate, perplexed, noted that Derek's car was also being driven by someone. Clearly, Derek lacked the ability to be in two places at once. Who, then, was behind the wheel of his car? Who was attempting to divert the Hunters and police to safeguard Derek? Time was of the essence. Hasten, for it is evident that whoever is behind the wheel aims to divert others' attention has utterly failed, as there is but a single vehicle tailing behind, Kate's car. Typically, Hunters refrain from pursuing werewolves in conjunction with the police. They tend to act only after a werewolf has eluded law enforcement. More often than not, they anticipate the escape route of the werewolves and set traps ahead of them. Chapter 36. The Escape. However, it is clear that the Atkinson family has deviated from this norm, as they are currently in pursuit of Derek alongside the police. What could possibly compel them to seek out Derek with such urgency? Setting aside the reasons behind the Atkinsons' keen interest in him, there remains a critical question. Who is the individual driving Derek's car? It is well known that Derek, due to the tragic fire that consumed the Hall family in his youth, possesses few friends. Especially now, in Beacon Hill, he finds himself utterly isolated. Devoid of even a single pack, he stands alone as an Omega. In such circumstances, who could be aiding him in his escape? For the moment, let us not dwell on this inquiry, as Derek faces his own imminent dangers. First and foremost, there are the police. Derek has dashed into the steel mill, rendering it impossible to distance himself from the police officers in their vehicles. To exacerbate the situation, the officers have refrained from entering the steel mill directly. Instead, they have unleashed police dogs to hunt him down. This perplexing turn of events has left Sheriff Noah, stationed outside the mill, utterly bewildered. What on earth is transpiring? The ordinary officers undoubtedly could not provide answers to Sheriff Noah's inquiries. However, the police dogs were no longer within the factory grounds, and the officers had not ventured inside. At that moment, it was precisely the Hunters' battleground. Derek glanced around as he made his way deeper into the facility, seeking a means to escape without alerting the exterior officers. Regrettably, he had not anticipated that the Hunters were not enticed by his plan, but instead had followed the police to his location. Just as he advanced, a blinding light suddenly erupted. It was a flashbang. This particular type of ammunition, favored by the Hunters, emitted a radiance that was exceedingly harmful to werewolves. The Hunters were now targeting Derek. Upon seeing the brilliance, Derek swiftly closed his eyes and retreated. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes cautiously, though the recent glare had impaired his vision, making immediate recovery impossible. Nevertheless, he was still able to discern the figure of the Hunter, Chris, perched above him, poised to launch a crossbow bolt in his direction. Derek hastily dodged, only to be met with another flashbang. For reasons unknown, Chris was the sole Hunter present at that moment. Otherwise, Derek would have surely been captured by now. At that juncture, a car sped in from outside, halting beside Derek. The door swung open, and a voice called out, "Get in." Chris quickly brandished his rifle, unleashing a barrage of shots at Derek. Yet, to his dismay, Derek managed to escape. The vehicle that came to rescue Derek was indeed his own. To understand its presence here, We must recount the earlier pursuit led by Kate. At that time, Kate was in hot pursuit of the car, which was occupied by Scott and Styles, who should have been celebrating Scott's month-old milestone at the home of Jean. Styles, glancing nervously at Kate, who was relentlessly tailing them, exclaimed, "Scott, I fear you have yet to grasp the essence of evading a pursuit." Scott, equally exasperated, wished to shake off the pursuing vehicle and assist Derek. "If I accelerate any faster, I might endanger both our lives," he retorted. Styles, growing increasingly anxious, urged, "If you do not speed up, they will surely harm us." Taking a deep breath, Scott shifted gears and pressed down firmly on the accelerator, causing the car to surge forward once more. However, after navigating a fork in the road, Styles suddenly noticed that their pursuers had vanished. "Have we lost them?" Scott questioned, perplexed, glancing back at the empty road. Ignoring the previous vehicles, Styles inhaled deeply and activated the handheld radio. It was the police radio, which could provide insight into Derek's predicament. As the radio crackled to life, a voice announced, "All units, please be advised, the suspect is fleeing on foot and has entered the steel mill." Upon hearing this, the two hastily drove to the steel mill, where they successfully rescued Derek from his perilous situation. Previously, Derek had discovered certain clues regarding Peter and had surmised that this could potentially be a trap laid by him. Consequently, he sought out Jean to discuss the matter at her residence. At that time, the exhilaration brought by the full moon had begun to wane, or rather, Maria and Scott had started to acclimate to it. Both individuals possessed the ability to control their transformations and had undergone training under Derek and Jean. Having familiarized themselves with the effects of the full moon, they had managed to master their control. Although their strength was still somewhat affected, as long as they refrained from taking action, the impact was negligible. Scott and Styles departed from Jean's abode, driving Derek's car, which attracted the attention of most hunters who were monitoring him. Meanwhile, Derek made his way to the school and mocked Professor Harris. Although he had indeed fallen into Peter's trap, he had also embarked on his path to escape. In summary, circumstances had unfolded as they currently were. Inside the vehicle, Scott cast an irate glance at Derek, questioning his lack of discretion. Derek, equally vexed, retorted that had it not been for Scott, his current predicament would not have been so dire. Nevertheless, he stated, "I found him." Styles, intrigued, inquired, "Who? The Alpha?" Derek nodded affirmatively, "Yes. He was just in front of me when those damned officers appeared." Given that Styles's father was the sheriff, he felt compelled to defend the officers, asserting that they were merely fulfilling their duties. Upon hearing those words, Derek's anger intensified, and he glared at Scott and Styles, seething with rage. "Indeed, I have certain individuals to thank for making me a wanted criminal nationwide." Scott, feeling somewhat guilty, interjected, "Guys, can we please not discuss this right now? I merely made a foolish mistake, and I acknowledge my wrongdoings, all right?" Styles felt compelled to intervene, stating, "Enough. How did you manage to find him?" He then turned to Derek. Derek lowered his gaze, hesitating momentarily. Observing this, Scott, who was driving, pleaded, "Can you at least believe us for half a second?" Chapter 37, Symbols. Styles concurred, "It was the two of us." Derek glanced at Styles as if questioning his identity. Styles, feeling uneasy, replied, "Perhaps it was solely my fault. I will come back later." Derek contemplated for a moment before explaining to Scott, "Listen, during my last conversation with my sister, it seemed she was on the verge of uncovering a certain truth." After a pause, Derek continued, "She had discovered two things. The first was about a guy named Harris." Styles suddenly interjected from behind, "Our chemistry teacher?" Scott, too, was curious, "Why him?" Derek shook his head, "I do not know yet." "What about the second thing?" Derek retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket, adorned with a symbol, a shield featuring a sun and a creature reminiscent of a wolf. It was indeed a peculiar emblem. Scott cast a fleeting glance at it, momentarily taken aback, and then fell silent. Intrigued, Derek inquired, "What's the matter? Do you recognize this?" Scott shook his head, a shadow of melancholy crossing his face as he replied, "I've seen it on a necklace, Allison's necklace." At this admission, a wave of discomfort washed over Scott. He had recently experienced heartbreak and wished to keep Allison uninvolved in this matter. With his pent-up emotions finding no outlet, he pressed down on the accelerator, causing the car to vanish from the roadside. As dawn approached, Scott, after parting ways with Styles and Derek, arrived at school, burdened with a task assigned by Derek. As he pushed open the doors of the classroom building, he continued to lament to Styles, "This is utterly impossible. Do you realize?" Styles interjected, Why can't you just ask her to borrow it for a moment? Scott, exasperated, retorted, how would I even pose that question? Styles shrugged nonchalantly. It's quite simple. Just say, Allison, could I borrow your necklace for a moment? I wish to see if there is something on or inside it that could help me find the alpha wolf. If I kill him, I might have a chance to be with you again. Scott, seething with anger, exclaimed, You're just stirring up trouble. Styles calmly responded. Then why not just talk to her directly? Scott declined. She would not converse with me. Then, in a speculative manner, Scott posited the possibility that she might remove her necklace solely during moments of bathing. Styles, with certainty, replied, yet Scott was preoccupied with other thoughts. A lewd smile creeping across his face, which made Styles uncomfortable. He gave Scott a light shove and inquired, Are you imagining her in the bath? Scott nodded, Indeed. Styles, exasperated, responded, All right then, focus, would you? Scott nodded once more. Styles continued, Retrieve the necklace, eliminate Alpha, return to normalcy, and then pursue Allison. Follow this sequence, understood? With that, Styles departed from Scott, heading to his own classroom, while Scott remained rooted in place, lost in thought, nodding absently. It was unclear whether Styles' earlier remark about returning to normalcy or chasing Allison had triggered his contemplation. First, the necklace, Scott murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Derek sought out Jean, inquiring about the symbol. Jean paused his tasks and turned his attention to Derek. Indeed, Jean had once again skipped class. He was currently engrossed in culinary studies, as Maria's obsession with food had become increasingly evident. Concurrently, Jean was preparing for the various crises that might arise, such as the Alpha Wolf Pack, hunters, and the myriad calamities associated with the Native American lineage, vampires, witches, and even dragons, among others. These circumstances have imbued Jean with a profound sense of crisis. He found it rather strange that Derek had come to seek him out. What brings you here? Is there something amiss? Indeed. Each visit from Derek had invariably brought Jean considerable trouble. Derek produced a piece of paper adorned with a peculiar symbol from his pocket and handed it to Jean. Do you recognize this symbol? Jean cast a glance at the emblem before rising to approach the bookshelf. He retrieved a tome, flipped it open, and presented it to Derek, stating, The Beast of G-Vauden, also known as the Werewolf of G-Vauden, is a legendary man-eating wolf-like creature. It possesses formidable fangs and a tail longer than that of an ordinary wolf. Between 1764 and 1767, numerous accounts of this creature attacking humans circulated, with a death toll exceeding 200. As he spoke, he opened another book to reveal an illustration that bore an uncanny resemblance to the wolf-like creature depicted in the symbol, and handed it to Derek. Doesn't it resemble it closely? Derek nodded and inquired, Does this symbol solely represent the Beast of G-Vauden? Jean shook his head. The wolf at the center of the symbol indeed represents the Beast of G-Vauden, but this symbol itself is not confined to that meaning. This creature was first encountered near the mountains of G-Vauden, where it is said many perished. Consequently, the locals began to organize hunters to capture the beast, among whom was a renowned female hunter known for her relentless pursuit. The process was perilous. On one occasion, the woman nearly met her demise, only to be fortuitously rescued by a stranger. This individual brought her to a house encircled by tulip trees and imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding the creature known as the demon wolf, a variant of werewolves. Ultimately, with the man's assistance, the female hunter succeeded in vanquishing the beast known as Hivo. However, she did not part ways with the man afterward. They became partners, hunting down the mysterious otherworldly beings that posed a threat to humanity. In time, they wed and bore children, gradually evolving into a family known as the Atkinson, which translates to silver in French. Derek was taken aback and inquired, Does this symbol signify the Atkinson family? Jean nodded, then shook his head, stating, One could say that. But in reality, this symbol also represents the legacy of the hunters. It embodies a belief system, the pursuit of those who hunt us, which is the creed of the Atkinsons, an eye for an eye. Chapter 38. Upon hearing Jean's words, Derek nodded in understanding. With the clues Jean had previously provided, Derek could now ascertain with clarity that the Alpha was indeed connected to their Hull family. The mark of death was unmistakable. This symbol represented the targets of the Alpha's pursuit. A coincidence may be just that, yet when numerous coincidences converge, they form an undeniable truth. However, this revelation deeply saddened Derek, leaving him in disbelief. The Alpha was indeed his Uncle Peter, and the Alpha's power stemmed from the theft of Laura's essence. The only means of stealing such strength was through the act of murder, implying that it was his very uncle who had slain his sister. This realization shattered Derek. Jean, perceiving Derek's fragile state, rose to pour a cup of tea and handed it to him. "Drink this," he urged. "It is an ancient beverage from the East, capable of calming your spirit." Derek accepted the tea and settled onto the sofa beside the bookshelf, lost in thought. Observing his distress, Jean sighed and remarked, "Derek, you must understand one fundamental truth. Hatred can transform a person." Derek, roused from his stupor, lifted his gaze to Jean. "What do you mean?" Jean pondered for a moment before responding. "I mean to say that for one consumed by vengeance, retribution becomes paramount. Anyone who stands in the way of that pursuit will receive no mercy. Your uncle, Peter, has been bedridden for many years due to that devastating fire, and the once handsome visage he possessed has been marred by time. Coupled with the loss of his loved ones, his hatred has only grown. Moreover, I believe that the years spent immobilized in bed must have been the most cruel fate for him. As you are aware, werewolves possess the ability to heal themselves. As long as the injuries are not fatal, they can recover. Thus, Peter's wounds, too, would naturally mend. However, I imagine such scars would require a meticulous healing process at the cellular level, and the agony and torment he endured are the primary reasons for his current state." Jean rose to pour herself a cup of tea and then sat across from Derek, continuing, "Shall we speculate on Peter's intentions? I suspect that once he regains his freedom, his first thought will be vengeance. However, he cannot accomplish this alone. While ordinary individuals may be capable, those hunters are beyond Peter's ability to kill. Simultaneously, he has secretly reached out to the surviving alpha of the Hall family, your sister. A person consumed by revenge will never relinquish control of the power at their disposal. Coupled with the hatred he has harbored over the years, I believe Peter's mind has begun to unravel, particularly with his obsession regarding the alpha's power. Thus, when Laura arrived here and met with him, he killed your sister Laura and seized the alpha's strength. Similarly, he indeed drew the hunters closer, as exemplified by Chris, who, along with his companions, used Laura as bait, intending to locate you, believing you to be the individual who previously lured them in. In other words, Peter orchestrated a scheme that entangled you, Chris, and the others together. Subsequently, he bit Scott, and you are already aware of the ensuing events. However, I suspect he must have another beta. Otherwise, a solitary alpha would not possess significantly greater strength than a beta." Upon hearing this, Derek regained his composure, rising to address Jean, stating, "If what you say is true, then I shall certainly take his life in vengeance for Sister Laura." Jean nodded, gesturing towards Derek. The mention of the term ex-girlfriend rendered Derek's expression somewhat uneasy, evidently stirring memories of the past. Romantic entanglements with hunters are not uncommon among werewolves. Many children of hunters remain oblivious to their lineage during their youth. Even if they are aware of their heritage, they may be unaware of whether their partner is a werewolf. Conversely, werewolves lack the ability to discern if an individual is a hunter, making such unions prevalent, especially in peaceful areas like Kent Mountain, where werewolf and hunter families coexist. However, Kate is an exception. From a young age, she was aware of her identity, compounded by her father Gerard's obsessive resentment towards werewolves, which instilled in her a profound hatred for them. At that time, among her peers, there existed a werewolf named Derek. However, initially, especially during the period of their affection, they were oblivious to each other's true identities. The reasons behind this remain a mystery known only to Kate. Shortly after they became involved, Kate discovered Derek's genuine nature. Moreover, following the recent attack on Gerard by werewolves, though it resulted in no casualties, her feelings for Derek had transformed from love to a desire for vengeance. Through Derek, she gleaned substantial information about the Hall family, marking the first time the Hall family truly emerged before the Atkinson family. Subsequently, the events unfolded rather straightforwardly. Kate exploited her connection with Derek to infiltrate the Hall family's territory. After memorizing the route, she led Derek away, facilitating her accomplice's assault on the Hall family. Fire, the nemesis of werewolves, was sufficient to reduce the entire Hall estate to ashes. Unfortunately, the hunters at that time did not anticipate that, aside from the diverted Derek. Some members of the Hall family had survived, such as Laura Hall, who had narrowly escaped at school, and Peter Hall, who inexplicably endured the inferno. The survival of Peter Hall is the principal catalyst behind the current series of events. According to werewolf customs, this signifies a quest for vengeance, an unyielding cycle of retribution. Chapter 39. The title The young lady has gone missing and has yet to be found. Meanwhile, at school, another incident was unfolding. Jackson had found Scott. I know what you are, McCall. In the end, Jackson did not heed Jean's advice to steer clear of the mysterious entities. He overestimated his own capabilities. Perhaps he believed he posed no threat to Jean and Derek, yet could intimidate Scott. If such was his conviction, then congratulations to him. For he was indeed correct. Scott felt genuinely threatened. At that moment, Scott glanced at Jackson, his expression fraught with panic. What? Jackson shrugged and replied, I know what you are. Which only heightened Scott's alarm. I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. Jackson asserted with unwavering certainty. No, you do. Listen, no matter how you transformed, you must share it with me. Share what? Anything at all. Bite me, scratch me, inhale the magical dust under the moonlight. I don't care about the details. You must help me acquire that power. Otherwise, as he spoke, he forcibly turned Scott's head to reveal another person behind him, someone of great significance to Scott, Allison. Jackson continued, she will soon discover this. With a sense of pride, Jackson then turned and walked away, completely disregarding the fury etched on Scott's face. If it had been merely an isolated incident, perhaps it would have been manageable. However, thereafter, Jackson repeatedly provoked Scott, even resorting to threats, such as during their time in the cafeteria. He would sit beside Allison, gazing at Scott, biting into an apple with vigor, and speaking softly, testing whether Scott could hear him. Scott, can you hear me? You can, right? This rendered Scott's expression quite unnatural, and Styles, sitting next to him, noticed. What's wrong? Scott glanced at him and replied, Jackson is talking to me. He knows I can hear him. He is looking at me and speaking, just like usual. Scott attempted to deceive Jackson with his acting, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that his performance was rather poor. Then he heard, Are you pretending not to hear me? This intensified Scott's anxiety, and he vanished, disappearing from Scott's line of sight, which only heightened Scott's panic as he began to search around. Are you looking for me? I'm right here. Do you have any other tricks? Jackson's voice continued to echo in Scott's ears. Can you see further? Are you stronger? More powerful? Impossible. I know you can't. Suddenly excelling at hockey. You're just being deceitful, aren't you? Tell me, can you actually play field hockey? I wager that my dear co-captain will score a lot tonight, right? While you feign honesty and innocence, if you don't give me what I want, I will ruin your life. Do you know where I will start? Her. I shall shatter all possibilities for the two of you moving forward. Once I have indulged enough, I will leave her utterly alone. I will caress every inch of her skin and accomplish all that you never had the chance to do. Moreover, Scott, I wager she will undoubtedly beg for more. I bet she will fervently cry out in excitement. Perhaps she is not adept at such cries, yet I believe she has ample time to learn. How will you feel then, Scott, when she is shouting my name? In any case, it is evident that Jackson has indeed provoked Scott. Otherwise, he would not have sought out Jean to reveal this matter. Well, you are certain he has discovered you, correct? Scott nodded. I am quite certain. Jean pondered for a moment, gazing at Scott with a peculiar expression. While it is indeed significant that he has uncovered your existence, I am curious how a mere human managed to threaten you as a werewolf. At this, Jean could not help but chuckle. It was truly amusing. Though Scott is a newly transformed werewolf, he remains a werewolf nonetheless. A being capable of transformation, swift in movement, endowed with immense strength, acute hearing, extraordinary sense of smell, and formidable regenerative abilities. The fact that such a creature could be threatened by an ordinary human is indeed astonishing. Scott felt a wave of frustration as Jean posed her question. I cannot act against ordinary people, he lamented. Jean chuckled softly, responding, So, you still have not embraced your identity as a werewolf. As werewolves, even if we refrain from targeting humans, we are still hunters. We exist at the pinnacle of the food chain, endowed with formidable power. Even if you cannot act against ordinary folk, you should not feel threatened. With a hint of distress, Scott inquired, What then should I do? Jean smiled and replied, You need not do anything drastic. Simply ensure that when someone threatens you, you lead them to a secluded spot, then utilize your strength to lift them, push them, or inflict minor harm. Just enough to convey that they are unworthy of threatening you. But, Scott began, only to be interrupted by Jean's sigh. So, what is the purpose of your seeking me out and discussing this? You stated that we cannot easily act against ordinary people. So do you wish for me to eliminate him? Scott hastily shook his head. No, of course not. Jean continued. Then do you desire for me to bite him? To grant him the power he seeks? Scott hesitated, clearly contemplating this notion. In response, Jean shook her head in exasperation, stating, "You should understand that an alpha, when transforming another, sacrifices something in the process, correct?" Scott looked at Jean with a hint of confusion. Jean elucidated that an alpha, through biting or scratching, could transform an individual into a werewolf, thereby making that werewolf a descendant of the alpha. This connection would foster a certain sense of awareness between them, much like the bond you share with that alpha. Consequently, an alpha typically only converts others when integrating them into their own pack, and must ensure that the transformed individual will indeed join their ranks. Otherwise, they will employ means to facilitate this. Unlike the alpha that bit you, I do not compel individuals to abandon their original packs for mine, which is why I am hesitant to bite anyone. Chapter 40. The title miss has yet to return. Most importantly, I am acutely aware that Jackson is not someone who would submit to others. Such a person is not one I would choose to bite. And even if I were to consider it, it would not be at this moment. Scott nodded, somewhat despondently, acknowledging Jean's words. He then departed Jean's residence alongside Styles. They had their own matters to attend to, and tonight was the school's major lacrosse match. One was a starting player while the other was one of the co-captains, making their absence impossible. This signified that their time was indeed quite limited. Jean refrained from disclosing the matter of the symbol to Scott, knowing he would not place any credence in Jean's assertions. Scott and Derek are markedly different. American youths of this age are profoundly influenced by a sense of heroism. They tend to trust their judgment, even when it is flawed, despite having been presented with the correct clues. This erroneous tendency is exemplified by the renowned protagonist of the Harry Potter series, Harry himself. Upon entering Hogwarts, he has consistently acted on his own volition, placing unwavering faith in his own beliefs. Currently, Scott exhibits similar flaws. He will not recognize the erroneous nature of his actions without experiencing some hardships. Perhaps this inclination stems from cultural factors, as they are more inclined to rely on themselves and are reluctant to accept benevolent assistance. Whether this is commendable or not is debatable. Ultimately, in numerous situations, Jean can only observe their actions and mistakes. His role is merely to extract some advantage from their endeavors. The world of Wolf's World differs from other magical realms. While it contains elements of magic, these are heavily dictated by bloodline requirements. Jean's lineage is that of a werewolf, which signifies his inability to learn certain types of magic, thereby limiting his means of enhancing his power. Nevertheless, he still has some benefits to pursue. Speaking of benefits, Jean suddenly recalls a place abundant with valuable items, such as ginseng and bearer bonds. This location is none other than the Hall family's treasury. If Jean's memory serves him correctly, the entrance to that treasury is located within Beacon Hill High School, and access requires Hall family blood. Coincidentally, Maria is the illegitimate daughter of Peter. Jean entertained the notion of visiting the vault, yet he resolved to postpone the endeavor. The bearer bonds within were the property of Peter, who remained very much alive and would undoubtedly keep a vigilant eye on that location. Thus, the opportune moment for Jean to venture there would arise only after Peter's demise, and when Derek had yet to recall the vault's existence. Coincidentally, Jean had intentions of taking Maria on a holiday, utilizing Peter's funds to treat his daughter to an enjoyable outing, a splendid plan indeed. As Jean pondered this scheme, lost in a reverie, time slipped by unnoticed. It was only when Maria approached him, urging him to prepare, that he realized the hour had come for the match. This evening's event was the finals, a significant occasion that most students from Beacon Hill High School would attend. Moreover, as a close friend of Scott and Styles, Jean made his way to the venue, where he spotted Scott engaged in a phone conversation. Jean chose not to interrupt, but rather sat nearby, listening intently. "Did you receive the image?" Scott inquired, presumably addressing Styles on the other end. "Yes, it appears to be a sketch," came the reply. Derek seemed to be present as well. "Is there anything on the reverse side?" "Surely, it must bear some inscription, carving, or switch." "No, it is entirely flat. It cannot be opened. There is nothing inside. Nor is there anything on the surface. Absolutely nothing surrounds it." After addressing Derek's questions, Scott then asked, "Where are you now?" "You should be here by now. You're a starting player." At that moment, Coach Bobby approached Scott, gently patting his shoulder, and inquired about the whereabouts of Sterling. Scott shook his head and spoke into the phone. "Hey, if you don't arrive for the opening, there won't be a game to play." Styles, displaying a hint of impatience, replied, "I know," then took a deep breath and continued speaking to Scott. "Listen, if you see my father, please inform him that I will be there. Just a bit delayed, all right?" Scott nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Derek observed Styles and shook his head. Styles nodded in understanding. Derek pressed on. You also failed to mention that his mother is connected to this matter. Styles inhaled deeply and replied, let's discuss it further once we uncover the truth. It turned out that the two were currently outside Beacon Hill Hospital. Derek spoke up. By the way, there's something else. What is it? Derek suddenly seized Styles' head and forcefully slammed it against the steering wheel. Styles, caught off guard by the assault, exclaimed in pain, my God, what the hell are you doing? Derek responded, you know why you're getting hit. You can now leave. Styles stumbled out of the car, seeking out Scott's mother, Mrs. McGow. It was revealed that the message sent to Allison on the night of the faux full moon had originated from a computer that belonged to Scott's mother. Thus, Derek and Styles had come to the hospital to verify the information. Ultimately, even if Derek believed that the Alpha had some connection to his family, he was unwilling to accept that it could be his uncle. Therefore, he dismissed Gene's words and sought the truth on his own. When Gene later learned of this matter, he reprimanded several individuals loudly, instructing them not to approach him again in the future. However, that is a tale for another time. We must focus on the present. Jackson approached Scott with a smile, saying, it's because you were bitten, isn't it? Scott, upon hearing this, glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was paying attention to them, before nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, he replied. Jackson, elated, responded, excellent, that simplifies things. Scott shook his head and insisted, no, that is not it. I cannot bite anyone, please. It must be done by. He paused, took a deep breath, and explained to Jackson. It must be an alpha wolf that does the biting. Jackson was unfazed by this, telling Scott, then you should call him to bite you. Scott, feeling quite frustrated, retorted, I have no idea who he is. Chapter 41. Misunderstanding. At this point, Scott turned to Jackson, his tone unusually serious. Trust me, this entire situation is far more complex than you can imagine. It involves many individuals, including hunters. Jackson, puzzled, inquired, hunters? What hunters? Since Scott had already decided to clarify things with Jackson, he would not conceal anything. He began to explain, werewolf hunters. Suddenly, Jackson erupted into laughter. Oh my, don't joke with me. I don't. Scott, there's an entire family. They are all hunters, armed with powerful shotguns. Do you understand? Assault rifles. At this point, Scott cast a furtive glance in the direction of the Atkinsons, a gesture that did not go unnoticed by Jackson. He inquired them? Who? No. Jackson suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, my goodness, this actually makes sense. He noticed Scott gazing at him in confusion and began to elucidate. Allison Atkinson, for heaven's sake. How can you not understand? You've known her for so long and never asked her? Her name. Fool. Scott shook his head, prompting Jackson to continue. Do you know what Atkinson means in French? Scott shook his head again. With a smile, Jackson replied, it means silver. Indeed, in folklore, silver is a lethal substance for wolves. Even in contemporary times, it remains an uncomfortable metal for werewolves. Historically, the Atkinson family only acquired this name after the events of the Beast of Gévaudan, suggesting that, perhaps, the name Atkinson had a significant impact on certain lower bloodline werewolves long ago. Meanwhile, Styles was unable to locate Ms. Michael at the hospital. Following Derek's instructions, he sought out Peter, only to discover that Peter had vanished. Styles was subsequently attacked by Jennifer, the nurse who had been caring for Peter. At this juncture, both Derek and Styles began to genuinely believe Gene's assertions that the alpha wolf was indeed Peter Hall. Derek confronted Peter. Yet it was evident that the disparity in strength between an alpha wolf with a beta lineage and an omega wolf devoid of a pack was substantial. Derek was no match for Peter. Of course, this was not the most astonishing revelation. The true surprise came when Sheriff Noah sought out Professor Harris to inquire about the matter. No one could have anticipated how an ordinary sheriff could uncover so many enigmatic clues. In this regard, Noah proved to be remarkably astute and a dedicated sheriff. Harris sat at his desk, his back turned to the sheriff, and slowly began to state, I must clarify that 6 years ago, I was still battling alcoholism. Noah, growing impatient, interjected, listen, I need to attend my son's first game. Can we please get to the point? Harris nodded and replied, I met her at a bar. We drank copiously, an excessive amount, and then she inquired about my profession, ceaselessly asking questions. Do you know what that feels like? Spending all day confronted by the bewildered expressions of students, and now, finally, someone is genuinely interested in chemistry. Get to the point. Noah interrupted. As I mentioned, I engaged in numerous intriguing conversations with her, discussing how one might dissolve the locks of a bank vault. or how one could successfully dispose of a body and evade justice. At that moment, Noah continued Harris's thoughts, saying, "Moreover, after you set a fire and escaped the arson charge." Harris nodded, stating, "A week later, the hall residence was utterly consumed by flames." Noah, visibly angered, retorted, "You could have informed someone to prevent this, yet you would have been captured as an accomplice?" Harris inquired. "That would have ruined my teaching career," Noah sighed, moving closer to Harris and asking, "So, you do not know her name or where she came from?" "No." Noah pressed further, "What exactly is Laura Hall investigating?" Harris hastily replied, sketching, "I will use the clues from those days to assist you," and handed Noah a piece of paper depicting the very symbol that Scott and his companions were investigating. Noah took the paper and asked, "What is this?" "It is the symbol on the necklace worn by that girl. I inquired about it, and she stated it was a family heirloom. If you find the girl wearing this necklace, she is the arsonist," Noah added, "and a murderer." Harris, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean?" Noah emphasized, "The fire at the hall residence. This girl is a killer." With that, he turned and departed. It must be said that, from a legal perspective, Kate, who set the fire years ago, is indeed a murderer. The Hall family's residence housed not only werewolves, but also children and ordinary people. Once, the Hall family was a large clan, naturally comprising many regular individuals. However, now only a scant few remain. This stark reality underscores the sheer brutality of Kate's actions back then. As the competition was about to commence, Gene suddenly sensed something amiss. Styles had yet to arrive, and he had been plagued by an unsettling feeling that someone was encroaching upon his territory. At that moment, Kate's voice echoed in the air. "Chris, do you remember that second beta wolf we spoke of, the younger one?" Chris nodded in acknowledgement. Kate inquired, "If a werewolf captures someone, will they turn into a werewolf?" "If the scratch is deep enough, perhaps," he replied. "I wish to know just how deep," she remarked, casting a glance toward Jackson. Gene found this perplexing. Despite his best efforts to prevent Jackson from falling into Derek's clutches, somehow, Jackson bore scars from scratches on the back of his neck. The fact that Jackson had not transformed indicated that it was not Peter who had inflicted them, but rather Derek. Although the timing of this incident remained unclear, it was evident that Jackson had been mistaken for Scott. One could only wish him luck. It is important to understand that being regarded as a werewolf by hunters is far from advantageous, as many unscrupulous hunters care little for the guilt or innocence of the werewolves they slay, nor do they concern themselves with whether their victims are indeed werewolves. Chapter 42. Peter certainly. Gene remained indifferent to the question of whether Jackson would meet his demise at the hands of Kate. While he held a favorable opinion of Jackson, considering that a being half lizard and half werewolf is a rare phenomenon, this did not compel Gene to take any protective measures or openly oppose the Atkinsons. It is worth noting that if it were merely Chris and Kate, perhaps even including Victoria, such individuals would not warrant Gene's significant concern. After all, there exists a madman within the Atkinson family. He is Gerald Atkinson, the eldest member of the family and the father of Chris and Kate. Not merely due to his age, but rather because of his vast knowledge. Having spent a lifetime as a hunter, he is among the few who have delved deeply into the realm of the mysterious. Such a presence is one that Gene is genuinely reluctant to provoke lightly. While Kate may perceive Jackson as a werewolf, they have adhered to the rules, refraining from engaging in conflict in crowded spaces, instead choosing to observe until the conclusion of the match. It was entirely expected for Beacon Hills High School to triumph, given Scott's werewolf abilities paired with Jackson's inherent excellence. And as of yet, no discord has surfaced between these two. Under such circumstances, should they have still faced defeat, Coach Bobby would likely have been driven to the brink of fury. The victory was secured. However, Styles was notably absent from the field, prompting Scott to search for him throughout the duration of the match. If Styles' disappearance is a calamity for Scott, then the turmoil between him and Allison is akin to an apocalyptic event. In jest, Jackson remarked, "What? Just think about it. The winter formal is in 3 days. You could be her dance partner instead of me. And after the dance, you can do everything in your power to help her escape from that tight little dress. It's a win-win situation, isn't it? You have 3 days, McCall." With a hint of mockery in his gaze, Jackson looked at Scott before turning to leave, wishing him well. At that moment, Gene approached with Maria, stating, "Scott, I believe you might be missing out on tonight's celebration." Confused, Scott asked, "What is going on?" Gene sighed, "I just sensed an intrusion in the school." Scott was further perplexed. Intrusion? Gene shrugged. "You see, wolves are territorial. The alpha can claim territory. And the alpha of alphas, the Wolf King, has the authority to delineate territory. Scott inquired. So? Jean waved for Scott to follow him as he walked toward a corner, saying, coincidentally, I am a descendant of the Wolf King, which grants me the ability to establish territory as well. Thus, I have delineated the school as my territory. Within this domain, the werewolves must adhere to my rules, for any transgression would be deemed an invasion. With this proclamation, Jean forcefully pushed open the door of the unkempt restroom, discovering that the other team members had already tidied themselves and exited, leaving no one else inside. Moments ago, I sensed the presence of 2 werewolves who had arrived here, disregarding the established decorum. Scott was taken aback. 2 werewolves? Jean nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the population of werewolves in Beacon Hills is limited, so the only ones who could have come here are likely the Alpha. Considering the disappearance of Derek and Styles, it appears Derek may have allied himself with the Alpha. Scott's expression was one of disbelief. That's impossible. The Alpha killed Derek's sister. At that moment, the lights in the restroom abruptly extinguished, plunging the space into darkness. Derek emerged from within, and upon seeing him, Scott hastily abandoned his inquiries towards Jean, exclaiming, "Thank heavens. Where have you been? Do you know what has transpired?" From a shadowy corner, a man stepped forward, a figure that Scott found strikingly familiar. Jean sighed. "Peter Hale. You have yet again disregarded my orders." Peter bowed slightly to Jean. "Young Wolf King, I truly wish to avoid conflict with you. However, there are certain vendettas and matters that I must attend to." Disregarding Jean, he turned his gaze towards Scott, raising the hockey stick in his hand. "I truly cannot comprehend lacrosse," Scott remarked, having recognized Peter at that moment. "Is it you?" Peter lifted his head to meet Scott's eyes. "When I was in high school, we played basketball. Now that is what I call a genuine sport. Moreover, I recall reading somewhere that lacrosse originated among the indigenous tribes of America, who utilized this game to resolve conflicts. Am I correct?" Jean nodded. "I believe your recollection serves you well. It is indeed a traditional game of the Iroquois, primarily aimed at strengthening the warrior's physique and for ceremonial purposes." Peter nodded in acknowledgement towards Jean. "Thank you for the reminder, Your Highness." Jean nodded again before finding a chair to sit down. "To be candid, Peter, I am quite curious about how you muster the courage to reappear before me. The last time, although I did not strip you of your powers, I did defeat you. According to the rules, you ought not to set foot in this school again. Have you forgotten the most revered tenets of the werewolves?" Peter shook his head. "I certainly have not forgotten. My intention today is not to offend Your Highness. I merely seek to address a few matters, as a wayward beta wolf." Jean shrugged. "Is that so? Then please, proceed." Peter nodded and turned to Scott. "I have a minor issue that requires resolution, Scott. However, I require your assistance." Scott gazed sternly at Peter. "I shall not aid you in committing murder," he declared. Peter chuckled. "I do not intend to eliminate everyone, merely those who are deserving of their fate, and that does not necessarily include." At this juncture, Peter seemed to forget the name, glancing towards Derek. Derek interjected, "Allison." Scott looked incredulously at Derek. "Are you truly allied with him? Have you forgotten that he was the one who killed your sister?" Chapter 43, Memories. To Derek's side. "That was an accident." At that moment, Scott genuinely began to believe Jean's words. "What?" Derek continued. "It was merely a coincidence." At this moment, Peter spoke up. "Scott, I think you are misunderstanding us. We genuinely wish to help you realize your full potential." Scott was filled with anger. "By eliminating my friends?" Peter clarified. "Sometimes, those closest to you are the very ones who hinder your progress." Scott firmly replied, "If they are obstructing me from becoming a monstrous killer, I believe that is of no concern." Jean smiled reassuringly at Scott. "Rest assured, they will not harm you. I suspect they merely wish to enlighten you on certain matters." Peter, with a characteristic smirk, remarked, "Scott, perhaps you should consider these matters from my perspective." As he spoke, sharp claws emerged from his fingertips. With sudden ferocity, he plunged his hand into the nape of Scott's neck, his pointed nails piercing the skin and reaching the central nervous system. The unique mental toxins of a werewolf coursed through the nerves and infiltrated Scott's brain, accompanied by vivid memories and images that Scott simultaneously perceived. "My task is complete, Your Highness," Peter declared. Jean nodded. "You must understand the implications of your actions, correct?" Peter affirmed, "I am fully aware." Jean regarded him intently. "Are you prepared to go to war if necessary?" Peter responded with unwavering resolve, "To the bitter end." Sighing, Jean rose and approached Peter. "Then allow me to uncover the events of 6 years ago." With that, Jean's hand swiftly pierced Peter's neck, a speed so rapid that Peter had no means of evasion. Unlike Peter's previous action, Gene was not injecting toxins. Rather, he accessed Peter's central nervous system through the unique nerve contact of his claws, probing the mental signals within to extract the information. This was a complex endeavor, demanding considerable experience and formidable strength, typically achievable only by alphas who had undergone systematic training. The scene that unfolded was harrowing. 6 years ago, at the time of the incident, many individuals hurled the chemical concoction that Kate had obtained from Harris onto the Hall residence. The blaze raged fiercely, yet the front door was locked from the outside. In a desperate bid to escape the inferno, those within sought refuge in the basement. However, the flames proved too ferocious. This was no mere accidental fire, but a chemical conflagration. The people who descended into the basement were akin to souls entering the depths of hell. The fire spread to this sanctuary, consuming them in its wrath. The air was filled with anguished screams, cries, and relentless expressions of rage. Fortuitously, Peter found himself at the innermost part of the house. Thus, by the time the inferno reached him, its intensity had diminished significantly. Moreover, the massive blaze attracted the attention of the townsfolk. Once the flames were subdued, Peter was rushed to the hospital, unconscious, while his consciousness lingered in a realm of void, wandering amidst pain and fury in that boundless darkness. Yet, within this memory, Gene uncovered a grave issue. Upon awakening in his recollection, Peter was utterly uncontrollable, entirely governed by primal instincts, which led to his assault on Laura. However, in the consciousness that Gene had perused, Peter had deliberately targeted Laura, seeking the power of her alpha. In other words, Peter was concealing certain truths, which perhaps related to his schemes. Ultimately, these machinations might be intricately tied to the power of the alpha. Amidst the torment and cathartic memories, Scott finally regained consciousness, rising from the ground. At that moment, Styles rushed in from outside. "Gentlemen, we are in grave trouble." Scott slowly sat up from the ground. "Believe me, I know," Gene offered, helping Scott to his feet. "You have no idea. Trust me, this is far beyond mere trouble. I fear war is imminent." Upon hearing the word war, both Styles and Scott stared at Gene in shock. "War?" Gene nodded and said, "According to the clues I've gathered, the one who set the fire years ago was likely Allison's aunt, Kate." Scott interjected, "If that is true, then Peter's intention is to eliminate Kate." Gene affirmed, "The Atkinsons are unlike other families. They are matriarchal. Although the current head of the Atkinson family is Allison's mother, Victoria, Kate still holds a significant position within the family. Most importantly, she was the most cherished daughter of Gerald Atkinson." "Gerald Atkinson?" Scott inquired, and Gene nodded. "Yes, Allison's grandfather, a rather fearsome individual, has long possessed a tome of monsters within the Atkinson household, brimming with arcane knowledge. However, that is not the entirety of it. That scoundrel, Gerald, is connected to numerous entities of the mysterious realm, thus he is privy to many secrets." Gene sighed and continued, "There are countless truths my family remains oblivious to, yet he is aware of them. Consequently, before I arrived here, my family specifically advised me to keep my distance from Gerald if possible. He is a lunatic." Scott and Styles exchanged glances. "A lunatic?" Gene confirmed. "In his youth, he harbored a murderous intent towards werewolves that no other hunter possessed. According to the Code of Hunters, one does not strike against innocent werewolves. However, this is not the case for him. To him, every werewolf deserves to perish. Yet, I surmise his actions stem from a sense of imbalance. Hunters endure a great deal of torment during their rigorous training to attain such prowess, while werewolves possess innate strength. Their extraordinary hearing, speed, power, and even regenerative abilities set them apart from ordinary beings. I believe this is the primary reason behind Gerald's desire to hunt werewolves." Chapter 44. Clue and inference. Styles, perceptive as ever, grasped Gene's implication as soon as he spoke. Nevertheless, he remained somewhat uncertain about Gene's assertion. Is it truly possible that a war will ensue? Gene nodded, affirming that indeed. The nature of war in the realm of the mysterious diverges significantly from that of ordinary life. Such conflicts seldom erupt on a grand scale. However, one aspect remains constant: death. Death, a term seemingly mundane yet profoundly resonant. It is often accompanied by parting and pain. At this moment, the gravity of this word does not strike as deeply for Scott and Styles, despite their continuous encounters with mortality. Due to Sheriff Noah Styles, Styles and Scott have always had access to inside information regarding homicides. Yet, this familiarity does not equip them with a true understanding of the terrifying essence of death. Perhaps it is only when someone significant in their lives departs that they will grasp this reality. From this perspective, Styles may possess some understanding, However, even he has merely witnessed his mother's passing without truly confronting death itself. When Gerard ultimately arrives, all, be it Derek, Jean, Scott, Maria, Styles, or even Lydia, will confront the specter of death. Jean sighed, conceding that there is little utility in confronting these matters now, for in this situation, neither you nor I can prevent or alter anything. Scott, perplexed, inquired, why? Just moments ago, Peter dared not act against you. Why did you not intervene? Jean rose to his feet, locking eyes with Scott, remaining utterly still. Scott, you must grasp one crucial truth. On the mystical side, strength reigns supreme. However, there exists an unwritten code that no one must transgress, and that is the law. Styles interjected, the law? Jean nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the law. Hunters adhere to the code of hunters, werewolves to the code of werewolves, and witches to their own set of rules. Even vampires abide by their own regulations. Styles inquired, such as? For hunters, it is tit for tat, an eye for an eye. For werewolves, there are symbols. For witches, it is the principle of equivalent exchange. And even vampires have their clandestine stipulations. Scott still appeared perplexed. So what? How does this relate to your inability to prevent this matter? Jean, somewhat exasperated, explained. Because of the symbols. A werewolf's vengeance is relentless. This is the paramount law among them. Neither the Alpha nor the Wolf King has the authority to interfere. That is the law. Once a code is breached in the mystical realm, everyone will scrutinize the transgressor, ensuring they pay the appropriate price. So, Peter is acting according to the law. Jean affirmed, precisely. His quest for vengeance is sanctioned. Only Derek could halt him. However, I doubt Derek will impede his retribution. At most, he may slay Peter after the vengeance is fulfilled, but in doing so, war will inevitably commence. Scott felt a sense of reluctance. Was there truly no other way? Jean shook his head. Often, what you believe is merely a figment of your imagination. Reality will inevitably deliver a harsh lesson. At that moment, Styles was receiving some lessons, or rather, both Scott and Styles were. They thought they could keep the matter of the Alpha Wolf and revenge concealed from ordinary people. Unfortunately, among the common folk, there was an exception, Sheriff Noah. Styles' intellect was entirely inherited from Sheriff Noah, and the sheriff certainly lived up to that wisdom. From the scant files available, he unearthed some significant clues. What are you doing? Styles inquired. Without lifting his gaze, Noah replied, working. Styles asked, is there anything I can assist you with? Noah, still engrossed in the case, responded. You could pour me an ounce of whiskey. That would suffice. Styles promptly dashed to the kitchen, retrieving a bottle of liquor. Any leads? He inquired, attempting to glance at Noah's documents, only to be swiftly caught by Noah, who struck his hand lightly. You know I cannot disclose that. Styles, with a shift in expression, began pouring whiskey for Noah, not an ounce, but an entire glass. Here you go, for your father. Oh, thank you. Noah was indeed captivated. He hardly glanced at the glass before lifting it to his lips and drinking deeply. Sheriff Noah, despite his shortcomings, harbored a significant penchant for drink. His tolerance for alcohol was rather poor, and after downing a full glass of whiskey, he was already slurring his words. Yet, paradoxically, he found great pleasure in consuming it. Let me tell you, Derek Hall, he becomes more ferocious, Noah asserted. More ferocious? Styles interjected. More ruthless, Noah affirmed. Indeed, more ruthless. If only we could obtain a clear photograph of him, it would significantly increase our chances of capturing him. Styles, perplexed, inquired. How could they possibly not have a photograph of him? Noah sighed in frustration. That's precisely the issue. Every time we attempt to take a close-up shot, it seems as though two bright lights flash directly into the camera. Styles picked up the photograph of Derek. His head was depicted, yet his eyes shone brightly, akin to two glaring lights, rendering his features indistinguishable. Interesting, Styles murmured. Noah exhaled deeply, removed his glasses, and remarked, oh my heavens. That little bit of alcohol has taken me down. I fear I may have said too much. If you dare to speak a word of this. Styles quickly reassured him. Dad, I am your son. I would never betray your trust. You needn't worry. As he spoke, Styles picked up another file from the table. And Noah added, it seems these incidents are all interconnected. The murdered bus driver was an insurance investigator dispatched to clarify the fire incident at the Hall estate. His file clearly states that he concluded it was suspected fraudulent activity. Noah continued. The employee at the audiovisual store, whose throat was slit, had a criminal record and a history of arson. Chapter 45. The true intention. Styles inquired. What about the other two? The ones who were killed in the woods? Noah nodded. Both had criminal backgrounds, including Styles interjected, arson. They are all linked to the fire. Jean was right. Peter is seeking revenge, targeting anyone associated with the hall fire, even those who were tangentially involved. At that moment, Noah seemed to regain some clarity. Styles quickly grabbed the wine bottle and asked, "Would you like another glass?" Noah declined, saying, "No, that won't be necessary." Styles persisted, "Come on, Dad, you work so hard. This is your well-deserved reward." Noah appeared tempted but remained hesitant, taking a deep breath. "Goodness, I'll be utterly intoxicated." Styles chuckled, "Are you suggesting that you will sleep like Sleeping Beauty tonight?" Turning away, he continued to pour wine for Noah, muttering, "I shall surely descend into hell for this." And yet, another full glass. However, Styles' approach was indeed correct. After indulging in drink, Noah began to spill forth all manner of thoughts. "Styles, there are far too many questions here." Styles, puzzled, inquired, such as? Noah, rubbing his temples in discomfort, responded, "For instance, Derek, he wishes to eliminate all those involved in arson. Yet why would he first commit fratricide against his own sister? She has done nothing wrong. Why does this all appear so primal, so beastly? After the Jaguar in the parking lot was shot, I went to the animal control department. Did you know that the reports of wildlife incidents have surged by 70% over the past few months? It's as if they have gone mad, fleeing from the woods. I cannot comprehend it." Styles nodded thoughtfully, suggesting, "Perhaps something has frightened them all out." Noah agreed, then smiled warmly at Styles, saying, "You know, I truly miss our heart-to-heart conversations. It seems we always find ourselves pressed for time." At that moment, Styles suddenly recalled something important and hastily pulled out his phone. "I must go," he said, rising to leave, while Noah, now thoroughly intoxicated, continued to mumble, I miss your mother." "What are you saying?" Noah raised his hand to grasp the nearly depleted bottle of wine, yearning to indulge once more, only to be halted by Styles. He then expressed his gratitude to Styles. At that moment, a more chilling scenario unfolded with Peter, who had arranged to dine with Mrs. McGow, Scott's mother. Although it was merely an evening meal, it was abundantly clear that Peter was issuing a veiled threat to Scott, compelling him to assist, lest harm befall those close to him. The situation escalated when Scott's mother abruptly announced she had an engagement that evening, prompting Scott to descend the stairs to welcome the guest. To his astonishment, it was Peter who appeared. Scott was momentarily taken aback, to the extent that he contemplated shutting the door in Peter's face, but Peter swiftly intervened. "Really? You intend to slam the door in my presence? Please, Scott, take a moment to think this through," he urged. Flustered, Scott retorted, "I will inform her." Peter chuckled, "Inform her that I was once a patient of severe paranoid schizophrenia? That half my face is burned. Well, I wish you luck." Scott gazed at Peter with utmost seriousness. "If you harm her, if you dare to lay a finger on her." Peter interrupted, "Scott, allow me to interject. This is perhaps the most ineffectual threat in history. Consider this. I have been in a coma for 6 years. Do you truly believe I wouldn't relish the opportunity to dine with a beautiful woman?" Peter paused momentarily before continuing. "Or perhaps you might discover that I have conceived a rather ingenious idea, such as transforming your mother into one of us. Wouldn't that make it easier to persuade you to join our ranks?" Such a threat proved to be quite effective for Scott, who, at that moment, was indeed intimidated. Peter advanced step by step towards Scott, who was retreating steadily. "You comprehend the immense power we would wield together, you, I, and Derek," Peter asserted to Scott. "Do you know that many successful military operations during World War II were due to the involvement of the German U-boats? Do you know what they were called? Wolf packs. Are you aware of this? Or has history also eluded you?" Scott gazed at Peter and murmured, "I know that Germany lost the war." His subdued voice was laden with repressed fury. Peter merely chuckled in response, entirely unconcerned, for at that moment, Scott was indeed no match for him. You will find that most historians attribute this outcome to a failure in command. Trust me, we shall not encounter such a dilemma. Just then, the arrival of Ms. McGow interrupted their conversation. However, Peter's objective had been achieved. He had made Scott aware that with him, there was only concession, not resistance. The two events they faced left them unable to resolve their issues, ultimately leading them to seek out the only person they could turn to, Jean. After all, when it comes to matters concerning werewolves and hunters, Scott and Styles would never seek the assistance of their parents or the police. Previously, they might have considered reaching out to Derek, but now, with Derek allied with Peter, their only recourse is to turn to Jean. In the realm of werewolves, Jean possesses far greater knowledge and strength than they do. When Jean received Scott's call, he was somewhat taken aback. You mean Peter is threatening your mother? Scott affirmed from the other end. Indeed, he wants me to join his pack. With a sigh, Jean replied, I fail to comprehend this. You are of great significance. Yet Peter has no reason to resort to such drastic measures to coerce you. This approach is detrimental to his pack unless there are underlying motives or alternative objectives at play. Chapter 46. Derek's Capture. Pausing momentarily, Jean continued, Other objectives? My goodness. Their target is Jackson. Scott, perplexed, inquired, Jackson? Jean nodded. Yes, it must be Jackson. He has always aspired to become a werewolf. But his character prevents him from joining any pack unless he undergoes a transformation. Peter and Derek's aim is likely to facilitate that change. Scott sought further clarification from Jean. They intend to turn Jackson into a werewolf. Jean nodded and remarked, It is highly probable that this is the case. However, it is not certain. In any event, he is likely in danger at present. Scott, growing increasingly anxious, inquired, What should we do? Jean offered a smile and suggested, We could have Styles drive to prevent Peter from meeting your mother while you seek out Jackson. If you cannot locate him, I personally recommend checking the Old Hall residence. I believe Derek will take Jackson there. Scott's voice resonated. All right, before he hung up the phone. However, it is important to remember that this is a tangible world, and these individuals are genuinely real, possessing their own emotions. Therefore, it remains uncertain whether they will make the same choices as depicted in the original narrative. As previously mentioned, Jean is not particularly concerned about Jackson's fate. Rather, he is apprehensive that if Jackson were to perish, there would be no shapeshifters in the upcoming semester. Consequently, Gerard might swiftly wage war against the Langs, which would undoubtedly affect him. Thus, at this juncture, Jackson cannot afford to die. With that in mind, Jean resolved not to remain passive any longer. He rose to his feet and called out to Maria, who was upstairs engrossed in her computer. Maria, I am going to assist Scott. Please find Styles and help him intercept Scott's mother. Maria's voice echoed down from above. All right, I understand. Please be careful. After conversing with Maria, Jean donned his coat and departed from the house. Although Jean's residence was somewhat secluded, it was still quite distant from the Hall family's estate, effectively placing them in opposite directions. If one were to consider Beacon Mountain High School as the focal point, Jean's abode lay to the south, while the Hall estate bordered the eastern side of the school. It is worth noting that a small town stood between the high school and Jean's residence. Consequently, by the time Jean arrived at the Hall household, Scott had already rescued Jackson, who was currently confronting Derek inside the house. Get out of the way. No. Fine. Then I'll kill you too. At that moment, Jean, hurrying towards the house, noticed the presence of hunters outside. They were shooting arrows tipped with flashpoints into the dwelling. To avoid detection, Jean had no choice but to conceal himself, observing the scene from a distance. The door swung open, and Derek emerged, shouting at the hunters. Meanwhile, Scott fled from another side, having sustained a gunshot wound. Witnessing Scott's weakened state, Jean rushed towards him, only to find that Scott had already lost consciousness. Simultaneously, Jean spotted Dr. Allen arriving. How is he? Jean inquired. Allen sighed and shook his head. It's not serious, but he is very weak. Jean nodded. Shall we take him to your place? After all, you are a doctor, especially in our time of need. Allen nodded, embracing Scott, and together with Jean, they made their way to his clinic. Upon returning to the clinic, Allen attended to Scott's wound, extracting the bullet within. Gazing at the projectile, Allen sighed and remarked that Scott was rather fortunate. The presence of aconitum was minimal, merely serving to inhibit the healing process without posing a fatal threat. Otherwise, it would have been a more complicated situation. Jean observed the bullet and nodded in agreement, acknowledging that despite this, it was still far from pleasant. Allen concurred, emphasizing that under the influence of aconitum, the pain was exponentially intensified. At that moment, Scott began to regain consciousness and attempted to rise, but was halted by Allen. I wouldn't be getting up at this moment, Scott murmured, still a bit dazed. Where am I? Allen softly reassured him, You're fine. I have administered some medication to expedite your recovery. Scott reluctantly lifted his gaze to inspect his wound, then cast a disheartened look at Allen. But you're a veterinarian. He protested. Allen confirmed, Indeed, for 90% of the time, I primarily treat cats and dogs. Scott, puzzled, inquired, Primarily? Allen nodded affirmatively. Turning to Jean, Scott asked, What about Derek? Jean sighed, replying, He has been captured, unfortunately, but I must say this. Scott felt a surge of agitation. Jean pondered for a moment before speaking. There were numerous hunters attacking at that time, which is why I could not intervene. If I had stepped out, I too would have faced their wrath. And you were already gravely injured. I had no choice but to seek you out. After a brief pause, Jean added reassuringly, however, you need not worry about Derek's safety. I believe the hunters intend to use him as bait rather than eliminate him. Otherwise, the assault would not have been executed with mere conventional ammunition. Scott, gazing incredulously at his still healing wounds, inquired, conventional? Jean nodded. In the realm of the arcane, for hunters and werewolves alike, this is considered standard ammunition. Now you comprehend the perilous nature of this world. If you continue to adhere to your former ways and refrain from taking lives, you must brace yourself. One must cultivate a hardened heart. Only then might you keep your hands relatively clean. Ellen nodded in agreement, stating, I concur with Jean's perspective. In the realm of the arcane, a tender heart cannot survive. Thus, you must cultivate both strength and resolve. Chapter 47. The title miss has disappeared again. Scott remained silent. Perhaps because the words of Jean and Alan had subtly altered his worldview. Jean and Alan exchanged a glance before stepping outside, unanimously deciding that Scott should be afforded some time and space to reflect, as his injuries also necessitated rest. Upon exiting the operating room, they shared another look, and after much hesitation, Alan finally inquired, is this the right course of action? Jean shook his head. I cannot say for certain, yet it is you who wishes for him to succeed you. Moreover, the current situation indeed calls for an individual capable of instigating change. Alan appeared somewhat apprehensive, I fear. Jean's tone turned serious as he replied, if you truly believe in his potential and trust that he can accomplish those tasks, then there is no need to worry about any transformations he may undergo. Pausing for emphasis, Jean fixed his gaze on Alan and continued. To become a true alpha requires an unwavering resolve. Thus, if he can endure these trials without forsaking his original intentions and retain the purity of his hands, he will undoubtedly ascend to such a stature. Alan sighed, nodding his head. I suppose I have overthought this. I should place my faith in him. Jean patted Alan on the shoulder and said, I understand you. After all, even in the world of werewolves, it has been many years since a true alpha has emerged. Thus, I comprehend your doubts. Alan looked at Jean with a curious expression. Aren't you also? However, as he gazed into Jean's eyes, Jean nodded. Although I have yet to take a life, I am indeed not a true alpha. I am a naturally born alpha wolf. From the moment of my birth, I have existed as an alpha, and unless I meet my demise, this status will not diminish. Alan, somewhat taken aback, nodded in acknowledgement, realizing the truth. Observing Alan's expression, Jean chuckled. In our world of werewolves, this is considered a closely guarded secret, so it's perfectly understandable that you are unaware. By the way, do you remember the alias of our family? Alan gazed into Jean's eyes and replied, Maigrein, the Wolf King family. Jean nodded. Precisely, the Wolf King family. Our family's progenitor was the king among the first generation of werewolves. Subsequently, every generation of Wolf Kings has been a member of our lineage. In other words, our family is the royal line of werewolves. Alan interjected, however, the Wolf King has not appeared for many years. Jean affirmed, indeed. The last Wolf King was my great-uncle, who was gravely injured years ago and has since lived in seclusion with no descendants. Nevertheless, our family does not prioritize blood relations. The heir to the Wolf King must always be a naturally born alpha. This is a symbol of our lineage. Alan nodded thoughtfully. So, it is true that your family speaks of you becoming the heir, as you are the next Wolf King? Jean shook his head. In ordinary circumstances, I would indeed be the Wolf King. However, this generation is different. There exists a distant cousin, Ted, who is also a natural alpha. In other words, this time we have two individuals vying for the inheritance of the Wolf King. Moreover, my presence in America, aside from fulfilling the obligations of a Wolf King, serves to convey to my family that I am more suited for the position than he is. Thus, it is inevitable that a battle will ensue between us. A fight to the death, so to speak. Alan suddenly understood. So, that is why you hold Scott in such high regard. Jean smiled. Beyond his innate talent, he is also a splendid choice for friendship. A true alpha, a rarity even within our family, has not appeared in years. Imagine the shock when encountering another Wolf King candidate, only to find a genuine alpha among my pack. As Jean and Alan conversed, time slipped away unnoticed, and before long, morning had arrived. Scott's wounds had healed, and he regained consciousness. He sat up from the operating table, bewildered, surveying his surroundings, likely questioning why he was there. Observing this, Alan approached with a smile and gently assisted Scott. Are you feeling better? Scott nodded, feeling considerably better. Alan smiled and remarked, "You should take a seat." At that moment, the sound of a bell rang from the clinic's entrance, indicating someone's arrival. "Is anyone there?" Alan inquired, but silence ensued outside. Scott, somewhat alert, prevented Alan from advancing. Alan chuckled nonchalantly and proceeded toward the door. Jean approached Scott and reassured him, "Do not worry. He has quite a few aces up his sleeve." As Alan stepped outside, he began, "I apologize, but we..." only to be interrupted by the sight of the visitor. "Peter Hall. We are closed," Alan stated. Peter smiled at Alan, saying, "Hello, I'm here to pick someone up." Scott felt a surge of anxiety, while Jean chuckled, encouraging him to relax. "Rest assured, Peter cannot do anything here." Alan remained composed, scrutinizing Peter with his hands in his pockets. "As far as I recall, you haven't brought anyone here." Peter took a few steps forward, smiling as he explained, "He came in on his own accord." Alan frowned slightly, replying, "Even so, I can't assist you. We are closed." Peter furrowed his brow, asking, "Could you make an exception just this once?" Alan resolutely responded, "I'm sorry, that's impossible. Perhaps you can return during our next business hours." Peter grew increasingly irritated. "I told you we are closed." With a mocking smile, Peter attempted to push his way in, but alas, he was unable to do so. He gazed thoughtfully at Alan, the volcanic ash, ancient and time-worn. In a fit of rage, Peter hurled the chair behind him towards Alan. Yet, Alan did not even flinch. He allowed the chair to crash against him without leaving a trace on his form. This was the effect of the volcanic ash. It nullified the strength of werewolves, or rather, it mitigated any harm that mystical beings might inflict upon those ensconced within the ash. Alan fixed his gaze upon Peter and articulated with deliberate clarity, Chapter 48, the plan. "Let me be unequivocal. We have closed the door." Peter looked back at Alan, inhaled deeply, adjusted his attire, and turned to leave. Upon reaching the entrance, he remarked, "Someone has already assisted me in obtaining what I desire, Scott. Someone more innocent and naive, more convenient to manipulate." From within the partitioned area, Scott immediately grasped Peter's implication. "Allison." At the mention of her name, a smirk crept across Peter's lips as he pushed open the door and exited the clinic. Meanwhile, Scott was engulfed in panic, frantically searching for his phone to call Allison, deeply concerned for her safety. To this, Jean scoffed, "Scott, can you not employ a modicum of common sense? Anyone could be in peril right now, yet the likelihood of Allison being in danger is the lowest of all." Jean shook his head and explained, "You see, Allison is Chris's daughter. You must understand, Chris is utterly devoted to his daughter. Moreover, Allison is also the daughter of a hunter, and hunters are invariably more complex than people tend to imagine." He paused for a moment and continued, "Furthermore, since you cannot locate your phone, why not purchase a new one?" Scott, visibly troubled, replied, "Because I cannot afford a new phone, and I cannot handle this situation alone. We must rescue Derek." Jean interjected, "Firstly, you are not alone. You have Styles, and I will assist you appropriately in this matter. Secondly, I recall telling you that Derek has been captured." Scott nodded, saying, "I remember. They intend to use Derek to lure Peter, so they can capture him." Jean agreed. "Then let them proceed with that plan." Scott vehemently disagreed. "No, that is not acceptable. I cannot allow Peter to follow Allison to find Derek. I cannot protect her on my own. Therefore, we must locate Derek first. Help me." Jean sighed and remarked, "You know, it's possible that you lost your phone while confronting Derek, or perhaps during your escape after being shot." Scott halted all his movements, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Derek has never wished harm upon anyone. I need to save him. I cannot let him die." At this moment, Styles, having received the news, finally arrived here under Maria's guidance and fortuitously overheard Scott's remarks. Infuriated, he exclaimed, "Could you at least consider allowing him to perish? For my sake." Upon hearing this, Jean sighed and replied, "Scott, you must understand that you are but one person. You cannot protect everyone." Scott raised his head, his demeanor resolute as he gazed at Jean and Styles, declaring, "I must do this." Upon hearing his words, Jean earnestly met Scott's gaze, then stood up, exhaling deeply before saying, "Go and do what you feel compelled to do. Those around you will be safeguarded." Styles and Scott exchanged puzzled glances with Jean, questioning, "Safeguarded?" Jean nodded affirmatively. "Regardless of the outcome, I have no intention of sending Maria into danger, so she can protect Scott's mother. As for Styles' father, there exists a tribe of bear folk near Beacon Hill. Perhaps we can temporarily enlist their assistance." Intrigued, Scott inquired about the bear folk. "Bear folk? A friendly yet somewhat ferocious race. They are staunch allies of werewolves, yet abstained from engaging in any conflicts. Styles, however, was more perplexed. Wait, are you certain that the bear folk you refer to are the same ones I am thinking of? Bears are rather ferocious creatures, so shouldn't bear folk share similar traits? Jean nodded, acknowledging the numerous similarities between the bear people and bears themselves, such as their shared fondness for honey. However, the bear people, adhering to the Druidic faith, espouse a reverence for nature and balance, which renders them generally amicable towards humans, provided they are not provoked. Otherwise, they possess the potential to become as formidable and ferocious as bears. Scott nodded in response and remarked, "Shall I proceed to safeguard Allison?" Jean concurred, "Indeed. I shall endeavor to locate Derek." The high school prom, a grand event celebrated with joy by many, presented a stark contrast for Scott and his companions. This night marked an opportune moment for Peter to make his move. Even though Jean had arranged for the protection of those in Scott's vicinity, this did not guarantee their intervention should they encounter Peter. The bear people could merely issue warnings and exert intimidation. Moreover, Scott was prohibited from attending the prom due to failing 2 subjects, with Coach Bob imposing strict consequences should he defy this rule. Nevertheless, Scott felt compelled to protect Allison. If he were absent, Peter might very well target her, having already attempted to do so on multiple occasions, all thwarted by Scott's interventions. In the vicinity of the school, Scott had triggered a fire alarm to avert danger, and at the mall, he had parked Allison's car in a restricted area to resolve a crisis. Numerous incidents had unfolded, but tonight, Scott's capacity to act was severely limited. Thus, he summoned Jackson to ensure Allison's safety. Jackson, he could certainly be considered Scott's rival in love. Scott's heart is indeed vast. It is often said that in caring for others, one inadvertently relinquishes their beloved to a friend. Due to Derek's influence, Jackson is clearly reluctant to become embroiled in such complications. Nevertheless, he ultimately attends the dance with Allison, ostensibly to protect her, allegedly coerced by Scott. Consequently, he feels quite guilty, having indulged in several swigs of alcohol in the car, though, of course, driving under the influence is unlawful. After drinking, Jackson amicably offers the bottle to Allison, inquiring if she would like a sip. Allison, with a strained smile, graciously declines, saying, "No, thank you." Jackson furrows his brow, questioning, "Do you wish to remain sober this evening?" Allison smiles and responds, "I don't mind remembering some things from tonight." Chapter 49. The dance. Jackson nods. "Well, I don't particularly mind forgetting everything tonight." As he speaks, he prepares to exit the vehicle. At that moment, after much hesitation, Allison finally asks, "Do you know if Scott is coming?" After a moment of contemplation, Jackson replies, "What I know is that he was not permitted to attend." Observing Allison's puzzled expression, Jackson elaborates, "He is on academic probation." This revelation brings a tinge of sadness to Allison as she steps out of the car. Just then, Styles' car arrives, halting beside Jackson's. His dance partner, it seems, is none other than Jackson's ex-girlfriend, Lydia. As Lydia alighted from the vehicle, she caught sight of Jackson and immediately began to adjust her attire, smiling as she addressed him, "Jackson, you look quite dashing." Jackson, with a grin, replied, "Of course. This is Hugo Boss," referring to the renowned German fashion brand. Subsequently, he dismissed Lydia and made his way into the dance hall. Taking a deep breath, Lydia muttered softly to herself, "I couldn't care less. I have no desire for flattery. Society aims to mold girls into emotional, insecure neurotics who, upon receiving a compliment for the first time, shyly tug at their skirts. I refuse to be a victim of such notions." Styles, observing Lydia's somewhat dazed expression, remarked, "Actually, I think you look particularly lovely." Lydia turned to Styles and, after a brief pause, inquired, "Really?" She then looped her arm through Styles, and together they entered the dance hall. Meanwhile, Jean had also arrived with Maria, but the graduation ball was far from what he had envisioned. After all, the attendees were indeed adorned in formal attire suited for a soiree. Yet, as he stepped into the venue, he realized how limited his understanding had been. Though everyone was dressed elegantly, the atmosphere resembled that of a vibrant nightlife scene, with a DJ spinning tracks and disco lights flashing, while a throng swayed on the dance floor. To be candid, it felt somewhat incongruous with the formal wear. It was more akin to the commencement of an extraordinary night out. At that moment, Scott stealthily slipped in as well, and Jean, accompanied by Maria, made his way toward him. As they passed by a dining table, Jean had even procured some desserts for Maria. For a true gourmet, the presence of food suffices. As for the ball and dancing, what is dancing but an interruption to my indulgence? What do you see? Jean inquired of Scott. Suddenly, Jean caught sight of something and said to Scott, "Scott, look towards your 10 o'clock." Upon hearing this, Scott glanced over to find Peter standing there, gazing at Jean and the others with a slight smile. In the blink of an eye, Peter vanished. Even for Jean, locating him in such a crowded environment would require considerable effort. Scott, feeling a sense of urgency, declared, "I will search for Allison." Jean nodded. "Be careful. What is the most effective method to swiftly locate an individual amidst a throng?" Scott would tell you that the optimal strategy is to seek a vantage point from which one can observe everyone. At that moment, the highest point within the ballroom was the apex of the adjacent viewing stand, nearly touching the ceiling. Meanwhile, Allison and Jackson stood together, their expressions rather grim. Indeed, the two had attended the ball yet had not danced at all. It is worth noting that Allison was no glutton like Maria, who would choose food over dancing. After a brief hesitation, Allison turned to Jackson and asked, "Do you wish to dance?" Jackson looked at Allison, clearly conflicted. "Must I dance?" Allison smiled gently and shook her head. With a sigh, Jackson extended his hand toward Allison. Upon witnessing this, Allison chuckled softly and entwined her arm with Jackson's, gracefully making her way towards the dance floor. Scott observed this scene with keen clarity, also noting the interaction between Lydia and Styles, including their dialogue. This brought a smile of delight to Scott's face, leaving Jean perplexed as to how Scott could watch the girl he cherished dance with another young man without a trace of anger. At that moment, Coach Bob also spotted Scott perched high above. "McCall, I see you. Come here, buddy," he called out, beginning to navigate through the throng of dancers that separated them. The crowded dance floor rendered his progress slow, affording Scott a precious opportunity to escape. He darted through the sea of bodies until he reached Danny, who was sipping a drink. "Danny," Scott exclaimed, "dance with me." Danny, utterly bewildered, wondered how Scott had suddenly appeared and what he was doing in this situation. "What?" Scott reiterated his request, "Dance with me." "No." Scott glanced anxiously at Coach Bob in the distance, disregarding any hesitation, and quickly wrapped his arms around Danny, pleading, "Please, now. Just now." At that moment, Coach Bob arrived. "McCall, what are you doing here?" Bob paused, astonished as he beheld the embrace between Danny and Scott. "What are you two doing?" Scott, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "What's wrong, Coach?" Coach Bob glanced at the two individuals before him and began to respond, "Well, wait. Hold on, I merely meant to say that he shouldn't. I'm not implying he should. You wouldn't think I. Would you? Never mind. Let us just dance. Dance, everyone, let us dance. After all, this is a ball." Scott's actions left Bob utterly astonished. His earlier tone suggested some form of dissent, which, in America, could be construed as discrimination. In an effort to avoid being ostracized at the ball, Bob reluctantly relinquished his control over Scott. Once Bob walked away, Scott released Danny, expressing his gratitude. "Thanks, man, I owe you one." Departing from Danny, Scott raced toward Allison. Chapter 50, Betrayal. Allison, upon hearing Scott's voice, promptly responded, "All right. I would be delighted to dance with you." Everything appeared to be progressing favorably. However, reality often diverges from our desires. Scott had previously spotted Peter at the ball, and although he could no longer find him, Jean was certain he was nearby. "Come on, hurry up. I know you're here, come on." A distinct voice reached Jean's ears. Due to their heightened hearing, most werewolves often instinctively dampened their auditory sensitivity. Jean was able to hear the voice because it was a shout, imbued with a profound emotional resonance filled with both fear and anticipation. It was Jackson's voice. As Jean scanned his surroundings, he realized that Jackson had vanished. He had left this place. Where could he be headed? "I want to be like you. I wish to join your ranks." Jackson's voice resonated again. He had gone to seek Peter and was now with him? This left Jean perplexed. In his recollection, Peter was not one to act recklessly. Jackson, in his current state, lacked the qualifications to become a werewolf. Those with a broader knowledge or a bit more age among the werewolves could easily reach such a conclusion. Jean found it hard to believe that Peter would be unaware of this. So, with whom was Jackson conversing? Jean fully unleashed his super hearing, straining to catch the sound emanating from Jackson's direction. "Unfortunately, Jackson, I don't think I can give you what you desire," came a voice. It was Chris. Instead of locating Peter, Jackson had found Chris, and he was expressing a desire to become one of them. Hunters? Jean felt a wave of confusion. Had Jackson not always aspired to become a werewolf? How could he have turned against that aspiration? "However, I believe you can assist me," Chris's voice continued. Was the encounter between Chris and Jackson merely a coincidence? Jean pondered this thought. Perhaps, from Jackson's earlier words, one can discern his trepidation. It is a common human affliction to fear the unknown. As Chris's voice emerged, Jackson's heart began to race, a blend of surprise and dread mingling within him. Clearly, he had not anticipated encountering Chris, especially after Scott had informed him of the hunters from the Atkinson family and the rumors surrounding him being a werewolf. Thus, it is only natural that he now finds himself engulfed in fear. Could it be posited that Chris had discovered Peter's trail and pursued it, only to realize it was, in fact, the hunter's marks left behind? If this were the case, Jean could surmise that the hunters were indeed on the prowl for werewolves, using the guise of an alpha wolf to lure them out for the hunt. Were it not for his knowledge of the Atkinson family's customs and Chris's adherence to them, Jean might have felt a twinge of apprehension. The hunters themselves are not fearsome. What instills dread is their tendency to operate not in solitude, but as a formidable unit. As Jean pondered these thoughts, unnoticed in a secluded corner, Lydia and Styles quietly departed from the ballroom, this modest amphitheater. "You must ensure that you do not harm him," came Jackson's voice, now close to the arena, as he approached with Chris. "It seems he has betrayed Scott." "Of course not. He is merely a child," Chris interjected. However, to Jean's ears, this reassurance sounded rather unconvincing. "What will you do to him?" Jackson inquired. "I will handle it," Chris replied dismissively as he plotted against Scott. Jean immediately recognized the implication. After a moment of contemplation, he whispered, "Scott, can you hear me?" He was aware that Scott should be able to hear him, as werewolves possessed extraordinary hearing. Scott, evidently having heard, cast a puzzled glance at Jean and asked, "What's wrong?" Allison, who was embracing Scott, inquired as well. Scott shook his head. "It's nothing." Observing Scott's reaction, Jean understood that he had indeed heard. He continued, "Scott, you need to be cautious. The hunters have discovered your identity. They know you are the beta wolf. Chris is just outside the stadium, and he may be planning to strike." Scott appeared taken aback. "What?" Allison halted, looking at Scott with concern. "Are you all right?" Scott took a deep breath and smiled at Allison. "Oh, I'm fine." Meanwhile, Styles found Jackson. "Where have you been? Did Lydia find you?" Jackson, clearly shaken, was at a loss for words, prompting Styles to ask, "What's wrong?" Jackson took a deep breath, speaking with evident panic. "I just went to the back of the school. I went outside." Styles suddenly realized something. "What happened?" "Jackson, what have you done?" As for the specifics of their conversation, Jean did not catch them, for it seemed he had found Peter near the field behind the stadium. There was an unusual crackling sound, accompanied by two heartbeats, one anxious, the other steady. "Jackson, is that you?" "It's Lydia." The heartbeats drew closer, at which point Styles' voice emerged, rushing toward them, his heartbeat racing from exertion. "Lydia, run. This is bad. Peter has attacked Lydia." Why? Lydia was merely an unawakened banshee. If Jean had not previously reviewed the plot, he would have been oblivious to this. Naturally, Peter would not have grasped this either. However, aside from this identity, why would Peter assault Lydia? It made no sense. Jean could not comprehend it, yet this was not the moment for such thoughts. Peter's actions against Lydia at the school contravened Jean's rules. In other words, Peter was challenging Jean's position as the alpha. Chapter 51 comes to a close. Thus, Jean intended to ensure Peter faced appropriate consequences. This was unrelated to who was attacked, but rather a matter of Peter trespassing on Jean's territory. Jean swiftly dashed out of the stadium, and Maria, observing his hurried figure, grasped the gravity of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, she discarded the delectable food in her hands and followed suit. Jean's pace was remarkable. Despite not having transformed, he raced towards the field with utmost urgency. Alas, he arrived too late. Lydia had already been attacked. She lay on the ground, bloodied, while Peter and Styles confronted each other on either side of her. In moments of peril for Lydia, Styles often manifested extraordinary strength, disregarding his own safety. In his heart, Lydia's well-being was paramount. A blend of trepidation and a fierce desire to protect her radiated from Styles, evoking a profound sense of sorrow and a twinge of heartache within Jean. It seemed evident that Styles harbored deep affections for Lydia. "Do not kill him," Styles implored. Peter, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, replied with a sinister smile. "Of course, I shall not kill him, provided you reveal to me Derek's whereabouts." "What?" Peter pressed a sharp claw against Lydia's temple and reiterated, "Tell me, where is Derek Hall?" "I do not know. How could I possibly know?" Styles retorted, facing Peter's mocking gaze. "Aren't you supposed to be clever? Moreover, they say that when people lie, there is a peculiar scent." "Styles, disclose the truth, or I shall tear her apart." At that moment, Jean finally arrived on the scene. Upon mentioning that Derek had been apprehended, it became evident that his precise whereabouts were beyond Styles' knowledge. Peter turned to Jean, exclaiming, "Oh, my lord, do you possess this knowledge?" Jean shook his head and replied, "How could a hunter reveal the location of a werewolf? Nevertheless, I suspect that Styles may possess some clues." Then, looking at Styles, Jean gently urged, "Styles, please share what you know with him. I assure you, Lydia will remain unharmed." Styles took a deep breath and addressed Peter, "I will tell you, but do not harm her." Peter nodded, "Of course, proceed and enlighten me." Styles furrowed his brow and remarked, "I believe he has been aware for quite some time." Peter, puzzled, inquired, "Aware of what?" "Derek, I think he anticipated his own capture," Styles admitted, a hint of trepidation evident in his voice. This apprehension was only natural, as it would be concerning for an ordinary individual to confront a merciless, cold-blooded werewolf without fear. Peter continued to probe, "Was it the Atkinsons?" "Indeed," Styles confirmed. "Is there anything more?" Peter pressed. "After they were shot, he and Scott. I believe he took Scott's phone," Styles elaborated. Peter appeared even more perplexed. "Why?" Jean chuckled softly and remarked, "Peter, you have aged. 6 years have caused you to overlook many things, such as the ubiquitous global positioning system found in mobile phones." Styles nodded, affirming, "Indeed, the global positioning system. If the phone remained in his possession and was still powered on, you would be able to locate him." Peter nodded in acknowledgement, then rose to his feet, declaring, "Well, I have acquired what I desired. She has returned it to you." With that, he prepared to depart. Yet it was evident that Jean would not permit him to leave so effortlessly. "Wait, Your Highness, what is the matter?" Jean casually shed his outer garment, twisting his head as he slowly approached Peter. "You have concluded your business. Now it is time for us to discuss your trespass upon my domain." Advancing a few steps, Jean underwent a transformation, a simple metamorphosis. Much like Scott and Derek's transformations, yet with a visage more akin to that of a wolf, his nails sharpened into claws. Though he had not entirely morphed into the werewolf of Western mythology. Peter observed Jean's transformation, his expression growing grave. "So, Your Highness, do you intend to engage me in combat?" Jean shook his head. "No, it is not I who seeks to engage you. It is you who has offended me." Peter countered, "Your Highness, to speak truthfully, I truly wish to avoid enmity with you. However, to fulfill my objectives, I must proceed thus." With that, Peter too completed his transformation, his werewolf form now more closely resembling Jean's, indicating that Peter had grown stronger. "Nevertheless, Your Highness, I fear you not," he asserted, advancing towards Jean. Upon encountering Peter, Maria, transformed into a werewolf, directed a warning growl towards him. Peter abruptly halted, for Maria's wolfish visage struck him as eerily familiar. However, he possessed no recollection of her. He paused, turning his gaze towards Jean. "Your Highness, I harbor no intention of enmity," he stated. Jean nodded. "Then, you are aware of the rules." Peter affirmed with a nod, subsequently extracting a piece of flesh from his abdomen and discarding it onto the ground, blood gushing forth, which only intensified Styles' terror. Jean nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, you are well versed in many matters and understand the rules." Peter bowed respectfully to Jean. Perhaps he did not hold him in high esteem, yet the latter possessed many of the things Peter had long sought, compelling him to acknowledge Jean's status as a candidate for the Wolf King. "Your Highness, I require Styles to accompany me," Peter implored. Jean frowned. "That is not possible." Peter's brows knitted in concern. "Your Highness, I need him. I can assure his safety, but he must come with me." Jean turned to Styles, who evidently also opposed the notion. "I cannot leave her here alone." Peter nonchalantly remarked, "I fear you have no choice. Styles, you must accompany me." Chapter 52. The quarrel. Styles had witnessed the earlier scene. Although he could not discern who among Jean and Peter possessed greater strength, it was evident that Peter currently held Jean in considerable apprehension. "Go ahead and kill me. I no longer care," Styles declared. Peter approached Styles, lifting him up, and said, "You may be indifferent, but your family cares. Now, call your friend and inform Jackson that she is here. It must be done." Styles inhaled deeply, retrieving his phone to call Jackson. Jean observed this exchange, shrugging indifferently, and addressed Peter, "Regardless of whether your plan succeeds, I will not permit you to set foot in this school again. Otherwise, you shall face the wrath of Maigrein." With that, he turned and departed, prompting Maria to hastily follow suit. Although it was not fatal, nor did it inflict harm upon Scott, it irrevocably exposed his true identity before Allison. At that moment, One of the most significant individuals in her life, Scott, was revealed to be a werewolf, having concealed this truth all along. Allison was devastated. The ensuing despair led to her descent into darkness. What becomes of a person endowed with the powers of a hunter when they succumb to darkness? Gerard could tell you. It transforms into a relentless force intent on exterminating all werewolves. Yet, this was not the most devastating revelation for Allison. What transformed Allison was the sight of Lydia being carried out by Jackson from the field. "Hold on, Lydia," he urged, breathless and filled with concern, his heart heavy with sorrow. "You cannot die, stay strong." He cried out desperately, "Help! Someone please. Find someone to assist, I beg you." The blood-soaked Lydia brought not only the promise of aid, but also the screams and panic of the timid. Styles had been taken by Peter. Could Jean not intervene? It was not that he couldn't, for had he not read the original tale, he would have known where Derek was confined. He was aware that the Hall family's dungeon, once used to control their progeny during the full moon, had morphed into a prison for hunters. Yet, he allowed Styles to be taken, understanding that Peter would not harm him, and recognizing the necessity for Styles to discover that place and inform Scott. Lydia's injury not only plunged Styles into despair and instilled fear in Jackson, but was also a pivotal catalyst for Allison's dark transformation. However, it also unveiled a truth. Allison was aware, fully cognizant of everything, including the mission of the Atkinson family. Thus, he was enraged. He summoned Kate and unleashed his fury upon her, shouting, "Do not push me, Kate." Kate nonchalantly settled onto the sofa and remarked, "I believe this to be a remarkably safe outlet." Her so-called outlet entailed wreaking havoc upon the house and shattering vases. Chris, in a fit of anger, pointed an accusing finger at her and shouted, "You actually told her." To which Kate retorted, "She discovered it on her own." Chris responded, "Do not presume that I am oblivious to the fact that you orchestrated her discovery. From the moment you bestowed that necklace upon her, I was aware. She knows because you wished for her to know." No longer attempting to feign innocence, Kate fully embraced the worldview and theories of their father, Gerald. Their hatred for werewolves was beyond the ordinary, although many who were privy to this sentiment regarded it as stemming from jealousy and fear. In the eyes of Kate and Gerald, Allison represented an ideal heir. They wished for her to inherit their will and their animosity towards werewolves, akin to a legacy. At that moment, Kate ceased her pretense before Chris and candidly stated, "Because she needs to know." A mocking smile graced her lips as she added, "So, you no longer desire my assistance?" Chris, deeply troubled, replied, "I do not know whom you are truly aiding." Perhaps, at that juncture, Chris began to harbor doubts, questioning their father's intentions. Kate asserted, "Enough of this. I am here to capture the alpha wolf. Do you not remember? He was rampaging everywhere, killing indiscriminately," Chris stated. "Not indiscriminately," Kate replied, taken aback, then asked, "What?" Chris composed himself and said, "Tyha mentioned that Sheriff Sterling has discovered that these murders are all connected to the fire at the Hall residence." Upon hearing this, Kate's expression shifted. "Then she has even more reason to know, for they have always believed that we were responsible for that fire. It must have been Derek and some of his other relatives. I don't know who it is, but I assure you they are watching us closely. We are their ultimate target." Kate began to steer the conversation in another direction, and Chris noticed. Yet he continued in accordance with her words, "I know, therefore. I need you to take Allison away from here tonight. Bring her to the house in Washington. You must stay there until I call you." Chris, still suspicious of Kate, arranged for her departure, believing that as long as she was not present, her allegiance would be rendered irrelevant. Kate, of course, was unwilling. Chris could no longer contain his fury. He threw the remnants he had been tidying up onto the floor, stood up, walked over to Kate, and pointed a finger at her nose, saying, "Pack your belongings. I expect you to leave within 2 hours." Kate looked into Chris's eyes, realizing he was not jesting but genuinely intending to have her leave, and resignedly turned away to gather her things. Chapter 53. The future unaltered evidently, upon discovering Chris's scheme. If Jean were privy to the truth, he would undoubtedly applaud, for his judgment would be vindicated. Alas, Chris is overly optimistic, as events will not unfold according to his desires. Presently, Isabel is assisting Allison with her packing. "I am uncertain of the duration of your sojourn. Are there any particular items you wish to bring?" Allison, in a state of bewilderment, gazes at her mother, and after a protracted pause, she utters, "I have just witnessed my boyfriend transform into a werewolf." Isabel, disregarding Allison's statement, responds with a somewhat awkward smile, "Very well. I shall simply select a few items for you at random." At that moment, Allison's mobile phone emits a ring. However, Isabel, with greater alacrity, seizes the phone and promptly deactivates it. This sequence of actions bears a striking resemblance to the manner in which certain parents oppose their children's romantic entanglements or marital unions. Allison's tone becomes more subdued, and she inquires with a hint of supplication, "Who is it? Is it Scott?" Isabel shakes her head. "No, it is someone named Jackson." Allison, displaying a measure of disappointment, turns to Isabel and asks, "What are your intentions toward him?" Isabel, without hesitation, replies, "That is contingent upon the circumstances. We are bound by a professional code of ethics, particularly given their youth." Allison could not help but explain to Isabel, striving to defend Scott. "Scott has never taken a life. He would never do such a thing." Isabel interrupted Allison, asserting that it was not the time for lengthy explanations. Frustration brewed within Allison regarding her family's concealment of these matters. Hearing her mother's dismissive words, she erupted, "I want to know now, right now." Isabel shot a furious glance at Allison, retorting, "What you desire at this moment is inconsequential. What you truly need is to remain composed. What you perceive is merely the tip of the iceberg. You are unprepared to grasp the entirety of the situation. And others outside this family are equally unready to meet you." Observing the tears welling in Allison's eyes, Isabel softened her tone, emphasizing, "Maintaining your composure is your best defense. Do you understand?" Allison nodded, and Isabel suddenly shouted, "Speak it out." Flustered, Allison replied, "I understand." "Well done," Isabel said with a nod and a smile. "Now, about those warm clothes, it might be a bit chilly outside. As for Kate, that will be even easier to manage. For a seasoned hunter, the most fundamental quality is the ability to leave a place without a trace of attachment. For them, the finest luggage consists solely of their weapons." Sitting in the car that was about to depart, Kate glanced at Chris and, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, "You know, you wouldn't succeed without me. You could never find him on your own." Chris disregarded Kate's words and turned his attention to the silent Allison beside him, softly assuring her, "I will tell you everything. I promise. Just call me when the time comes." As Kate started the vehicle and drove away with Allison, it was evident that she would not leave so easily. Her own objectives remained unfulfilled, and departing in such a manner was not something she would willingly accept. If Allison was on the brink of collapse at that moment, Scott was enveloped in fear. After being discovered and transforming into a werewolf in front of Allison, he fled to Alan's clinic to hide. His greatest fear was not that Allison would uncover the truth, for he had intended to reveal everything to her, just as his mother had advised. Honesty is paramount. What troubled him now was the thought of how Allison would react upon discovering his secret. Scott was consumed by dread regarding Allison's potential response and the implications of Chris and the others finding out. After all, Scott was merely a high school student, just a child. Just as Scott was filled with uncertainty about the future, so too was Allison, grappling with her own doubts. The culmination of events was nearing, and all the underlying conflicts were beginning to surface. Concerning Jackson, Lydia, Styles, Scott, Allison, Derek, Peter, Kate, and Jean. Why does Jean insist on allowing events to unfold as they originally did? He has had numerous opportunities to take action against Peter, yet he refrained from doing so. He chose not to confront Peter in advance, even allowing Peter to escape on several occasions. Although he previously hinted to Derek and Scott about Peter being the true mastermind, he never articulated it clearly, and whether Derek and the others discerned this truth seemed inconsequential to him. Now he observed Styles being apprehended, Scott being revealed, and Lydia being attacked, all stemming from two fundamental reasons. One reason is rather straightforward. Jean desires to let events progress according to their inherent trajectory, a truth he has unearthed. This truth is that what is destined to occur will inevitably transpire. The only aspect one can influence is the trajectory and rationale behind these events. For instance, if an individual is fated to experience a car accident on a certain future day, and you take measures to prevent that person from leaving their home on that day, they may evade the accident. However, in doing so, calamities such as earthquakes or explosions might arise in their vicinity, ultimately leading to their demise, complicating what was originally a simple situation. Jean refers to this principle as the theory of space-time. In simpler terms, once a future is predicted, it ceases to be a future. The future is destined to undergo transformation. However, there exists nothing one can change. Thus, in an effort to prevent the situation from deteriorating further, Jean might offer some subtle hints, slightly altering the trajectory of the future. Nevertheless, he cannot directly intervene in its course. His role is merely to observe the unfolding events, unable to intercede. Of course, certain matters hold immense significance for Jean. They are of such importance that he remains indifferent to the eventual outcome of the future, yet feels compelled to instigate change. Take, for instance, Kate. Chapter 54. Poised for action. Kate is a remarkable entity. Firstly, she belongs to the Atkinson family. However, the head of the Atkinson household is her sister-in-law, a woman who has married into the family from another lineage of hunters. Simultaneously, she stands as the most gifted and formidable hunter in the Atkinson clan, second only to Chris. Moreover, she is the most cherished daughter of Gerald. Of course, this alone does not encapsulate her uniqueness. The pivotal aspect lies in the fact that during recent events, she was captured by Peter, resulting in her trachea being severed. Under normal circumstances, such an injury would be fatal. However, due to the severity of her wound, she underwent a transformation into a leopard woman. While werewolf-inflicted lacerations can indeed lead to transformation, this is only plausible when the individual remains alive. In Kate's case, her trachea was severed, and she had already lost consciousness, yet she transformed, signifying her extraordinary nature. Furthermore, it has been eons since a leopard woman has graced existence. For the Aztecs within the indigenous framework, the leopard is considered a sacred being. When one transforms into a leopard, they gain the ability to traverse the shadowy realms of the world. Similarly, in the mythology of the Aztecs, there exists a creature that appears alongside the jaguar warriors, known as the Berserker. According to known texts, their emergence is attributed to the jaguar warriors. Thus, Jean aspires to alter Kate's destiny, ensuring that the jaguar warriors do not materialize. Without their presence, the Berserkers would cease to exist. It is worth noting that for werewolves, Berserkers indeed pose a formidable challenge, yet this is not the primary concern that haunts Jean. Logically speaking, both the Atkinson clan and the Hall line of werewolves belong to the Celtic paradigm. Conversely, the jaguar warriors and Berserkers are rooted in the indigenous framework. The delineation between these two paradigms ought to be distinctly defined. However, Peter's wounds have transformed a hunter, who was originally part of the Celtic domain, into a being of the indigenous realm, thereby blurring that boundary. The consequence of such ambiguity is the alteration of the world's rules, leading to the emergence of vulnerabilities that were once rigorously maintained. This erosion of boundaries is intolerable. When the distinctions between systems weaken, the lines separating the mystical from the mundane also becomes hazy, and even the laws of nature begin to shift. In response to restore equilibrium, the natural order will inevitably unleash elements that ought not to exist, potentially giving rise to phenomena previously unseen. These manifestations share a common trait. They possess the capacity to effortlessly annihilate the mystical aspect while engendering a new form of the arcane. This time, it may not be the mystical at all, but rather a chaotic amalgamation or something extraordinary. Possibilities abound. Thus, a once unbalanced world may once again attain harmony. It is worth noting that such occurrences have not been absent from history. Jean discovered traces within his family's ancient texts, such as the existence of chaos. However, today, no clues remain. Additionally, there were once extraordinary systems, mythical knights, sorcerers, and even mere whispers of demon hunters mentioned in various tomes. This indicates that each time boundaries are blurred, the original system is inevitably disrupted, paving the way for the emergence of new frameworks. For ordinary individuals, this might manifest as a minor skirmish lasting a few years, or even less. Yet, for the realm of the arcane, it would be an apocalyptic calamity. Thus, Jean could not allow Kate to transform into a leopard person. Kate's existence was far from pleasant, as she was, after all, a madwoman. Consequently, Jean decided to intervene and have Peter eliminate Kate, albeit with precautions to ensure she would not undergo transformation. As Jean was meticulously reviewing the entire plan, a wolf's howl echoed from the depths of Beacon Mountain. It was Scott's voice. He was summoning his companions. At this juncture, the only one he could summon was the captured Derek. Seeking Peter was inconceivable. Just then, another howl resonated, indicating that Scott had indeed found Derek. It was likely that Peter had also discerned Derek's location, either from styles or by sound. Jean rose to his feet, gazing at Maria beside him, and sighed. Maria, this time, you truly cannot accompany me. Maria gazed at Jean with her large, blinking eyes, her small lips slightly pursed, melting Jean's heart. However, he was acutely aware that Peter might perish tonight. Although Maria remained oblivious to her true identity and the fact that Peter was her biological father, Jean could not allow her to witness Peter's demise. Thus, he shook his head, declaring that it was not possible this time. Why not? Maria asked, a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. Jean let out a wry smile, pondering the predicament of having an exceptionally clingy girlfriend. Naturally, the solution was to indulge her. With a gentle smile, he lifted his hand and affectionately ruffled Maria's hair, saying, "Sweetheart, it truly cannot happen this time. Stay at home and wait for me. Tomorrow, I shall take you out for a delightful meal." Maria's eyes twinkled as she seemed lost in thought before nodding her head in agreement. "All right, but you must not go back on your word." Jean chuckled, assuring her, "I will not renege. Tomorrow, I will treat you to something delicious." With that, he donned his coat and exited his home. Meanwhile, Kate chose not to escort Allison to Washington, but instead brought her to the hospital, allowing her to witness Lydia's condition firsthand, lying on a hospital bed, teetering between life and death. Do you understand now? This is the consequence of their actions. Moreover, they find themselves unable to control their own fate, while Allison clings to a glimmer of hope. Is this the case for all of them? Clearly, Kate would never reveal the truth to her, and it is highly likely that Kate harbors some form of nihilistic psychological disorder. In her youth, she fell in love with a werewolf, a romance that ended poorly, and now, she wishes to prevent her niece from experiencing a similar fate with a werewolf. Yes, Allison. Including Scott. Kate's words darkened Allison's spirit completely, prompting her to prepare for the final battle alongside Kate. Similarly, Scott was on his way to seek Derek, as was Peter, while Jean was set to undertake one last task. All those involved would soon converge upon the location where Derek was being held captive, which would inevitably transform into the ultimate battleground. Chapter 55. The impending conclusion. Scott, guided by the voice he had previously heard, arrived at a site not far from the ruins of the Hale residence, where the trees stood sparse, as if they had been deliberately felled. It was evident that this destruction was intentional, for it was the dungeon of the Hale family, a place originally intended to assist the young werewolves in controlling themselves during the full moon. With utmost caution, Scott approached the entrance, opened the iron-barred door, and stepped inside. The dungeon was far older and more expansive than he had anticipated. As he navigated the dimly lit corridors in search of Derek, he soon realized he had lost his way. Suddenly, just as he found himself at a standstill, he heard a voice, one that belonged to a stranger. "Thus, I have found a worthy ally. However, I must remind you that during my university years, I played baseball." Shortly thereafter, Derek's voice emerged. "I have also found a little helper." Scott heard Derek, and naturally, Derek heard Scott as well. At this moment, Scott had arrived and stood directly behind the hunter. The sudden appearance of Scott startled the hunter, momentarily disorienting him. It was in this fleeting moment of confusion that Derek struck him down. After incapacitating the hunter, Derek hastily removed the wires from his body and urgently addressed Scott. "Quick, help me untie this." He was anxious, fully aware that the earlier commotion had surely drawn the attention of the other hunters. However, Scott appeared unfazed. "No." Derek was taken aback. "What? You don't intend to save me? After all I have done to nurture and regard you as both an heir and a friend." This, perhaps, encapsulated Derek's innermost thoughts at that moment. Unfortunately, Scott remained oblivious to them. "Unless you first tell me how to stop Peter." Derek's anger began to simmer. "Must you insist on discussing this now?" Scott nodded. "He is tracking Allison and her family. He intends to kill them." "All right," Derek thought, "still because of Allison. Just as Scott's online account and password are both tied to her." Derek was utterly incensed. "A woman, and you dare to compare her to your kin? What does it matter?" Scott's demeanor was remarkably calm. It was evident that he had resolved not to save Derek unless a solution was found. "Tell me, how can I prevent him?" Derek shouted, seething with rage. "At this moment, you are powerless. Do you understand?" He then softened his tone slightly before his anger surged once more. "Help me get out now." Scott did not acquiesce, but instead continued. "First, assure me that you will assist me." "Fine. You are quite persistent," Derek retorted, rendered speechless by Scott's words. "So, for your girlfriend, you would risk my life? All for your foolish, ultimately fruitless youthful romance. That is not love, Scott. You are merely 16. You are still a child." Scott felt a pang of sorrow from Derek's words. "Perhaps you are right, but I am aware of certain things you do not," he replied. Derek paused, looking at Scott in anticipation of further explanation. Scott began. "Peter said that when he killed your sister, he was unaware of his actions, correct?" As he spoke, he produced a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Derek, saying, "He lied. Do you remember this?" The paper was a newspaper article reporting on the inexplicable deaths of animals, featuring an image of a deer adorned with a swirling symbol, a representation of werewolf vengeance. Derek nodded. His curiosity piqued. Where did you learn about this? Scott remarked, my boss told me that 3 months ago, a man came to the clinic seeking a copy of this image. Would you like to know who that man was? After a brief pause, Scott continued. It was Peter's nurse. He gazed deeply into Derek's eyes and said, they lured your sister here so that Peter could kill her, thus allowing him to ascend as the alpha wolf. And that is the very reason you must assist me. Derek, upon learning the truth, felt a surge of anger but remained silent. Observing this, Scott appeared somewhat disheartened. Just say you will help me, and I shall aid you in unraveling another matter. At that moment, a loud crash echoed, and Derek broke free from his restraint. With barely contained fury, he stated, I will help you. Clearly, the death of his sister was the most infuriating matter for him, and rightly so. After all, he was merely 16 or 17 during the fire, subsequently forced to flee from home while evading those reckless hunters. At that time, the only one by his side to care for and protect him was his sister, Laura Hall, who shared both his mother and father. Initially, Derek believed that Peter's act of killing Laura was an unfortunate accident, and he felt unable to blame his only remaining relative, his uncle. However, when it became evident that it was not an accident but a premeditated murder, Derek was resolute in his quest for vengeance. This was the code of the werewolf, as well as the honor of a man. Thus, he and Scott joined forces to confront Peter. One sought vengeance for his sister, while the other aimed to thwart Peter from harming his girlfriend, despite their divergent motives. At this moment, their shared objective against Peter rendered their alliance both reasonable and necessary. The two of them staggered out of the dungeon and arrived at the ruins of the house. Suddenly, Derek called out to Scott, sensing something amiss. Scott, perplexed, glanced around and inquired, what do you mean? Derek shook his head. I don't know, it just feels. It feels like there's something off. Scott, alarmed, quickly interjected. No, don't say that. Whenever people mention things going too smoothly, calamity follows. Chapter 56. The imminent conclusion. To observing Derek's troubled expression, Scott could not help but ask, what is wrong? Do you think it was easy for me to find you? Or to evade Allison's father? None of this is easy. Derek, somewhat resigned, nodded. All right, you're right. Scott sighed in relief, expressing gratitude. Thank you. In that moment, a crossbow bolt suddenly pierced Derek's shoulder. This unforeseen turn of events left Scott momentarily frozen in shock. After a brief pause, he turned to see Kate atop the opposite hill, alongside Allison, who was aiming a bow and arrow directly at him, while Kate instructed, now, aim for the leg. Another arrow struck Derek's leg as he had just risen. A blinding arrow. It must be said that Kate's instruction was exceptional. Allison had become remarkably powerful. Derek reacted before Scott, who shielded his eyes. Now, Allison released her grip on the bowstring. The dazzling arrow, propelled by the feathers, sliced through the air, heading towards Scott and Derek. In a flash, both Scott and Derek sustained varying degrees of injury to their eyes. An innate talent. Kate praised Allison before approaching Scott and Derek. Seeing this, Derek hurriedly pulled the arrow from his body and rushed to Scott's side, urging him to flee towards the house. Quick, we must hide. Unfortunately, both were injured, and Derek's wounds were more severe, preventing him from carrying Scott far. Scott, run, Derek implored urgently. Regrettably, Scott was too slow to react. By the time he comprehended the situation, Kate was already near him. Allison, I can explain, Scott began, but Allison's mind was consumed with rage over Lydia's attack, rendering her unable to hear his words. Stop lying, will you? Scott seemed determined to plead. I wanted to tell you the truth at the dance today, to share everything with you, because every word I've spoken, every action I've taken, Allison interjected, was all to protect me? Scott foolishly admitted, yes. Allison, with tears welling in her eyes, replied, I don't believe you. At that moment, Kate could no longer wait. The longer they delayed, the greater the risk of unforeseen complications. Thank heavens, shoot quickly, or I shall take matters into my own hands. Allison, in disbelief, looked at Kate and said, You mean we only need to capture them? Kate nodded. We have caught them. Now we must eliminate them. With that, she fired a shot at Derek. See, it's not that difficult. Approaching Allison and noticing her expression and tear-streaked face, Kate sighed. Oh no, I recognize that look. It's the kind that says you need to take action yourself. Raising her gun, she aimed at the prostrate Scott. At that moment, Allison was genuinely alarmed. Despite her grievances towards Scott, deep down, she still loved him. Kate, what are you doing? She cried, attempting to stop her, only to be pushed to the ground. Kate, gazing at Scott, shook her head with regret. I do admire those brown eyes. However, Scott has the potential to become a true alpha, the fabled child of destiny. He will not perish so easily. Just then, Chris arrived. Kate. He approached slowly, gazing at Kate as he spoke softly. I am aware of your actions. Lower your weapon. Kate did not comply, instead fixing her gaze upon Chris, asserting, I am merely following orders. Chris countered, no one instructed you to commit indiscriminate slaughter. There were children in that house, and they were human. Ignoring Chris, Kate turned to fire, prompting Chris to continue. Consider what you are doing now, aiming a gun at a 16-year-old child? There is no evidence to suggest he has harmed anyone. We must adhere to the rules. With a look of resignation, Kate regarded Chris, who intoned, he who does not harm me, I shall not harm. This phrase, in its original French, echoed with significance. Though I confess my ignorance of the language, I am aware that the Atkinson lineage hails from Europe, specifically France. As their family emerged due to the beast of Gévaudan, Allison, seated nearby, overheard this statement and repeated it, grasping its meaning, and in that instant, she realized her aunt had deceived her. Seeing Chris steadfast in his resolve to thwart her, Kate disregarded him, raising her firearm to shoot. At that moment, Chris raised his own weapon, commanding, lower your gun. Just as Kate was about to retort that he would not dare to shoot, Chris fired. The bullet striking a tree behind Kate, serving as a stark warning that if she did not comply, he would indeed pull the trigger. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Kate looked at Chris with disbelief, and upon realizing he was not jesting, she holstered her weapon. However, that was not the most thrilling part. The most captivating moment was when the front door of the Hall residence swung open, indicating that there were indeed occupants inside. Allison, step back, Chris urged hastily. Kate also heard the sound of the door creaking open and swiftly aimed her firearm at the entrance. Scott, having abandoned his pretense of being incapacitated on the ground, sprang to his feet and positioned himself protectively in front of Allison. Indeed, love holds greater significance than friendship or brotherhood. At that moment, no one paid heed to Derek, who lay wounded on the ground. What is that? Allison inquired, a tremor of fear in her voice. Scott, equally apprehensive, replied, it is the alpha wolf. Just as Scott's words echoed in the air, a shadow emerged from within, making its way behind them. The group hurriedly turned to brace themselves for a potential attack from the rear. Chapter 57. The imminent conclusion. The shadow began to meander around them, causing the group to feel increasingly weary from their vigilance. They began to scatter, remaining alert to their surroundings. No longer did they distinguish between hunters and werewolves. Their sole adversary was the alpha wolf, the shadowy figure of Peter Hall. In truth, Peter had arrived slightly earlier than they had, yet he was still a bit later than Jean. At this moment, Jean stood atop the house, observing the unfolding spectacle below. As the layers of truth were continuously unveiled, scrutinizing the essence of humanity that was being questioned. This may indeed be a reason why Jean, despite not participating in the plot, can still derive amusement from it. After all, acting is undoubtedly more exhausting than merely observing. Thus, one should indulge in the spectacle, albeit with caution, lest one overindulges. Suddenly, a shadow began to assail the individuals present. Derek was swiftly incapacitated. Next came Allison, followed by Scott. Clearly, Peter's true intention was to save Kate for last. Come on. In the midst of the ensuing panic, Kate shouted, come on. At that moment, Peter appeared, standing directly beside Kate, seizing the hand that wielded the gun. A gunshot rang out, but not directed at Peter. Rather, it was inadvertently discharged due to Peter's grip on that hand. Peter exerted relentless pressure, and under his force, Kate instinctively pulled the trigger. After a few deafening shots, it seemed the gun had run out of ammunition. Peter forcefully shattered Kate's hand. Kate's anguished cry sent a chilling shiver through the air. Peter tightened his grip around Kate's throat and hurled her far away, landing precisely amidst the ruins left by the devastating fire of years past. Peter approached her, continuing to strangle Kate as he dragged her into a room. Witnessing this, Allison sprang to her feet, exclaiming no. Although Kate had deceived her, she remained her most beloved aunt. Determined, she pursued them inside. Upon entering the hall, Allison beheld Peter standing behind Kate, his right hand clasped around her throat. Gazing at Allison, she softly remarked, she is indeed beautiful, Kate. Quite reminiscent of you. As Peter spoke, his tone turned somewhat cruel. However, her heart is not as wicked as yours. Therefore, I shall grant you the opportunity to save her. With that, Tears streamed down Peter's face as he expressed his anguished sentiments. Apologize. Declare your remorse for the slaughter of my family and for subjecting me to 6 years of agony and despair. Speak, and I shall grant her a reprieve. Kate struggled to breathe under Peter's grip, yet gazing at her beloved niece, she betrayed her heart and uttered the words of apology. I am sorry. Peter inhaled deeply, as if liberated, then turned his gaze to Allison, shrugging his shoulders as his right hand glided across Kate's throat. Her trachea severed. Allison, witnessing this horrific act, gasped in disbelief, finding it unbearable. She rushed to Kate's side, exclaiming, No, no, no. Her hands pressed firmly against Kate's gushing throat, desperate to stem the flow of blood. Alas, at that moment, her efforts proved futile. Blood continued to pour forth, and Kate gradually succumbed to the absence of breath. Peter, observing this, took a deep breath and remarked, I cannot fathom your thoughts, Allison. Yet that apology sounded utterly insincere. With that, he began to approach Allison, as if intending to inflict harm upon her. At that critical juncture, Scott finally arrived. He stood beside Allison, baring his teeth at Peter, warning him to take no further steps forward. Similarly, from the other side of Allison, another werewolf emerged. Derek, run, Scott urged Allison. At that moment, Jean leaped down from the rooftop, casting a sorrowful glance at Chris, who was slowly rising to his feet. I understand, Chris replied with a heavy heart. He had long been aware of Jean's presence, but bore no resentment towards him for not intervening to save Kate. Firstly, Jean was under no obligation to rescue Kate, and secondly, the werewolf code dictates that vengeance must remain undisturbed. It was precisely for this reason that Derek and Scott only confronted Peter after Kate's demise. Saving Allison was inconsequential. After all, during the Great Fire, Allison was merely a child, and this incident bore no relevance to her. If Peter were to kill her, it would merely be an act of venting, igniting a war. At that moment, Allison also rushed out. Upon seeing Jean, she exclaimed, Hurry, save Scott, Jean calmly reassured her, Do not worry, Scott will be fine. However, the battle within the house was not as Jean had described. Rather than Scott and Derek gaining the upper hand, the reality was quite the opposite. They were no match for Peter. The hierarchy of werewolves played a significant role, but Peter's age was also a critical factor. In any race, be it vampires, werewolves, or even Yetis, age serves as a symbol of strength. The longer one lives before reaching a certain age, the greater their power becomes. The duration of a vampire's decline remains an enigma, for they are beings of immortality. Similarly, werewolves and Yetis reach their zenith around the age of 40. Naturally, should an immortal entity emerge among them, the circumstances would differ significantly. Peter, in his encounters with Scott and Derek, finds that he need not transform. Maintaining his human form suffices. This illustrates the disparity in strength. Among werewolves, there exists a rather clandestine trait. They do not merely form clans. When united, they become exponentially more formidable. Furthermore, werewolves can accrue power through the act of slaying. For instance, a beta wolf that vanquishes an alpha ascends to the status of an alpha wolf. However, it is seldom acknowledged that an alpha wolf can also augment its strength by eliminating a beta from its own pack. Recently, Peter had slain one of his beta wolves, specifically his nurse. Consequently, Jean, after a brief exchange with Allison and Chris, resolved to rise and venture deeper within. At that moment, the already dilapidated house endured yet another assault.